First, as you're aware, this is a global conference being broadcast across multiple time zones. The entire proceedings are being recorded and colleagues can watch the proceedings afterwards via our AUM webpage. Secondly, if you'd like to ask a question, you can either raise your Zoom hand and be invited to ask the question live, or you may also use the chat function and I will relay the question to the relevant speaker. And thirdly, as we are very time limited today, I'd ask all speakers to keep to time and to allow for questions afterwards. And for this session, we're joined by Martial Ekini as discussant. Martial is a professorial fellow at Churchill College and an emeritus professor of land use and transport studies at the University of Cambridge. He is also one of the conveners and members of the scientific committee of the AUM series. And I'll end there and hand over to Martial and ask him to introduce the session in more detail and the individual speakers. So over to you, Martial.
Thank you, Steve. As I mentioned before, I would like to divide the session in two parts. The first part, I will invite Professor Bhargav Raghavendra, who is, I'm saying Bhargav Avallu, who is a professor of architecture at Modi School of Management at Ahmedabad University. He's a civil engineer and planner specializing in urban planning and transport system. He holds a PhD from Cambridge, and he will be talking about public transport accessibility level. The next speaker will be Professor Dashimi Mahadevan, professor at Ahmedabad University and Associate Dean of the Art of the same university. She is an architect planner with a PhD from the Jawaharlal Nehru University in Delhi. Her interests are very wide-ranging, from equity issues to sustainability, and has a lot of publication. She will be talking about sustainable mobility, especially for low-income people in the periphery of Ahmedabad. And finally, in the first part, Professor Amit Patel is Assistant Professor of Public Policy at the University of Massachusetts in Boston. He's an architect planner and he holds a PhD from George Mason University in the USA. He will be talking about network of slums and health in the slum, and in the light of the pandemic, which is very topical at the moment. So starting with Bhargav, I will ask him to add any other issue about his CV and then start with his presentation. Bhargav. You are not, you are on mute.
You're muted.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, hello world and greetings. So wherever you are, thanks for the introduction. I don't wish to add anything more because we have 6 people lined up today, and we'll sort of do it very quickly and then open it up for discussion. So am I allowed to share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. Just a minute. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Is my screen? Okay.
Yes. It's all, yeah.
Okay.
Excellent.
So I'm going to talk about public transport accessibility and its implication on planning policy in general. So the talk is divided into sort of 4 sections. First, a quick introduction to the Indian context. and what are the things that come to mind when we're dealing with issues in India. Then a quick overview of the PTAL methodology. Then some work that has been done to apply PTAL, which is public transport accessibility levels, and its mapping to Indian cities. And then the bulk of the discussion is possible applications to planning policy. So whenever we talk about the Indian context, the key message I want to give is that we have a huge proportion of people relying on public transport. And as you can see from these pictures, it is overstressed like any other public service system in India. And obviously this is due to rapid urbanization. There is a lot of overstress. However, at the same time, we would like our public transport systems to be well functioning. And primarily because it gives the lower income people to be part of a bigger labor catchment, and they can increase their income. Sort of mobility improvement leads indirectly to increasing their incomes. So, and of course, we know that the resources are limited, as we discussed in the previous sessions. So we are a poor country and we have limited resources. Given that, what is it that we can do as a starting point? So with that in mind, I'm sort of using this PTAL as a tool to achieve the broader objective of trying to improve our public transport systems. So the sort of key take-home message here is that when we talk about India, on the one hand, we have rapid urbanization, which is overstressing the public transport systems and other systems as well. As against, we are a resource, I mean, we are a poor country. So, these two are two critical things to keep in mind in the Indian context, and more so even probably in the other developing cities of the world. So moving on to the method itself, a very quick historical overview. This method of mapping and measuring public transport accessibility was first started in the London borough of Hammersmith and Fulham in 1992. And over the years, then it got adopted by TfL, which is Transport for London, as a standard method for measuring and mapping public transport accessibility. And apart from London, there are uses in other cities of the UK, US, even Australia, New Zealand, and the Netherlands. So essentially, the method is quite simple and straightforward. So we take a study area or a city, and we have a specific geographic boundary, and you divide the city or the study area into some grid cells. Now, the grid cell is a function of the amount of money you have, to put it very simply. So it's like a resolution of a picture or a camera. If you have more money, you can go for the DSLR, and if you want to zoom in and so on and so forth. But for this purpose, we found a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer grid to be sufficient to take macro strategic decisions at a city level. So once we have this grid, then each point, the centroid of the grid, becomes the point of interest, and that is the starting point. So then a series of steps are sort of carried out. So in context of this points of interest, we have service access points or station access points. So there's a network of routes, and there are bus stops and all that. So how accessible these points are from that bus stop, then we can calculate the walk access time, the frequency of buses will give us the waiting time, and so on. And after a series of calculation, each dot, each POI, which is point of interest, gets an accessibility index, a numerical value. And then using a thematic mapping tool in any GIS software, we can produce very lucid visualization of this accessibility. So this is how it would look like. So this is now graded into a color scheme. We can apply we can even do a monochrome if that's necessary. So the blue in this case is the poorest, and red is the highest. And the one sort of innovation we did here in applying here was to change the AI values to integers or whole numbers. So that makes more sense for policymakers. When we say a point of interest has index of 4, it's not an arbitrary number, but it's an equivalent doorstep frequency, which means 4 buses per hour or bus every 15 minutes, so to say. So that number is relatable, and you can calculate the city average and so on. So this is the mapping output that we get as a first step of measuring and mapping the public transport accessibility. So getting sort of inspired by that London study, we started this work in Ahmedabad in 2014. Then it was done on Surat in 2016. Then two more cities were done 2 years later, Pune and Bangalore. And then in 2002, last year, we did Lucknow, Hubli, Dharwad, and Raipur, Naya Raipur region. And we are not getting into details, but each city presented its own different context, and you have to adapt or tweak the model a bit here and there. But ultimately, given the simplicity of the whole calculation, given that basic data, it is able to, I mean, we were able to produce this sort of visualizations. So now coming on to the main topic of discussion. What can we do with these maps? I mean, the question is, so what? I mean, okay, these are pretty looking maps. Now, when we try to interface that with the planning data, so we have population density, job density, land use map, all future, base year and future, land suitability maps, environmental protection maps, and of course the master plan. All these could be quickly overlaid given the sort of GIS framework, and can help us take some or fine tune our planning decisions. It sort of provides a decision support system to the planners, if you like. So just going over the possible applications. The first one is obviously you can prioritize the PT investments, which means that if you overlay this with the population density, so you see the bars which are, the z-axis is the population density. So we can clearly see that there are areas which are high or tall bars, but the color is on the lower side. So low public transport accessibility. This is where you can focus or channelize the investment. And like a lot of, I mean, even in the UK, they had this TIF, which is Transport Investment Funds. So every city has a fixed budget year on year to be able to pour in transport. So this becomes a quicker way to sort of prioritize budget and do the phasing of the investments. A similar approach can be tried by overlaying the PTAL map with the job density. So in a particular case, there was some data available, not very fine resolution, but at a grid level, for we can make the job density map and overlay it with the PTAL map. The transparency has not come through very well. So the idea is here we can see that there are clusters which are high concentration of job but are not accessible well by public transport. So again, making the point that you can prioritize your investments better in terms of public transport. The other application that I see possible from this is, informing the parking, the TOD, and the NMT connectivity. So areas which have high public transport or PTELs can be a good candidate for parking reduction. And some cities have tried that. A few years back, I sort of heard Jan Gehl, a famous architect planner for Danish, saying that every month or so they reduced a couple of parking blocks from parking slots from the city center, and no one would notice. So gradually this has done and has been implemented. If you look at the peripheral areas in most cities that we studied, the PTEL was either poor or on the medium side. So these also could become good candidates for the park and ride locations where long distance commuters could park and then ride into the wherever there is a good accessibility of public transport. The other innovation we were able to implement in one of the cities was micro PTEL maps. So as I said again, at the strategic level, at the city level, a square kilometer grid which had one centroid, one POI was good enough. But if you have to take surgical decisions, you need to go a bit deeper. And if you subdivide this grid into two, you get 4 and so on. And if you do 100 by 100 meter grid, you get 100 points of interest. And we tried that for a sample area because it was too much resource intensive in terms of computing and all that. If we take a 30 by 30 meter grid, we get about 1,000 points of interest, and we get a very fine resolution of the PTEL map. And those can be useful when we are talking about on-street parking, which varies by location. It's a complex problem, on-street parking. It could be used in better dealing delineation of the transit-oriented development zones. Because if you overlay this sort of map with the cadastral map, which we have the plot information, ownership, and all that, we get more a tailored buffer to the TOD as against the current system of just taking 200 meters on either side of a transit line. So plots are not cut properly, and some of them who should not benefit from TOD start getting benefited, and people who are really near may not be, and so on. So this gives you a better surgical tool to be able to decide the buffer line of the TOD. And also, as we know, the first and last mile connectivity to any PT system is controlled by the non-motorized transport. We can take more focused intervention when designing the footpaths and so on and so on. So the third application we found for PTAL would be locating the social and affordable housing. So in a lot of cases, the city government has its own land owned by them, where they would declare or put social housing. And in a lot of cases we have seen, and Professor Darshini would probably touch on those issues later on, that there is a mismatch between where people are wanting to live, especially the urban poor, and where their jobs are. So that can be avoided if you have a city level accessibility map in which you can cite your own locations. There are some developers, private real estate developers, who are supplying affordable housing, which is slightly on the lower side, but still market rates. They could benefit from these sort of overlays. And of course, some cities are into urban renewal, where they do infill, housing infill. So which could be horizontal or even vertical, underutilized FSI. So for these decisions to be able to be more surgical, a micro PTAL map would be very useful, is what we are thinking. Coming on to the mobility of urban poor, we again did a study in 2019 about public transport accessibility in Ahmedabad, and we overlaid the slum locations on the PTAL map, and we found that even most of the slums are in the red areas or high PTAL, but it doesn't necessarily translate to higher accessibility. Why? Because these people have variable job locations. They are street vendors, they are construction workers, their offices, they don't go to office like most people do. They are variable, and therefore there should be a better sync between the PT system and their job location. So that is what came out from this sort of study. And of course, one of the key things that one could do is that if cities have LUTI models in place, and this is an example of Simplan, which I had worked with Professor Richini a long time back. So there is at the core of that is an input, which is dwelling units or the floor space and the employment. So these, if we have a zonal map, which each zone is a model input, we can overlay some sort of a future PTAL map if we have committed transport schemes, some project reports and all that, and fine tune the LUTI inputs to the model for a future year. So that, and the last sort of application I see is scenario planning. So cities without LUTI models can also still use this sort of mapping, where this is an example where you, in Lucknow, where you overlay the future PTAL map on the future DP. And as we see here, there is a huge mismatch. They have proposed a huge development, but it is almost zero in terms of public transport accessibility. So these sort of mismatches can be taken care of as early as possible before people start building things. And another case of scenario planning where the transport part was very strong and much more committed than the land use plan. So that can be used as a starting point, and we can adjust the development based on some other scenarios. And this is still to be worked out, but as someone mentioned in one of the presentations today, Frank Zhao, I think, that the smart city concept still lacks clarity, and I agree with that. But in terms of the dashboard kind of ideas that have been promoted, we could use this as a dynamic decision-making tool where new routes are added, you get the PTAL map updated, and it's like a front end for the decision makers, which they could use to fine-tune their decisions. So just to conclude, I think in Indian cities do lack a strong legacy of data collection in a systematic way. However, I think given the limited data availability and the resources, as demonstrated, PTEL could be a potential starting point in terms of the public transport, which could significantly impact the planning policy decisions. If a city has LUTI models, it can be used to plug into that. And overall, in the newest smart city mission from Government of India, that is still to be explored in detail. But I think it's a thought worth exploring further, that how can that fit into the bigger picture of the smart city planning. So keeping it short, I would probably end here. And any quick questions, clarifications, or we can take it at the later as the host suggests. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Time.
Thank you, Bhargav. That's very interesting presentation. I think we'll carry on straight into the next presentation, and then the three papers presentation will be discussed together. So I would like Professor Pasini to explain her presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, I was muted. Let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers to invite me to this new world that I'm introduced to, the world of the modelers. On what Bhargav presented today, I think we sit in the same building. So whenever we are going to meet next after COVID reopening of the university, I'm going to tell him to disaggregate his model and put in the concerns that I'm going to talk about today. Because I think in many of the transport models which are sort of run, and even probably Bhargav's model, there is one people is most likely to be divided by income, but we in Indian context we need to be further disaggregating the mobility patterns that get put into the model firstly by gender, not just by income as well as gender. So we would have much more groups of population that get reflected in such kind of modeling. In my today's presentation, I have a problem with my screen. Do you mind if I just show this, because when it's full screen, I have a problem. So my presentation, I'm bringing in from two angles, and it also brings in my research work that I've done over time. I've worked on both housing sector, housing to the urban poor, and also looked at transport sector. In our last low carbon mobility research on urban transport that we did, we actually proposed that we need to look at studies in more when we bring in the data of household level or individual level mobility, travel patterns, we need to disaggregate by the social groups, and we need to represent them in our models. Otherwise, what we get is a model that doesn't really speak to the Indian reality. So it's in this context we developed this and I've circulated the papers to the organizers. So when we talk about largely sustainable mobility, talk about more physical mobility, but physical mobility has a very strong connection with other social and economic mobility, and it's really important in the context that we are in India. Sustainable mobility, and then in sustainable mobility concept, we bring in an external element of what we call social inclusiveness. But many of the models that are run, they don't really try and do that to bring in the various concerns of mobility. For example, women's mobility in our Indian context, and it's global phenomena, but it's more in the context of global South, that they have their trips are largely trip chaining, so they do perform multiple tasks simultaneously. And in that context, the kind of transport models which are origin destination based models don't sort of bring in the nuanced understanding of mobility of a large half the population in Indian cities or in global cities of the global South. Secondly, the sustainable mobility has focused largely on density, diversity, design, and what's called about 6Ds. Public transport and non-motorized transport promotion, but non-motorized transport is always seen as the last leg connectivity, whereas we still have significant population which can't even afford public transport. And I think in Bhargav's model, we need to bring in people who can't actually afford public transport. The other sort of models of arguments about sustainable mobility on heavy dependence on technology is there, but I'm focusing more on the social dimensions of mobility. The second stream of research that I bring into this discussion, and in the current two research papers that are out, one I have circulated, and one which is going to come up in housing studies as a part of a special issue, is linking transport and housing together, and that's what I'm going to bring some sort of flavor of the city that I live in, and there are much larger questions to ponder based on this case that I'm going to present. The land markets, on the other hand, have decided where the poor are going to be located, and it's just not a phenomenon in India alone. It's not a phenomenon in my city alone, but that's a phenomenon observed in large parts of the global south cities. There could be variation. For example, in South Africa, the entire public housing, which is state supported, tend to be far out into the peripheral areas. And in, say, for example, a case study that is part of our joint research is it's far away from the very celebrated bus rapid transit system of Johannesburg. And so to me, a lot of the transport model tend to look to address how to bring people into the public transit network and how to make this shift from private motorized transport to the public transit. But we still have a very large segment of population which is just not mobile. And that lack of mobility is much larger if you look at the women among the low income communities. So I'm going to present to you a situation that what has happened in many of the developing cities of the global south, that gradually either the market pushes the low income populations on the periphery because that's where the land are cheap, or in, at least I can say in Indian context, there have been many infrastructure projects, including the public transport projects that Bhargav has shown. The bus rapid transit system in Ahmedabad, for example, has led to a lot of evictions. City beautification projects have, but even the public transport projects have led to a lot of evictions, and then people get dumped onto the periphery. And this is the photograph of one of the periphery where people were dumped. They are displaced from multiple projects, a large riverfront development project and all other infrastructure projects of the city. They are under the heavy power tension lines, and I don't have that picture, but they are next to the largest garbage dump of the city. And it's here that they sort of carry out their even economic activities. This is the last picture. This one that I'm showing now is a very famous junk food or street food of, I mean, depending on what one looks at it. I call it junk food, but this is a very popular street food of Ahmedabad. And it's made in many of such settlements. And I don't know how this fellow who is so far away from the transport line and from the city going to carry on the business, but it seems that there's no other option. And so we have large number of self-employed who are dumped onto the urban periphery, and then they get into a negative spiral or a vicious cycle of poverty. Ahmedabad is a 6.5 million city, and this is part of the case study that we have done. I want to just briefly just introduce you to the spatial geography of the city. This is the proposal of Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority. That is 2021 plan. Something that is interesting, that you see a circle, which is a ring, which is about 1 kilometer wide. No, 2 kilometer wide ring. This is called the affordable housing belt, which has been now formalized within the development plan of the city. And you see that the transit corridors which are not matching with. So when you putting affordable housing on the periphery, and I think this is what Bhargav was talking about, and he has shown other city cases also, and this is a good example of how in a planned way or in a development plan, there's no integration of transport and housing. And as a result, what we have is people getting dumped onto the periphery, and these are two case studies that we have written in that article. So we're looking at the larger picture of how the city's development happens, how the neoliberal paradigm has shifted housing onto the markets, and in which then dumps poor on the periphery, or the state comes in under the neoliberal paradigm of cities as engines of growth, carries out massive investments in infrastructure, and then displaces people onto the periphery, and state dumps them onto the periphery in the kind of living conditions we have. And what we see in Indian cities is both state and markets have dumped poor onto the periphery through either market processes or authoritarian state actions implemented to planned projects. And this is a new kind of housing that comes up on the periphery. And we took up 2 sites. I don't think we need to go. And we picked up 2 sites carefully. One is a state-supported housing, which is the social housing. And another is a private housing with private sectors, but that's with some state subsidy and involvement of a non-governmental organization. Here we see that this is a very, it's a sort of bottom-up study, primary survey of people who moved from the central parts of the city onto the periphery, but they continue to have their jobs in their previous locations. And you see that the sites are far from the public transport. You can see the BRTS route, and there's a proposed metro route, and the sites that are there are quite far from the proposed transport routes. Same thing is with another site that you see is they're far from the public transport routes. There is what we find, and I'm going to sum up by, if anybody would want more details about it, I can talk about it. So what we did is we studied about life on the periphery because of very poor accessibility. And there are multiple aspects of accessibility. First thing that we find in this low-income communities, either inhabiting the social housing or inhabiting a private housing, which is called affordable housing in India today, the costs and inconveniences of travel have increased. And as Bhargav was saying, there's no last leg connectivity. Even if somebody intends to take a public transport, there's no last leg connectivity. And even for last leg connectivity, because they are not integrated modes of transport, what happens is that one pays for paratransit for the last leg connectivity and then pays for the public transport, and the cost of transport increases exponentially for the people who are put on the periphery. Many have had job constraints and economic stress, especially when we found when women had just dropped out of the labor market. And in low-income households, when women drop out, it has a potential of pushing the family below poverty line. The children have dropped out from the schools. It has also been seen that some people, so some members of the family stay somewhere else in the 5 days or 6 days a week to work and come back to this house only on Sunday or the off day. And so the families have got separated out. And especially many of the sites, which are new sites because they have emerged as the ghettos of the urban poor, there is increased crime rate, and women consistently have reported of not moving out, not going out in the evenings after it gets dark. And as a consequence of that, they have also dropped out of the labor market. So they've dropped out of the labor market because accessibility is poor, and they've dropped out because of lack of safety. And the freer, and there is a general sense of increased crime on the periphery. And lastly, what has happened is that the urban poor, as that agency for change, they've got fragmented, thrown in different rehabilitation sites. So their social networks, the community organizations, etc., have got splintered. And in the new site, they are at loss. So there is no way they feel that have a sense of an agency of change. And this is very damning, because in terms of long-term prospects of improvement in the quality of life and future social and economic mobility, these are going to hinder that process of change. And the result is that there's lack of mobility and freedom, and there's longer term household and social economic mobility is being compromised. In all our studies, we find repeated theme of safety and crime, because these are underserviced area, there's lack of social cohesion. And in many places, we have found that crime has taken the place of livelihood. And I'm going to end very soon.
Darshini, we are running out of time, so if you could.
Okay, so the last two slides are, this is
right,
what,
fine.
and Bhargav also showed this, that we have this, we don't have public transport routes which match with where the location of urban poor, and this is Ahmedabad, but this is Pune, and wherever you see, this is the kind of situation that we have. And so what is the answer? Even if we look at housing and transport next first, do we start with the housing strategy, or do we start with the transport strategy? Do we have transit-oriented development as an answer? To me, which when there is further discussion, maybe I would discuss that as to why that may not be the case. What we need to look at is that we need to mainstream the SDGs in the transport sector decisions that we would take, because transport is going to be very important means for even addressing climate change. And so we need to look at things in more holistic manner, integrated manner, than just address things sectorally. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Darshini. I think it's a very interesting point that you are making, especially the idea of the importance of mobility for social cohesion and inclusivity. We'll come back to this for some discussion, but may I call Amit, Professor Amit Patel, to present his presentation. Thank you. Amit, I think you are with, yes, now, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great, sorry about that. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for organizing this and inviting me here. I'm going to talk about if we conceptualize slums and cities as networks, what are the implications for urban planning and public health? So this is more a thought experiment, and I'm going to present it in the context of slum health in the current pandemic situation. But I believe that there is a wider implication for long-term urban planning and for public health if they are separable. So let me jump into this. So I borrowed this, Professor Betty is here, so I don't need to talk too much about this, but I borrowed this idea from New Science of Cities, where all of this work is enshrined. I suggest, Dean, that you keep this next to Bible as well. And the key idea here is that cities have been long conceptualized as places in space, and maps have dominated our imagination when it comes to urban planning. But this is not just mere place in a space. There are networks. This is a system of networks and flows. Networks could be physical, but they're not just physical networks. They're like street networks, but they could be social networks, and they do not manifest necessarily geographically. In this conceptualization, both people and places are nodes and linkages simultaneously. So to give you an example, a seller and a buyer, which are people, could be nodes, and market is a node that links between the two, and market could be a physical place. In the other context, work and home are physical places, but a commuter is the link between the two. So the people becomes linkages. So this is the kind of context in which we are talking about this. So I'm thinking about how do we organize our imagination of cities in slums in particular, as multiple overlapping and interacting networks. And if these are the principles of New Science of Cities, There is a parallel tradition in urban health where there are principles of slum health and urban health in general. In there, the proposition is that urban planning should be visualized as a preventive medicine because how we design our cities determines quite a lot of our health outcomes collectively and individually. So in this view, epidemiology is not just physical, it's eco-social, and that's where the network comes into the play, that a disease spread is not just physical phenomena. Who meets whom, and they might not be connected physically is all matters. And people are very much part of the intervention. So if you just say mandatory mask and we don't rely on people, of course, it's not going to work. In slum health, another principle is that urban management is an adaptive process. So we learn from how things have worked, has not worked, and so on. Now, this is quite overlapping with the complexity science and new science of cities in terms of how we visualize cities and systems. And four of the things that stand out for me is that in both traditions, the collective action is getting a central role. There is a heightened attention to new types of data and indicators. We have quite a lot of urban measures that would have not existed just 2 or 3 decades ago. And then cities are viewed as complex systems, and they both call for bottom-up approaches to planning and public health. So those are like kind of bases for me to propose that we integrate new science and slum health together. And in that kind of visualization, what I think is that there are 4 key networks that are important. The first one is networks within single slum communities. The second is networks between slums and non-slums. Third is how the goods and services flow in the city. And finally, cities are not closed systems. So there are migration networks that we need to consider. City, in that sense, expands to the regions from where it draws people. So if we visualize these places as networks, there is one really nice example from Sao Paulo where these networks were mobilized. So slum residents really rely heavily on each other when there is a catastrophic events or emergencies like COVID-19. And they serve as social capital. We have seen this in microfinance context where this social capital has been used for lending and borrowing and so on. But our public health responses and urban planning has rarely recognized these networks as a resource. And in this context, you can see the top photograph. These are 400 new street residents in one of the favelas, Paraísopolis in Sao Paulo. They self-organized themselves. They hired their own doctors, ambulance, that's the second picture, and eventually demanded for the rights from the city government. So that's the kind of networks we are talking about. And they are absent when we talk about these things just with maps and so on in our discussion. And then this imagination of cities, slums and non-slums, not only in science, in art, you can see the photograph by a famous Unequal Scenes project by Miller, that they are conceptualized as 2 separate systems, but no city would function if we don't see them as part of one integral system. So slums and non-slums are not that separable. And when we suggest policies like lockdown, what it does is it affects livelihoods for poor people who live in slums, but it also affects non-slum communities equally by cutting off their supply for goods and services that cannot work. For example, like waste collection in many of the Indian cities where slum dwellers play a key role. So to me, this is a false dichotomy of slums and non-slums. The system is just a single system and is made up of several networks, and one key network is employment. The slums and non-slums interact very much if you think about domestic help or supplies like food and vegetables. So this is one example from Ahmedabad at the lower left photograph where a program called Vegetables on Wheels was launched, and which is a perfect example of how a network was utilized. An NGO, the local city government in non-slum and slum dwellers come together, which kind of serves a common purpose for all of us. And that's, I think that's one good example of how networks can be utilized. The Third network that I talked about is of goods and services. And this is like Uber Eats, there's a company called Swiggy that planned to deliver millions of meals to people in India when we were under the strict lockdown for 21 days in March. So this was yet another example of how physical networks and the communication networks, which is like Uber Eats, which is a decentralized system of knowing where the demand is, where the supply is, the kitchen and the restaurant, is used to meet with an emergency. So this is another example of how the services could be delivered using the networks. And then finally, if you look at the city as a closed system and come up with lockdowns where migrants are not allowed to leave, that's what has created people to a situation where people have walked hundreds of kilometers. As you can see in this photograph, it became the news everywhere. But cities are, of course, not a closed system. People come to the cities and they are migrants and they still remain connected with their origins. And if you think about the pandemic, they have the dependent population waiting for them in the origins, as well as their inability to sustain in a lockdown situation when they lose livelihood. So these are kind of issues when we take a look at city as a network made up of migrants coming from different parts of the country. We will look at our measures differently, and we might not even propose such a measure in the first place. So what are the implications of such a view? If we take a traditional view, we of course come up with, like, if you look at slum as a place, we think about containment zones and geographic quarantine and draw boundaries around them and say nobody can live this place. But if we look at social network view of a slum, then that becomes a resource. And we can say that how can we mobilize this resource to fight with this pandemic? If we take slums and non-slum as disconnected and segregated places, we will do heavy-handed policing of slums, and there is a potential for blame making. These are the super spreaders and so on. If we look at employment networks instead, where slums and non-slums interact, we would rather think of contact tracing and say, a person from a slum goes to work in the nearby apartments in 20 different households. Now that can be useful to model the disease spread, that can be used to curb the disease spread. And that's a very different view as opposed to physical quarantining, which is of course not a real wall. You can't really stop people to not go to work and do things. So these are some of the examples. When we look at city as a closed system, migrants are forcefully kept in the city, versus how do we safely take them back to their origins and ask them to self-quarantine. That's the kind of idea behind this. So I'll in the interest of time, I'll stop at that and say that this paper is a think piece, is published in Cities and Health. Anyone interested, I've shared it with the organizers and looking forward to hear your thoughts on this view of cities. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Amit. That's very, very interesting. I completely agree on these connections between networks within the slum and between places. Very, very interesting discussion. We'll have a few minutes for, 10 minutes for discussions. And I will start by saying a few words for clarification. I would like to hear from Bhargav, what is the system of public transport in India? How is provided? Is it all a state provision or it is a private provision? And how does it work? Who plans that? Do you have regulations about the plan and the public transport? Because that is has a lot of implication about planning. And also the question of fares. Are they flat fare or distance-related fare? Which also connected also to the Darshini presentation. So, Bhargav, can you reply?
So usually in Indian cities, the urban local body or the municipal corporation is responsible for providing the public transport. So what they usually do is they will have a bus service, and the lacuna is provided by the sort of private market in terms of auto rickshaws and chakras, which is intermediate public transport. So these two together basically take care of their needs. In some cases where the city is not self-sufficient to be able to generate funds to have its own system, the state provides some sort of subsidy to be able to operate, which is operated by the state. So this is the way it is operated. The regulation in terms of fare and all that, it is up to the local urban body, which is made of the elected people, to decide the fares, and it is stage wise. So 2, 4, 6 kilometers, the fare would change. And it is usually much cheaper, the pure city bus system. The BRTS has slightly higher rates because it provides a higher level of service. So these are the, I mean, quick answers to the questions. If
yes,
is that?
I have another question about Darshini presentation. You mentioned non-motorized transport. What proportion of non-motorized transport is in the Indian city, and especially in Ahmedabad? You need to open the microphone.
Sorry, I'm going to answer. Bhargav has to answer that.
Yeah, I mean, I had some figure from a past study, but it was 55% was non-motorized. That is slow modes, walking and cycling.
How much?
55.
55. Oh, yeah.
So there are two answers. There are two answers to it. If we look at on an average, it's around half. In large cities such as Delhi, Mumbai, the non-motorized transport would be less. But in the second tier of cities, it is between 50 and 60%. But for women, it's 70%, 70 to 80%. They tend to walk. They don't even bicycle in Indian context because of the cultural factors. And hence, the distances they travel are very, very small. And that's where even housing transport nexus come in, because they tend to live near the place of work. And because if they work in the central parts of the city and the land markets are very high, so they tend to live in the informal sector. And till now, informal sector was an accepted part of the city, but in this new process of city renewal and regeneration and massive investments coming, it's this sector that's been evicted out and thrown out of the cities. And that's why women are losing their mobility in large numbers.
Yeah.
There's a question in the chat. Do I need to answer now, or would you?
There is a question by the audience, which I think is a very interesting address to you, Darshini, which is somebody, Saif Siddiqui, who said that what is more sustainable practice, to design transport policies according to housing settlement or housing settlements according to the transport infrastructure? That's a question for you, Darshini.
I think to be able to answer that, both housing and transport require public land. So we need more presence of the state in the urban sector, and then we need to, if we are going to design housing, firstly the transport and then put in housing, what would happen is that there is a possibility of a sprawl, which is also what we would not desire in Indian cities. And if we are going to be making the transition to low carbon cities, we would need to still control the sprawl. And hence, I think I would think firstly about housing. And my problem with finding an answer to the housing is that housing is everywhere in the world, including in India, determined by how the markets work. And markets are not favoring the urban poor. And that's why many of the Latin American cities thought that let poor be pushed out to the periphery and then we'll put in BRTs, as the Bogota has done that way. But I don't think that's an optimum solution. We should probably, and to me, any transformation in the city that needs to be thought of, needs to be centered firstly around housing. And I'm hoping Amit is going to agree with me that that would be a starting point for any city transformation and not other aspects of city development.
Well, thank you, Darshini. There is another interesting question for Amit. So have you seen the question, Amit?
If you're talking about question by Pooja, I have answered it in the chat.
Yes.
Okay, yes. So Seva is an NGO and it partnered with a local government of Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. So there is a role for the state. And the other thing I was thinking about, Swiggy, the Uber Eats, they cannot deliver the food if the kitchen and restaurant are not allowed to open for this purpose, and the delivery people are not allowed to move around. So if you remember the lockdown, that was a heavily policed event, and hence I can see that if the state does not have an active role, it certainly has a passive role of permitting such an initiative. So that's my quick thought on that question.
Good. Well, it has been a very interesting presentation, and we may have more time later on if depend on how long the presentation of the next set of speaker. So thank you very much for very interesting presentations. So now the second session is concerned with specific aspect of rapid urbanization. And I will start with Professor Raghavendra. He is a professor and director of the Ashoka School of Planning and Architecture at Ahmedabad. He is an architect planner and founding director of a center which is connected with vibrant, efficient network urban settlement. And also he has a PhD from Cambridge. The next presentation will be by Professor Shweta Manchada, she's an associate professor of School of Architecture and Planning of New Delhi University, and she's an architect with a PhD on environmental design from Cambridge. She will be concentrating on the question of energy use in buildings. And finally, Mr. Raghu, who is a partner at Trilogue, a studio and director of Narayana Rao Consultant Group. He's an architect with a master in design technology from the University of Illinois, and he will be talking about affordable housing. So first, Professor Raghav, so could you comments, please? Could you put your microphone, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon from India. I'm speaking to everyone from Hyderabad, a million-plus city in South India. As Professor Masial has introduced me, I was a PhD student at the Martin Center between 2002 and 2006. I was examining what people would prefer, would pay for improved water services and so on and so forth. And thereafter, I came back to India. I was an advisor to the government of Andhra Pradesh, and we were working on several important water supply and sanitation projects. And thereafter, I was a professor at the Administrative Staff College of India, which is a national think tank established by the first Prime Minister. And more recently, I've taken up a position as a director of a School of Planning and Architecture. Also, for the past 3 years, we've established a small research center here in Hyderabad on the future of sustainable cities and so on and so forth. So I'll proceed with my presentation. All of us know that, the topic itself for the India theme is about rapid urbanization, and all of us know that India is urbanizing fairly rapidly. And more so in the recent past, we see that the trajectory from 2000 to 2050, we find that, this is the projected trajectory, and we've experienced 20 years as part of this trajectory. We notice that there is fairly rapid urbanization. And the way we are experiencing this, as we can see in the second slide here, is that more and more people are settling down in million-plus cities. In fact, at the moment, more than 40% of India's population is currently residing in the million-plus cities. And on last count, this was about 50+ million cities in India. And India is one of the largest human settlement system in the world, with a network of 8,000 towns and cities and nearly 650,000 villages. So it's very important for a country of India's size, and for a country of for a country such as India to think about the future of its human settlements, and more so in the case of what we are proposing to do in terms of securing water for our human settlements. So here we see that, as I was just mentioning, when we started the last century in 1901, and the only million-plus city was in Calcutta. And from there on, we've actually moved on to a situation where 53 there are 53 million plus cities, and this is expected to touch 75, and perhaps maybe a decade from now, we could even touch 100 million plus cities. In terms of what we're doing with water supply, in fact, this is a very high priority of the government to ensure that every household is served with adequate water. And piped water supply, in fact, is a high priority of both the national and state governments, and of course local governments here. More recently, we have had the national water policy in 2012, and also the Jal Shakti Abhiyan, which has a sub-theme of Har Ghar Jal, which is pipe water for every house, be that rural or urban. And the larger, it's projected that every household in India would have a pipe water connection by the year 2024. A lot of progress has been made here. Also, there is unregulated groundwater extraction in India, because of which the national government has actually promulgated the Model Groundwater Regulation Bill recently in 2017, and we've also entered into a strategic partnership with the government of Israel on water management, desalination, and recycling technologies. More recently, I think for the first time, we've also had the national think tank established by the national government, which is the Niti Aayog, which was in its previous avatar was the Planning Commission. So the Niti Aayog has in fact come out with a competitive framework for every state to develop its own water management policy, and has also developed what is called a composite water management index, comprising various strategies and so on and so forth. There is also mention of what we need to do in terms of securing water for our human settlements in the urban areas. So in terms of what the challenges are, these challenges are known to us. Most importantly, we don't have regulation of public water utilities. At the same time, the water supply is intermittent. We do not have a continuous water supply. And also, there are huge energy costs associated with pumping water from far. We'll come to that. And of course, we also have huge losses in our water supply system. In fact, our water supply system has one of the, I would say, in terms of the large water supply systems in the world, ours has a substantively high proportion of water losses. This is estimated to be as high as about 40%. So for every 10 drops of water that go into water supply system, 4 actually don't reach the household because of leakages and so on and so forth. Now, all of us know that India's poster boy cities, which are Bangalore, Ahmedabad, New Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai, and of course a lot of other cities, million-plus cities, they are exhibiting one of the fastest, I would say, growth rates in the world currently. I mean, we're talking about growth rates of 6%, 7%, and 8% of nearly all the million-plus cities in India. And of course, we are growing from where we are, which means there's a lot of catching up to do. But what also is happening here, I mean, these areas that we are discussing here, the city area that can be seen in the third column, is actually just the core city area. And we're also showing here the population that was reported in the census 2011. Now, what is happening and what all the cities are experiencing is that with every passing decade, we find that we are going farther and farther away from cities to secure our water. For instance, Chennai is actually talking about getting water by trains from another town, and also getting water from another state. And nearly every large city in India is actually going as far as 200 kilometers or 150, 200 kilometers away from its city to secure water supply. So I started my career after my PhD. I just, like everyone else, believe that it makes a lot of sense for us to take our water supply network and establish our water supply network, and the pipe would actually deliver household water security to everybody. But if we look closely at this data, I think we may have to question that wisdom. So why I'm discussing this is because, for instance, if you look at what's happening here, I'm talking about, if you look at one of the columns here, which is annual energy costs on pumping water. Because most of our cities, initially when they started off, we had a water supply through gravity. But as the cities have expanded, we find that we are looking at newer and newer sources, which actually requires a lot of energy to pump water, not through gravity, but by pumping. And we're talking about pumping a lot of water. For instance, now Mumbai is talking about a project where it takes 40 hours for a drop of water from the source to actually come to the city. So this is the kind of complex water supply systems that we are trying to develop, and at the same time we are seeing here that, for instance, the open area per capita of square meters, while, for instance, the United Nations recommends at least 9 square meter of per capita open space, and in fact it's much more in some of the planned cities in the developed world. But most of our cities, the open area is actually quite less. But we look at two cases as part of this presentation. Also, I have presented for the benefit of readers here, and of course participants, the annual rainfall data that's been secured from the Met Department for the past 10 years. And we also find that if we extrapolate that to the surface area of the city and to the larger metropolitan surface area of the city, there is quite a substantive amount of water that comes to us on an annual basis through rainwater. And if we were to actually develop a system that is able to store some of this, or at least 50% of this, we should be able to secure some of our water concerns, not all of them though. At the moment, the way we are planning our cities, nearly 90% of the surface of our cities is impervious, which means that all the water that falls on our cities is actually going into stormwater drains, and then into the sewage treatment plants, and so on and so forth. This is actually not going right into the ground. And report after report after report in India tells us that we're extracting much more water than is actually falling on our cities by way of rainwater. Now, when we look at, I'm only presenting two cases because we don't have much time, but this is I would say the scenario in most of the large cities in India. So what we find here is I'm presenting data that's available from the year 1920. So this, if we go back to maybe a couple of slides, the city of Hyderabad was founded in the year around the year 1600. So the first 300 years or so, the city actually did not go outside its boundaries to get secure water for itself. And slowly what we find is, as the city has started expanding, and when we planned our first water supply projects, nearly all of them were through gravity, which means there are no energy costs to the way we are actually planning a water supply system. But from 1965 onwards, we find that as the city has expanded, a lot of nearly all the water that is coming into the city is actually pumped to the city, and that is resulting in humongous energy costs. In fact, I have been part of studies that have actually revealed to us that nearly 10 to 25% of local municipal budgets in India are actually spent on pumping water because of, I would say, poorly planned cities and regions as well. So, for instance, the most recent source that we have actually tapped into, the river Godavari, is actually 186 kilometers away from the city of Hyderabad. So while this is, while we are going very, very far off, I don't think, we have developed a master plan that says, that has, for instance, a long range plan of say 100 years or 200 years or 400 years that informs us that as we expand, these are the sources that we are going to tap into and ensure that we tap into these sources using gravity, and so that the energy costs are reduced. And also, I'm presenting data from Bangalore, for instance, and this is again true of very large cities. This is true of Hyderabad as well. If we look at actual GIS data of what's happening on with respect to our green cover, what's happening with our green cover in our large cities, we find a dramatic decrease. For instance, in the year 1973, we find that 68% of Bangalore, for instance, had green cover. And that in the next 4 decades or so has dramatically reduced to less than 14%. So while our plans, while our city development plans, master plans and development plans are earmarking a lot of spaces for green cover, and are also talking about conserving water bodies and so on and so forth, we find that in reality, when we are using GIS and other tools, we find that in the larger cities at least, we find that the green cover and area allocated to water bodies has dramatically reduced, and as we can see in the case of water bodies as well. So the question that I'm asking is, from the cases that we have seen, and this is true of other cities as well, so what exactly is urban infrastructure? What urban water infrastructure? Is it just a pipe? Is it a pipe that delivers water to households? Or is it part of a larger infrastructure that cities must plan with their water bodies, with the green cover and so on and so forth, so that we have adequate open spaces, adequate absorption capacity of the city to not just absorb rainfall, but also help with other livability indicators that I think have very strong correlations with this concept that I'm talking about, which is what permeable cities ought to be doing. So the question is, the answer here, what I'm trying to suggest is that while it is important that we get the pipe water network into cities, we must not and should not ignore basic urban planning principles of ensuring adequate green cover, conservation of water, planning for water tanks and lakes and so on and so forth, so that in the long run, we actually don't end up going 50 and 100 and 200 and 400 kilometers away from our cities. And this, in the long run, is definitely unsustainable. So while we are actually talking about growth, I would insist that sustainability should also be part of this growth story, and we should be adequately planning in the long range for a water supply. And water supply is, once again, I would like to repeat, I don't think it is just a piped water network and a network that is going to deliver water to the house. Because as we have seen in Bangalore, while a pipe would actually reach every home, but I don't think if you're going to be ignoring urban planning principles, you're going to end up with sustainable cities, because we're going to have large energy costs and so on and so forth. So
we are finishing. So could you please finish as soon as possible, please?
Yeah, I'm finishing. So, I suggest that I strongly recommend that we plan for permeability of cities, and we also look very closely at the interactions of water supply planning with infrastructure requirements in other sectors, mobility, green cover, conservation of water bodies, and so on and so forth. And I think all of this would result in perhaps more coherent approach where we have one city, one vision, and one plan. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Agar. Fascinating study. I can sort of add to your research, and we have done research here in the UK as well, and we think that permeability is an essential aspect of water provision and also prevention of flooding, because at the moment we have a lot of a hard surface which generates enormous amount of flooding in downstream. So thank you very much. So may I ask Professor Shweta to give a talk on his, to the presentation, please. Is she, yeah. Shweta? I think, is she having problems? There you are. I'm not sure if somebody can help Shweta. I cannot see the full ink. Can you do that? Something? Do you have?
I don't really have more contacts. Bhargav, would you have a telephone number or something? Meanwhile, perhaps we could move on to the next speaker, Marcel.
Yeah, all right.
So we'll give Shweta some time to recover from the connection problems.
No,
I think it's got to happen somewhere.
Yeah, I think it's happening now. All right, that's very good. Shweta, can you hear us?
No, yeah, Professor Marcial, this is Raghuram. I'll connect with Shweta and I'll help her with the presentation. I think we're going on to the next presentation, which is by Raghuram, the architect.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
And could you do that, Raghu? Yeah.
Yeah. Am I audible? I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yes, you
Perfectly
are
audible.
perfect. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on which part of the world we're all connecting from. Looking at the preceding presentations, which have all been so informative, I am going to deal with a very specific issue, which has which I have been trying to tackle in the professional world, and that is the aspect of technology as a rapid adaptive response to building design and construction. And there are two case studies that that I will actually look at. One is on mass housing, mass urban housing, and the second is an adaptive retrofit in the case of pandemic of large facilities such as exhibition halls, convention centers, and so on. So the first case study is a project known as the Life Mission for the government of Kerala, where we had to provide affordable housing within a period of about 6 to 8 months for across almost 17 odd districts. The first 14 came in the phase 1, and the remaining 3 districts were picked up at a later date. And there were totally almost about 2,500 plus units that had to be provided in this very short period of time. And in doing so, what were the current challenges that we had faced, or we continue to face here in India as we provide housing for regions all across in urban areas, semi-urban areas, and so on. Now, the first is, of course, labor shortage, which we face across different building types, whether it be commercial, industrial, housing, or retail. The second is price escalations of materials and goods. There are issues of approvals and delays due to getting the government approvals. There are shortfalls in design and engineering coordination. There is a hesitation to accept new technologies to address these challenges. And the last is, of course, the accessibility and logistics of construction in remote areas. especially this was a case in point, this particular project across the state of Kerala, which is the southwestern most region in India, where such housing had to be provided not just in urban areas, but in semi-urban and some even remote rural areas. Now, so the aspect of current modes of construction, which was in situ regular concrete construction, had all of these related issues, and it could not be used as a mode of delivery if the project had to be successful and if the project had to achieve its objectives. So based on a comparison of in situ construction, steel, cold rolled steel construction, precast concrete, and light gauge steel frame, we finally adopted light gauge steel frame as a means to achieve this objective and solve this design challenge and solve the problem. So the second aspect of the challenge, second part of the challenge, was in ensuring that when we adopt this new technology, how do we make it acceptable to the end user? Because the society was coming from a background where the housing has always traditionally been a brick and mortar type of construction. But we looked at what were the challenges that were being faced by such a traditional mode of project delivery. And therefore, how is it possible to adapt the planning, adapt the aesthetics, and adapt the user aspirations to a new technology? So we went back to the drawing board. We looked at the 2-bedroom units, typical 2-bedroom units with kitchen and living and dining. We adopted an area of each unit to be about 500 square feet because it was going to be in the affordable category. And we restricted the each building size to be about 44, 45, or less than 50 units on average. The reason for doing that was, one, affordability was always a point of consideration. The second is that we wanted to keep it mid-rise. The minute that we go for a high-rise construction, we're going to come back to tackling the same problems. So if we were to, as a prototype, design and engineer and construct buildings that are going to remain in the mid-size or mid-height, mid-rise category, we would be able to achieve our objectives. The last part of it was the services, utilities, the parking, the green space, recreation had all to be provided within this particular parameter and within this particular cost consideration. So once we were able to achieve the planning perspective, then we shifted to the construction and the engineering aspect of it, which is what we then looked at the wall construction. We looked at the floor, the slabs, the roofing, the substructure, and the foundation. And what we then arrived at was the foundation of the substructure would continue the traditional method of in situ concrete construction, whereas the superstructure is when we actually make the transition to the new technology, which is your light gauge steel frame. The light gauge steel frame is essentially a combination of joists, which are cold rolled, hot rolled, pre-manufactured at the factory, delivered to the site, and only the assembling takes place at site. So it is not labor intensive. It is modular. It is completely coordinated at the design stage itself. It's coordinated at the factory as well. And as a result of which, the delays or the challenges that we face in current modes of construction in India, in the housing sector, are actually alleviated. This type of construction, whether it be pre-engineered or whether it be light gauge steel, is common in retail, in commercial and industrial projects in India. But the housing sector is actually, it's a paradigm shift, and it's a new mode of project delivery. And hence, it's important that the prototypes had to achieve those immediate objectives. Then the next challenge was, how do we, when using this new mode of construction, how do we achieve the aesthetics that will still make it look residential, that will still have acceptance from the end user, have acceptance from the authorities, etc. So what you see on the screen here is the base, the core structure, which is your floor framing and your the wall framing. Again, by using the light gauge steel frame, which is built as joists and channels, and then how we clad that with the fiber cement board on each side. And the foundation, like I spoke about, was going to be a cast in situ pile foundation or footings. So this is then once we are able to use the wall or the superstructure with the fiber cement board, then we are able to clad it or you finish it in using the acceptable means of residential finishes, whether it be paint, whether it be some kind of a stone cladding, or whether it be kind of any kind of a final finish. As a result of which, we're able to almost marry the new modes of design and engineering in the housing sector. Again, I reiterate the fact that especially in the housing sector, so marry the new modes of design, engineering, and construction with the acceptable means of aesthetics and project, acceptance. The success of this project largely depended on two factors, obviously. At the end of the day, it is the bottom line, whether we are able to achieve the cost consideration and whether we are able to achieve time. And as we did in the initial stages, and we kept evaluating right through the project construction or right through the project handover, was on the aspect of time. And we were able to complete the first set of prototypes within a period of 6 months and hand over for occupation and hand over for all the electrical, the plumbing, and all the other finishes. The cost when we analyzed it at the engineering stage, it worked out to about INR 6 crores. So that kind of works out to about 60 million per building. If you put a dollar, 70 Indian rupee to a dollar, you can work the math. And that ended up being less than if we were to go for a pre-engineered building or if we were to go to a precast concrete structure. And it would be even much, much less than if we go in for a cast in situ or a regular means of construction. So by means of volume, because of the aspect of volume of construction, because of the aspect of the modularity of planning, because of the aspects of the pre-manufacturing aspect of it, and only the assembling of at site, we were able to not only keep the costs down, but also deliver the project and also make it acceptable to the end user. The second case study, where again technology is a tool that we have used in recent times, has come as specifically. It was a very specific case where we had to retrofit large halls or large facilities to treat, in the case of pandemic treatment and isolation. And this one was actually a study that originated in collaboration with Professor Alan Short, Professor Andrew Woods, Professor Shashidhara, and myself, where I was providing the design and engineering support to the team. And what we looked at was that in the case of a pandemic, existing health infrastructure is actually stretched to meet the challenges of treatment and isolation. So how do we use technology to address that problem? So what we realized is that in the case of a pandemic, many of these large halls or large facilities, whether be, like I told you, like sports facilities or convention centers, they are no longer used because people do not congregate there. So we take up those facilities, and they are typically large halls, which with a steel structure, and they have a large volume of space, which is actually a shell in which we can go in, and then we actually use the same concept of steel or pre-engineered or pre-manufactured steel joists, angles and channels, and demountable partitions to create these wards within this large infrastructure. And if you look at this, that was the visual of one of the halls that were taken up for this particular study. and this particular retrofitting. And what we do, you see on the top right of the screen is this particular large hall. And then what you see is the actual planning of that particular space with typically about 10 or 12 wards, each with its own partition system, it's with its own ceiling, and with its own air handling units. Because as we see that many of these facilities are already well ventilated, they are already geared up to take the construction loads because of the type of construction. So it is very, very adept to taking up this kind of a retrofit. And what we did is we can again plan this in a very modular way. And as a result of that, again, the modularity allows for speed, allows for costs to be controlled, and it allows for repetition, and therefore it allows for systems to be easily integrated, whether it looks at exhaust and supply air to retrofit these facilities. So if you look at one particular ward or one particular system, so once we have that shell created within this large facility, we then go in and provide the specific fresh air duct, specific exhaust air ducts. And we used this study by Professor Andrew Woods and Professor Alan Short to plan the airflow such that you do prevent cross-contamination, allow for again isolation, and also protect the healthcare workers or the frontline workers who are actually manning these particular facilities. So that was actually the using a combination of technology and engineering to address this particular pandemic-specific problem. And then when we look at the overall section of the building, so you look at the visuals on the top as to how the basic frame that is there and how these particular systems are actually retrofitted within that particular existing framework. And the best part of this is that each of these particular interventions are actually modular, they are actually demountable. So post-pandemic, they can actually be removed, they can actually be moved to another location, and it's an extremely dynamic mode of project delivery and construction, which is actually very, very adaptive. So this we had suggested for two projects. There was one project which happened in Pune and one project which happened in my own city in Chennai, and both for the governments. And luckily for us, the pandemic here in India is on the fall right now, and hopefully that we would not be in a situation where we need to deploy this technology more in the coming months. But should something happen in the future, God forbid, we have the capability, we have the engineering done to support any initiatives to augment the capacity of healthcare institutions across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Raghu. That's a very interesting application of technology to, housing and this pandemic issue. I would like to know if
hello.
Ima, yes, where are you? Very good, Shweta, yes.
Working now.
Are you able to present it now?
Yeah, let me just try.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Just give me a minute. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. It's going to some privacy setting.
Shweta, I have shared your presentation if that's
Okay,
all
thank
right
you.
with you.
Yeah, I think
um,
that's fine. Thank you
yeah.
so much. I don't know, there's some privacy settings which I'm not able to get around. So yeah, thank you, Professor. I'm Shweta Manchanda. I'm an architect, and my area of work is sustainable design. And I had the good fortune of working on some technical expert committees on behalf of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency that have been looking at the development of the energy code for residential buildings and other guidelines as well for residential buildings. And I'm going to present some of that work today. As some of the speakers have already pointed out, housing is one of the fastest growing sectors due to India's rapid urbanization. And also it's responsible for some of the highest levels of energy consumption, more so because a lot of the energy consumption comes from air conditioning and expected air conditioning, so to say. So through these studies, I like to showcase how modeling and analytics can very effectively throw light on some of the very pressing issues of urban growth. The next slide, please. Yeah, just next. So the first study is a study of spatial configuration that analyzed housing typologies and urban densities and their impact on the immediate urban environment. So if you go next, just move on to the next slide. While these modeling studies showed that there was a clear advantage of more compact typologies, it also showed there was maybe some drawbacks of advocating very high densities in urban areas for multifamily housing. So while the temperatures may drop with slightly higher densities, so say FSIs of about 2, if we go higher to about 3 or 4, the temperatures, immediate temperatures start increasing, and that could have a detrimental effect on the urban environment, as well as the energy consumption in the housing, which will be directly impacted by the outside temperatures, right? And so it was inferred that possibly they, density and typology had impacts on the, the radiant temperatures and wind flows interactively that impacted the urban temperatures, and the modeling was able to showcase this otherwise, kind of a complex problem. The second study was a study of energy labeling, and this has maybe perhaps paved the way for the current labeling system that has recently been launched. This study reviewed the rating systems in India and identified clear gaps in the addressing of energy efficiency in the housing sector. If you go next, what it proposed was a sort of a tiered approach, considering the socioeconomic status, the socioeconomic structure of the housing in India. It proposed a tiered approach to targeting energy efficiency, whereby more stringent measures may need to be recommended for housing with lifestyles which were more energy consuming. So sort of a baseline for the affordable and the middle income groups, and maybe a more stringent approach for the higher income groups. So if you go next, this sort of paved the way for studies on thermal comfort standards. And just go ahead. A review of analysis of the thermal comfort studies both in India and abroad showed a paucity of research on specifically on housing, and more so in the Indian context. And there were only a few scattered studies that were done in different cities. that showed a high degree of variability. So if you can just skim through the other 3 slides. Only recently, a large-scale project has been launched by the government to study the thermal comfort standards in India. And what the review also pointed out was that these studies need to look at characteristics of housing, characteristics of occupants, which are very specific to housing, such as variation in age, living spaces, variation in activity levels, and so on, not to mention the cultural factors and the socioeconomic factors, which the previous study also highlighted. So just go ahead. The last study is a study that was done on photovoltaic panels. And photovoltaic panels are being quite commonly advocated to offset the energy consumption by buildings. However, what this study tried to assess was the impact of the photovoltaic panels on the immediate urban environment. And 3 parallel studies were done. One was a land-based study. Go ahead. And it was using Landsat imagery of photovoltaic panels, and the others complementary studies were simulation based and monitoring based. And all 3 studies pointed out to a consistent increase in the immediate urban temperatures. So this finding sort of throws caution to the widespread prescription of photovoltaics in urban recommendations before further studies kind of clarify this picture. So I won't take too much of time and wrap up. If you can just go ahead to the last slide, Raghavendra, thank you. Just the last slide. I think, I just got a selection of studies, and together what I'm wanting to kind of underscore is that there is a need to look into design considerations in detail, whether they are related to planning, lifestyle, or occupant behaviors, or technology installations, before we kind of while we are in this process of formulating the policies for energy efficient growth in the country. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shweta. You went a bit too fast, so I couldn't see many of your slides properly. But I think I got the gist about it. I think what we could do is open now for discussion if there is any questions here. But if we start with Raghav, interesting proposition that we need to have more permeable cities in order to collect water from the places nearby the demand. But in order to do that, Raghav, you need to have also pumping equipment in order to extract the water from the underground. So have you taken that into consideration? Probably will be less energy required for pumping the water locally than transporting. But have you calculated that impact? And the second question, I said, what percentage of the water requirement, the potable, drinking water, can be got from the rainfall in those cities that you illustrated, which I think is an important issue. Raghav.
Yeah, Professor, I would say that rainfall would meet up to about 25 to 30% of the requirement of water in cities. At the moment, the groundwater extraction is completely unsustainable because we are extracting 3 times, 4 times, even 10 times the amount of rainfall falling on our cities and, of course, in and around our human settlements. The water footprint, if I can use that terminology, is such that if 1% of the surface is actually allocated for cities, the footprint is as wide as nearly 41% of the national surface for securing water for towns and cities. Coming to the first question, Professor Marcial, I would want to, share that India has actually had a very, very efficient system of planning where we need not have water stored underground to extract it through pumps and so on and so forth to get it onto the ground. We have had a network of lakes, and both natural and artificially created, and these have traditionally been storing water for a long, long time. It is only now, because of unplanned urbanization, that we are encroaching upon our water bodies, upon our green cover, what I would call thoughtless and single-minded focus on growth. When I say thoughtless, I said thoughtless planning, long-range planning. What I'm trying to suggest, Professor, through my study and of course the recommendation is that it is not just enough if we get the pipe. We also need to keep our surfaces, our green cover available. Similarly, we need to conserve water through other technologies and other means, and not necessarily have an underground infrastructure of stored water through rainwater. That's something that I'm suggesting. And increasingly, we are going very, very far away from our settlements. And what are we going to do 50 years from now, 100 years from now? So, and we've had cities in existence. For instance, Delhi was founded in the year 700. Most of the cities that we are talking about, the large cities, these were founded in the 15th, 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries. Mumbai, for instance, was founded much earlier. So here we're talking about long-range planning that also closely involves the need to secure water for our towns and cities.
Very good. Well, thank you very much for your reply. I would like to offer anybody who wants to ask. Yes, Raghu?
Actually, I just had one quick thought to add to what Raghav was mentioning, is that he was talking about this whole network of lakes and channels, and those were actually in existence between the 9th and 11th century in the state of Tamil Nadu, where of which Chennai is the capital, during the Chola dynasty. And some of those lakes are actually still in existence today. Many have been encroached upon. So actually, the whole system of water sustainability or water sustainability has a long tradition, and it's only a question of if we can continue that tradition, a lot of issues can actually be solved. Because the government has actually mandated now that mandated rainwater harvesting. They have mandated water recirculation. They have actually mandated rainwater harvesting ponds and percolation pits in building projects and project sites, and especially large infrastructure development. They have also mandated green cover of a minimum of 25% of any large project development. If those are actually implemented to a very large extent, we will be able to do a significant groundwater recharge and alleviate at least some of the problems.
Good. Thank you, Raghu. I wanted to ask you a question about your presentation, Raghu, because you show that it's a frame system of steel lattices, really, for a facade, isn't it the case? And I wonder how you can perforate that lattice with windows, because you didn't show that very clearly.
Yeah, actually, what happens is that as a means of construction, you build this frame of lattice at every 2 feet, center on center, and in both directions. And where you actually have the windows, if you looked at one of the slides where you had those open pockets, we create a separate frame around where the openings are going to be coming, and the lattice is actually trimmed around those edges, and it is actually framed, and then the windows are fitted in.
All right, that's because in the diagram you show it looks a continuous lattice without any windows. But on the other point, have you looked at the issue of sustainability? Because a lightweight steel construction will not has how you call energy storage kind of a passive system, which is typical of the concrete or brick building, which has a mass sort of allow you to maintain the temperature variation in a better way. I'm not sure if you have a problem with a lightweight steel construction.
Yeah, it's very pertinent, very valid point, especially now in our tropical climate. So what we have done here is actually something that actually I should probably add. I left that point out. Is that we have rock wool insulation that we have placed within the two layers. So if you have this lattice frame, you have this open area, and you have two layers of cement fiber board on both sides. And in that pocket, we have actually rock wool insulation that takes care of thermal insulation. The second aspect is that this particular type of planning and design is that we have tried to create a lot of cross ventilation and not have continuous doubly loaded corridors for the entire length of the project, for the entire length of the building. So you do have apartments or housing units on both sides of the corridor, but you open it up at places to allow for cross ventilation. But especially with regard to each unit, we have rock wool insulation within the lattice itself.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much, as explained. But in connecting with Shweta presentation, I was quite interested to know that there's a lot of air conditioning in housing now, which increase the demand for energy. And that's connect to your design, Raghu. If you do have double stack houses, both sides of a corridor, it's very difficult to have cross ventilation, which may reduce the need of energy for air conditioning. What is your view, Shweta, about having double stack around the corridor for housing rather than cross ventilation in the housing unit? Have you discussed that?
Yeah, I think, the cross ventilation is extremely important. And, when planning for housing, it's possible to, plan open areas around it. So, when we cluster the housing units, it's possible to, kind of create space around the house. So there is, some cross ventilation that's going through. And I think, and especially that's important for, ventilation is important for the kitchen areas and the, the living rooms, because typically, even if the house is air conditioned, it's not going to be centrally air conditioned. It will, the living areas will typically have intermittent cooling. It may have an air conditioning, but it may be switched on or off. And same is with the bedroom. So at other times, when you don't want to switch on the air conditioning, the ventilation is really important. So cross ventilation is one way. Single sided effective ventilation is another way. So I think they are all these options are options to be explored. And in Indian houses, it's extremely important. The other thing I wanted to ask Raghu was that Indian houses, there's also a lot of stress on thermal mass, which is inside the house, because that allows you to kind of bear with the swings of extreme heat and cooling. So if one is going for a lightweight construction like cement fiber board, how does one, how is one able to supply that, much needed thermal mass?
I just I was just telling Professor Michelle about the we are actually now looking at within that lattice work is to provide this rock wool insulation within that within the layers of cement fiber board and increase the thermal mass, increase or give a better U value of the exterior wall. Now, this is actually quite common in the West, where we have a lot of housing which is done with this lightweight drywall construction, as they call it, and they experience a lot of very significant diurnal variations, significant temperature variations between the seasons, and they have actually been able to provide some controlled conditions within the housing units. In our case, we have two challenges. One is, of course, the thermal mass. So we address the aspect of by providing insulation within the fiber boards in the lattice. We are able to address one of those aspects. The other aspect is cross ventilation and humidity, and that is a challenge that we should probably address in the next round of design and engineering that we should do.
Thank you very much, Raghu. Thank you. I would like to ask the previous speakers, Bhargav, Darshini, and Amit, if you would like to add anything after hearing all this presentation.
Darshini?
Yeah, Darshini?
Yeah. I was listening to the last three presentations very carefully, and there's a lot more technical experiences available on low-cost housing and so on. As well as I think, how does that intersect with the actual low-income housing demand? Because I don't think what Raghuram was showing is actually low-income. We have about 30-40% of the section who can't afford anything in the cities today. So how do we have this crosstalk between energy efficient housing and so on? And to even Raghavendra, when we're talking about city level planning, how do we work together to see that the locations of low income housing areas are in peripheral areas and contributing to the sprawl, and primarily because land markets are dictating how the plans are going to work? Then how are we going to address this issue and look at them together? And is there any way we can start this conversation in India internally among ourselves?
Thank you. Bhargav.
No, I just thought if there's any questions from the floor, you do that if there is time. But from the other people in the group, if there's any questions.
Yeah. Any questions? And Amit?
Yeah, same here with Professor Raghu. If there are questions or reactions to what we presented, I'd love to hear the thoughts on those.
All right. Well, I think we have reached the end of the session, and I would like to thank all the speakers for their very interesting and exciting research that you are all doing. And I think I agree with Ashini at the end. Is a question of coordination of so many issues here, not only the transport accessibility, but also the water provision and sort of environmental qualities, as well as housing and cross ventilation, and getting the right housing component for the urban poor. I think a lot of ideas, and I completely agree that what we need is more planning, a more integrated planning, rather than independent pieces of transport or housing or whatever it is. So thank you very much, and I will hand it back to whoever it is in charge of the next session, probably. Thank you very much, all of you. Or Steve.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martial. Thank you to all our speakers. And thank you for leading a very interesting discussion, Martial, and keeping to perfect time. The next session will start in probably about 5 minutes, just after a short break. The next session is titled The World's Metropolitan Regions. and Dr. Jin will be hosting the next session. So I'll hand over to Dr. Jin.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Steve. And I think our speakers have actually arrived on the session. Rafael? Yes, I can see that Rafael is on. And your colleagues
Professor Jin, hi to everyone. We are here, we are ready.
Fantastic, yeah. That's wonderful to have all of you.
Let me confirm if my colleagues are already connected.
Yeah.
And I think we can start in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, in fact, as you saw, Rafael, we just finished this session. So what I suggest is that we have a 5-minute break, and we will start or restart at 10 minutes past the hour.
Okay,
So
perfect.
Yeah.
So 5 minutes.
5 minutes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can see that I lost my beautiful virtual background. I also want to recover that. So this is the green screen that I'm using. Yeah.
他们不和室友玩了，我们下一把还和他们玩吧。
Someone isn't quite muting themselves, so whoever is the host could they help to mute?
Sorry, you're muted.
Right. Okay. So, yeah. Well, let's colleagues actually take a few minutes of break and stretching their legs. This is given that this is a lunchtime for lots of people in the UK here, and meanwhile, we set up this session to start at 10 minutes past. And I very much would encourage colleagues to stay on to the next session, because a lot of the issues that we talked about for India are very much the kind of issues that will be examined at a global scale by the team from UN Habitat. Okay, right. Raphael? I think we're about to start, right? Raphael, this is your turn to be muted. I think everybody has to do it once, absolutely. Can you hear us?
Hi, Professor. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well now. Excellent. Well done.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I can see Maria is here as well.
Yes, we are all here. Remy,
Oh, fantastic.
Maria, and I think Frederick as well.
Yeah, I can see Remy now. Great. Yeah, welcome. And it's a great delight for us actually to welcome the team from the UN Habitat team from the Global Solutions Division, and which is a division that is based in UN Habitat headquarters in Nairobi. Then I think the team actually works across continents at the moment. Is that right? So we have people from the headquarters itself, and also have the technical team working out from Colombia in Bogota. Is that correct, Rafael?
Yes, that is correct. In Colombia, excellent. Both in Bogota and in Bucaramanga.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So actually, I've done models of these zones, and both actually are our model zones at one stage. I can still remember, and also my colleagues like Marcial, who probably has just taking a break at the moment, but Marcial is going to come back here. So perhaps I will start this session, and I will then introduce Remy, who is the leader of this group of colleagues from UN Habitat. And then Remy will then introduce the colleagues, and then we do the presentation. Is that a good plan, Remy? You think that's okay? Okay, I can see Remy nodding. And also, I'm conscious that I can see now we have a lot of new colleagues just joined. So what I will do is to give a brief introduction to the workshop, so that the people who have just joined actually could have a clear idea of what we're trying to achieve and so on. And then I'll introduce Remy as the convener of this particular session. So greetings, and my name is Ying Jin, and I'm the lead convener of the Applied Urban Modeling Symposium Series, or AUM, as is known in the field. On behalf of the scientific committee and my fellow conveners of AUM, I'd like to welcome you all on this particular session, which is looking at the world's metropolitan regions, both in terms of overviews and case studies. The idea of this online workshop is really to invite colleagues who are dedicated to the development of new urban analysis and modeling, and then to see what key urban challenges they are facing, and also the ways in which they're put forward to address these challenges. In this way, the workshop effectively becomes a survey of the world's urban challenges, given that it goes around the different time zones. And also, we are very interested, and we're in fact fascinated to hear different kinds of advances that have been made in applied modeling fields in tackling these challenges. And for this, in a sense, we treat this as a kind of excellent examples of the best papers that we have received from Oceania, Asia, Africa, Europe, and Americas, and so on. And of course, the whole workshop is really long. So I would only expect colleagues to attend some of these, and while watching the videos for other sessions as they are uploaded onto our website. Then there are 3 quick points to note in terms of logistics of the session. The first is that this workshop is run in the Zoom meeting format, which people I think are relatively familiar with, which gives every delegate the opportunity to communicate directly to any other colleague on the session, and also to communicate to the whole audience. And secondly, if you'd like to ask a question after a presentation, you can either raise your Zoom hand and to be invited to ask the question live, or you can use the chat box that we monitor. And also, we would like to finish generally 5 minutes before the whole, in the second hour, and at the end of the second hour, so that we allow time to have the changeover. So now really is the time for me to introduce Mr. Remy Sishiping, I hope that's a correct pronunciation, who leads the policy, legislation, and the governance section within the Global Solutions Division of UN Habitat, which I said earlier is based in UN Habitat headquarters in Nairobi. And Remy has coordinated global, regional, and country projects in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And he has worked extensively on land and urban issues. And he has a PhD in geography and has a really impressive range of experiences, both in universities, private sector, state government of Victoria in Australia, and also in UN Economic Commission for Africa. So really is a great person actually to lead the session. So I'll hand over to Remy for you to say a little about yourselves first, and then perhaps you can introduce your colleagues who are going to give the presentation along with you. Remy.
Thank you, Prof. Jean. Really a great pleasure here. I hope you are hearing me well. On behalf of on behalf of my colleagues, the United Nations and UN Habitat in particular, to join this distinguished class or group of thinkers and doers, especially in the modeling world, and in this case, looking at the case of cities. Yes, you already mentioned where I come from, what I've been working on. Maybe just to add a small twist that when my PhD was on modeling and simulation, so it's back home in
fantastic.
A way. So it's very interesting to see this world going, and we hope that in our work we try to incorporate some of these ideas. And you will see in some of the things we'll be presenting and some of the things we have planned that we are still very close to, the power of modeling and simulation to understand and decomplexify, the world that we are living in, especially in the context of what you call the new urban world, as the title of the session, which was a great choice. So we work in a department that covers many dimensions. We work on urban policy, on urban legislation, on urban governance, metropolitan management, and urban role linkages, all that encompassing the support we provide, particularly to member states and to partners. So what we'll be sharing here with colleagues is looking at just a small piece of the work we do, and how it intersects with other areas of work. And to do so, since we serve the global constituency, we're going to give a broader picture of what we know and what the data, the evidence is pointing us to, because we believe in that the nexus between science and policy, that science-policy interface is very strong to us, because there is no policy relevance without facts and evidence that are supporting the decisions and policies. So that's the basis of our presentation here. And those evidences that we will be presenting are not only data, but also example case studies. That's why we picked, in this case, Latin America and Africa, to just give you a glimpse of what is happening there, what have been uncovering, and what type of assistance we have been providing to our constituency. So this, we feel that we have to do so and encapsulate that evidence in what we present in the global effort we are undertaking on the global state of metropolitan areas, of which modeling is one of the tools we'll be using to provide that evidence. We also would like to see, when we prepare, give you a glimpse of the things that we are working on. If you have some feedback on, does it make sense? Are there other cases? Are there other evidence out there that we might be missing? So a bit of validation, appreciation of the work we are doing. We also would like to, we are working with many municipalities, and we are in the thinking of developing a network of metropolitan or people working on metropolitan areas. And we hope that in this type of engagement, Cambridge could also come and play a role, especially in this area of modeling, as we have a partner in Israel which is very much interested in the culture of metropolitan areas. So different dimensions of metropolitan areas where we would like to bring this all the constituency together in the context of really what the spirit of modeling is, to decomplexify and create a network of knowledge around that. So that's what we have in store. So we have 3 colleagues who we share. We have behind the colleagues, there are other colleagues and other partners who have contributed to this work. So they are just the voice of many people. My first, in the next hour and a half, we're going to have 3 sets of conversations. The first one, I have a great pleasure to invite my colleagues Rafa Forero, who is leading our work on governance and metropolitan areas, and who had been your main interlocutor in preparing this session. So he knows the in and out of the session, to give us an overview of what the data is telling us on this topic, and some of the efforts we have in the pipeline. And if anyone is interested, you can get back to us and we can discuss and see how we can support and engage. So Rafa, without further ado, if you have 12-15 minutes to just take us through what the data is telling us in terms of metropolitan areas at the global level. Over to you, Rafa.
Thank you, Remy. Thank you for that introduction. Also, thank you, Professor Jing and the University of Cambridge for having us today. Good day, afternoon, and good night to all of you, wherever you be. So thank you for attending this session. Let me to share my screen before to start the presentation. I hope you are seeing my screen now. Can you please confirm, Professor?
Yes, and very well. Perfect.
Okay, so as Remy mentioned it before, we will start our session with a quickly and general overview on some of the last recent analysis, data, numbers, figures on how cities and metropolises are evolving around the world. I also like to start with this figure that, of course, all of us know already, and we know that the world is becoming increasingly urban. Also, we know that in 2010 we had a really turning point, because in that year, most of the half of the global population becoming urban. And today we are about, or we have about 55, 56% of the global population being urban. But we started to think, how will be this trend at the end of this century? How will be the world? How will be the urban reality, for instance, in 2100? And we have some initial and speculative projections and numbers. We have start here about that we will live in a world of 10 billion inhabitants approximately. And some people start even to say that from that 10 billion inhabitants, the 90% will be urban. So we are speaking about 9 billion urban inhabitants in the world, which is almost the double that today. And this is, of course, and this comes to us with several challenges, both in terms of quality of life, but also in the management models that we need to use to manage that world. How will be cities in 2100? How will be cities at the end of the century? I think no one's know, but we have some hints. We can have some hints from data and from models and from projections, which I think it is the added value of the today's session. Have some initial hints, some initial projections on how will be the urban world during the coming decades. So we will start speaking about the world's metropolitan regions. What is the states, the global states of metropolis, but also how can be these new approaches to manage those metropolises, those cities. So let me start with the global state of metropolis and with the data we have so far. First, this is not a new subject in UN Habitat. We actually started to look at the urban prospects and to study and to know how are the cities for more than 10 years ago. In 2010, we started to study the number of cities that we have worldwide, and we found that there were in that year at least 4,200 cities with more than 100,000 inhabitants, which represented in that year the 70% of the urban population. You can see in your presentation, you can see the maps, the points in where that cities are located. That is a figure from 2010. Then more than where are the cities, we started to ask how are those cities and how those cities have been growing during the last century. So we started the discussion as preparation for the third conference of United Nations on urban settlements, sustainable urban urbanization and housing, the Habitat 3 conference. And we prepared this report, the fundamentals of urbanization. We took a sample of those cities. We took a 200 city sample in order to know how cities had grown, how those processes of urbanization were developed around the world. And we got some bad news, mainly bad news. The first was that a great percentage of the new cities, of the new urban population are growing on an informal way. Approximately the 30% of the new cities, the new urban territory that is being created currently is being created or is being urbanizing informally. That is a first bad symptom. But we also got another bad news, which is that the public space is decreasing. Along with the increasing numbers of informality, there are also decreasing numbers on rates of public space among cities around the world. But maybe the most related bad news that we got and that it is linked with the presentation that today and the today's session is that urban extension has surpassed urban population growth. And this happened both in developing and in developed countries. We can see there the numbers, the graphics. At your left, you have the developing countries graphic. You can see the red line, which corresponds to the rates of urban extent or urban territory or urban extension growth. And then you have the blue lines, which correspond with the urban population growth. You can see in both graphics that urban extension surpassed by almost the double the urban population growth. This is very important because this tells us that the municipality, the city proper jurisdiction is not enough anymore to manage territorial and urban dynamics. Because these rates of urban extension, of course, that cities and municipalities are conurbating themselves and are creating a new typology of city, a new typology of territory, which we call metropolises, actually. And we have several names and several conceptual approaches to define metropolis. But we around the world and metropolis experts and metropolis representatives agreed in something, which is that they are cities that comprise not only the urban territory, but also the peri-urban and rural areas, which are economically and socially connected or linked to the cities. So we can see around the world many cities of several and different typologies, big cities, of course, mega cities, of course, but also intermediate and small cities which share these characteristics, which are connected with urban and peri-urban territories, and that which also comprise economically, socially, and environmental interdependencies. And that situation and that finding give us a hint to start to think a new model of urban management, a new model of territorial management in where municipal management is not enough anymore. Of course, we are not speaking about the end of municipalities, not at all, but we are starting to think about that collaboration among municipalities, cooperation and coordination among local jurisdiction, local governments are necessary to overcome the challenges of the 21st century cities. Of course, you have, for instance, here the map of Greater London, which is an ancient metropolis. All of us know, of course, the city, where the city becomes, where the city started, the city of London, which is the city proper. You can see the city of London, the city proper in yellow in the map, but you can see also the other 32 boroughs which compose the metropolis today. And you can see also in the map in gray layout on the map, you can see the urban agglomeration territory and the urban extension. One important finding that we also have is that not always, and actually mostly of the times, the jurisdictional boundaries doesn't correspond with the territorial dynamics. So we can have agglomerated territories, but we also have fragmented jurisdictional realities. And for that, metropolitan management, not only from governance, but also from planning and from legislation, regulation, policies, and financing is becoming increasingly important for us. We can see that situation in London, which is about to becoming a mega city, which is about to reach the 10 million inhabitants, but we can see also that reality in another small and intermediate cities. For instance, we can see the same reality in the metropolitan area in Bucaramanga in Colombia, which is composed by 4 municipalities and which is about 1.2 million inhabitants. Actually, my colleague Maria will show you and will present you more about these metropolises, and will showcase how we are supporting some of its planning and governance instruments. And you can see also that reality, for instance, in Delhi. They call like the national capital territory of Delhi. My colleagues from India participating in this session can of course wide in this reality. But we have also this situation, for instance, in South Africa, in Port Elizabeth, or how they call the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan Municipality. You can see in all these cities that the city proper and the urban agglomeration has surpassed the municipal boundary. So all those cities, being small, intermediates, big or mega cities, are all metropolises. And in that way, they are similar, not in numbers, in economic numbers or in population numbers, no, but in the way that they need to be managed. They need to be managed in an integrative way, in a comprehensive way. They are all similar in that sense. With that findings, with that situation, we started to analyze how many cities in the world share these characteristics, how many metropolises are there. And for that, we took the last UN urbanization prospect from 2018, and we took especially the data sets related to urban agglomerations. You can see there, and you can then, of course, access to the data set, because they are of free access. You can wide, of course, the analysis, the data, and the numbers that we are presenting today. But we took these prospects and we found this, and this is very impressive. This is impressionant. We have around the world a lot of metropolises of different sizes, different size, different typologies, and different characteristics. But all of them comprise and represent about the 60% of the world's urban population, which is the same that a third of humanity, a third of global population today. We are speaking about 2.6 billion people living in metropolises today, in among almost 2,000 metropolises, 1,934 metropolis to be more precisely. Also, we can see and we can you have there some of the distribution of size of these metropolis. For instance, we have and this is another good finding. We have a very small group of metropolises that have surpassed 10 million inhabitants, only 34, while 51 have population between 5 and 10 millions. Then we have almost 500 between 1 million and 5 million. And finally, the largest group is the small metropolises, which is about 1,400 metropolises from 300,000 to 1 million population. You have there the map, and you can see, for instance, in red dots, you can see the big metropolises with more than 10 million inhabitants, which are the small group, the smallest group. But you can also see the green dots, which correspond to the small metropolises, which is the more representative group. How those metropolises are distributed and how they have been growing. We have here some figures. For instance, we know that today metropolises are the more common typology of urban settlements around the world. It is not more the municipal typology, but the agglomeration typology. The metropolitan typology is the most commonly today around the world. For instance, almost almost the 40% of the global population is projected to become metropolitan during the next 15 years. We are talking about almost the 60% of the global population. You can see there the graphic. The non-urban territory will correspond with the 37.5% of the population, global population, and also another urban typologies which will correspond in 2035 with the 23% of global population. And of course, the almost the 40% will correspond to metropolitan areas in 2035. And we are speaking about a population approximately of 3.5 billion people in 2035 to be metropolitan inhabitants. But we also found an interesting correlation between population growth and metropolises growth. This is a very important graphic and a very important finding. We found that urban population growth and new metropolises are rising are related. Among the world's region, in all the world's regions, of course, we have Asia Pacific leading that growth and following by Africa. And then we have another group which correspond to Latin America and the Caribbean, very close to the situation in Western Europe and in North America. And in the last place, we have Eastern Europe, which is almost stabilized. But the important relation, the important positive correlation that we found here is that as the urban population will grow, the same will be with new metropolises. So we are speaking about 429 new metropolis during the next 15 years. This is this correspond, or this is the same that one new metropolis each 2 weeks will be a rise in the next 15 years. So the total number will be 2,363 metropolises by 2035. Also, we found an interesting regional distribution. Of course, as we know, Asia Pacific is leading both the regional prominence in metropolitan population, but also the regional prominence in number of metropolis. I will not read all the results, but let me highlight in a couple of them. For instance, you can see that Asia Pacific represent today more of the half of the metropolitan population around the world. Approximately the 56% of the metropolitan population lives today in Asia Pacific metropolises. In more than 1,000 Asia Pacific metropolises, you can see that Western Europe and Latin America and Africa are similar in both regional population prominence and number of metropolises. And you also can see that Eastern Europe is the less prominent because the situation there is almost stable, both in population growth, but also in metropolitan growth. This is very interesting because you can see that, of course, as we know before, that the most of the population growth is being in the developing countries, but also the urban agglomeration process is corresponding with developing countries. The figures, the largest figures are presented in developing countries. And I think this is the last one, the last figure, the last graphic, and this is also important, the distribution of world's metropolises by size. We can use this graphic to make several and diverse analysis, but I always like to highlight in one analysis because it's related with an urban myth, which is that the world is becoming a world of megacities, and that megacities are increasingly growing, and that is not necessarily the situation. You can see there that actually, as we presented before, megacities is the smallest group within the metropolitan reality along the world. But this graphic tells us that during the next 15 years, only 14 new megacities will arise. At the same time that almost 500 metropolises will arise, only 14 among those almost 500 will be megacities. So we are not seeing, we have not a trend of a war of megacities. No. Maybe, of course, megacities will concentrate the most interesting and important connections in the global system of cities. Of course, they are the hubs, they are economic hubs and also cultural and political hubs, of course. And this is important to geopolitics, of course. But we are seeing in the territorial situation, the territorial dynamics, we are seeing that the predominant metropolises will be intermediate metropolises. Intermediate metropolises will be the most increasing typology of metropolises, and they are actually today the more present in our analysis, the small and the intermediate metropolises, instead of megacities, as many of us thought before. So all those numbers and those figures give us to start to think in a new approach for metropolitan management. And of course, UN Habitat intent is not the first one. Of course, that several other international, regional, and local organizations had thought before in this kind of approach. But the most of the approach that we can find today are sectoral approach. For instance, we can see some economical approaches, some governance approaches, or some sectorial like transport-related approaches or environmental-related approaches. But we in UN Habitat are promoting a comprehensive and integrative approach for metropolitan management. Of course, this integrative, this comprehensive approach nurtured from existing approaches, both sectoral and for instance, economical of governance approaches, but it is also more related with a new theory of change for sustainable urbanization that we adopted a couple of years ago through our strategic plan. This theory of change for sustainable urbanization has four important domains and four important drivers of change, which are first, policy and legislation, second, urban planning, third, governance, and fourth, finance. And we think that joining those four drivers of change, we can achieve a comprehensive approach for managing metropolitan reality. So we are thinking about understanding metropolitan management from policy, from planning, from governance, and from financing mechanisms. And we think that the final outcome of the final result of this integrative management will be a balanced territorial development. And this will serve to bring the urban and rural inequalities and the territorial inequalities among world's metropolises. Based on that, we are preparing, Remy mentioned some of these at his presentation, but I want to highlight a couple of figures. We are preparing a global state of metropolis report. We have this structure in where we analyze how those metropolises that we just saw in the maps, how those metropolises are growing and are being managed. That is important for us, knowing how metropolises are being managed, how are being managed from the policy dimension, from the planning dimension, the governance, and the economical ones. And for that, we have selected a global sample of metropolises. This is not a quantitative representative sample, of course, because we are talking about 50 metropolises around the world, of course, from all size, not only small, not only big and megacities, but also intermediate and small metropolises. But we are speaking about 50 metropolis in an universe of almost 2,000 metropolis. This is, of course, not quantitative representative, but it is qualitative. And we are interested in knowing how these metropolises are being managed and what practices can be translated and can inspire metropolitan management in another parts of the world. So actually, my colleagues Maria and Frederick will present you some of these cases and how metropolitan management has been developing in some of these metropolises around the world. I would like to over to Remy and to Professor Jin, maybe open the floor to some question and answer before Maria's and Frederick's presentations. Thank you, Remy. Thank you, Professor Jin, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Rafael. And Remy, would you like to open the floor briefly for any clarification questions at this point?
Yeah, we have about 1 hour. So let's put any clarification questions, any contribution, but just to acknowledge, we can also contribute through the chat as Maria is getting ready. I don't know if anyone, I can see Jamil has like to contribute. Jamil, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Rafael. Thank you for this very enlightening presentation. These are striking trends. I just had a question on how you define the city center. For instance, in the case of London, it is quite straightforward because it even works as a centroid. But in other cases, in particular coastal cities, it is harder to establish exactly where the center is. Thank you.
Okay,
Rafa, let's see if there's anyone else, then you can maybe take 2 or 3. Anyone else?
Marcel? You're muted.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I just wanted to make a comment about Rafael's presentation, very useful and comprehensive. You know, most of the metropolis around the history, especially in the developed world, has been created by extensions of the urban core. And for me, one of the very interesting lessons of these extensions has been the European case when rapid urbanization took place. And the contrast between Paris and Barcelona is very, very interesting. While Paris in the 19th century concentrated in renewing and restructuring the urban core with the plan of Haussmann, the Catalan in Barcelona really took care of the extension and created enormous extension by Cerdà, which allowed the city to grow in a very organic way. You remember that Paris, this Paris of Haussmann within the old walls, is only 2 million of Parisians, while 9 million are outside. While in Barcelona was very different. Most of the extension took place in an organized way. Can we learn something from this way for the metropolitan development of all developing countries, which we don't seem to concentrate in planning for the future and the extensions around it, which we ought to be concentrated? Thank you.
Thanks, Marshall. Anyone else before Rafa comes in? Okay, Rafa, maybe you get started.
Thank you, Remy. Thank you, Jamila and Marshall. Let me start with the question from Jamil. We understand the city center as the place in where the metropolis is born. So, for instance, and this is, I think this is a difficult, it's easy to mapping the case of London, but it's also difficult to compare today because London is an ancient city. So of course, the city proper of London born almost 2,000 years ago. But we can see, for instance, the cases of Bucaramanga, Delhi, or Port Elizabeth in different regions of the world. In Bucaramanga, we can see that, of course, the city proper corresponds almost with the municipal boundary that today, but the agglomeration territory corresponds with the municipal territory of another 3 jurisdictions. But the general answer is that we understand the city proper as the place in where the city born, not necessary, and this is of course a trend around the world. Not necessarily the city proper corresponds with the municipal boundary, as not necessary the metropolitan jurisdictional or the metropolitan jurisdiction corresponds with the urban agglomeration or the urban agglomerated territory. This is a gap that we are trying to close. But of course, all this analysis and all these typologies and definition depends on member states, because we from United Nations analyze the data and the typologies that member states use it. So member states reported to the population division of United Nations based on their proper typologies and data and numbers and census, and we try to standardize these different typologies and census around the world and methodological census, and we try to find a better way to compare. But of course, we always will have challenges to make exactly and proper international comparison. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. So, but let me add something to my reply. Is that of course the territorial dimension is important, and it's important to understand and to know historically where the city become and how the city is extending, and how the urban agglomeration today is related with the jurisdictional agglomeration. But we think that the more important thing, and this is an important insight from our side, is the cooperation among those jurisdictions and the cooperation and collaboration among urban, peri-urban, and rural territories. And that is what we are trying to promote: cooperation and collaboration among several jurisdictions, being local, municipal, metropolitan, region, cooperation, collaboration, in order to achieve a kind of balanced territorial development. And that brings me to the comment of Professor Marshall, which is very interesting. Of course, the comparison between Paris, the Paris of Haussmann, which is, of course, the icon of urban modernity, all the transformation of Haussmann and Napoleon III. Of course, this is like a global example. And also the Barcelona of Cerdà. I think it is, they are different between themselves, but they are not so different like the situation in another parts of the world. They are more similar between themselves, that if you compare it with metropolises, for instance, in Latin America or in Africa, because both Paris and Barcelona growth in a kind of planning way, you know. But if you look at the situation of several metropolises in Latin America, they are growing exponentially in an informal way. As I mentioned it before, almost the 30% of the new metropolitan growth is being informally. So that is a big challenge, and that is why we think that maybe some metropolises in Latin America, in Africa, and in some parts of Asia and Pacific can actually learn of cases like Paris and Barcelona. Of course, Paris and Barcelona have their own challenges today, but the way that they were be planned and their achieved cooperation and collaboration. For instance, we can see the case of Barcelona and the metropolitan area of Barcelona, which is composed by 36 municipalities, and they all are working together and have established governance, government bodies, and have adopted planning instruments, and have also a sectoral authorities, for instance, to regulate transport, environment, climate change, and so on, that are very inspiring practices to metropolises in developing countries. So, of course, it is an important and interesting comparison, but I think that they are also inspiring practices to metropolises in another parts of the world. Professor Marshall, want to reply?
Yeah, well, thank you very much. But I was making a point, probably not very clear, that most of Paris was developed very haphazard, without any plan. The banlieue, which has 9 million people living, they didn't have a plan. It was very spontaneous, very much like the developing world in Latin America. Of course, there is a difference of income, and it's mainly Latin America as slum development, but in Paris, it wasn't very different. It was pretty slummy around their banlieue, which most of the population lives. But the question, I think, one key element in Paris, which is different from Barcelona, which was all planned at the beginning, not now, but at the beginning was all planned, is that it was very low density comparatively. You know, so allows for renewal and redevelopment fairly easily. And if you build in very high density in the periphery, it's very hard, very difficult to integrate later developments. So the lessons of Paris, I think, are very relevant for Latin American cities and for other cities in the world. So that was my point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Understood. It is an important point also, this comparison between the metropolises that are highly density, of course, and lower density. Here in Latin America, some metropolises are starting to adopt a multi-centrality approach in those places which are highly densified, and of course, urban renewal is not always easy and is not always possible. So the metropolises here, and Bucaramanga is one of the case of that, and Maria will speak about that now. But they are adopting in their plan, in their metropolitan plan, they are adopting an approach of multi-centralities in order to for instance, having economic and cultural and social centers in several of their municipalities, and not only in the city proper or in the city core. But of course, that is a very important point, Professor, and thank you for highlighting. So, Remy, over to you.
All right, thanks. Very important. I think this issue of organic versus structured, or what they call planning, is sometimes a fallacy. There's nothing that is completely, there's always, and that's why modeling is so important. They explain the rationale behind the growth. You may think it's haphazard, but it's a certain logic in it, as some they found out. And of course, metropolitan areas are a moving target. The dynamics, they change in terms of demographic, in terms of structures, in terms of functions, in terms of their spatial composition. So you look, 10, 15 years, they are all different in a way. So again, a very important topic of research. So we're going to see this happening also in 3 examples in Latin America. We're going to look at the example of Colombia, in San Salvador, and where is it again? Okay. So I will let Maria, who leads our work on the Metro Hub, to give us a glimpse of what it is and how you have been able to apply that in 3 places in Latin America, just to bring out that issue of multi-centrality that Rafa was talking about. Maria, You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Remy. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is a pleasure to present the Metro Hub initiative and its application in metropolitan areas of Latin America. Let me share the presentation. Thank you, Rafa. Metro Hub is an UN Habitat initiative to support sustainable development in metropolises and regions of the world. Its areas of action are, next, Rafa. Its areas of are development of capacities of metropolitan and regional authorities and actors, formulation of sectoral metropolises policies, drafting and improvement of metropolitan legal framework, strengthening of supramunicipal governance scheme, design of metropolitan and regional planning instruments, and innovation in financing mechanisms and the metropolitan and regional scale. Let us see some cases in which Metro Hub has supported metropolitan management in Latin America. In Colombia, Metro Hub has provided support to 6 metropolitan areas of the country in different areas such as legislation, planning, governance, and finance. But perhaps the case where the most comprehensive support has been carried out in the metropolitan areas of Bucaramanga, which have more than 1 million inhabitants and is composed by 4 municipalities. The planning process included a work from the macro scale of the metropolitan context to the micro scale of territorial areas of metropolitan interest. Next, Rafa, please. The UN Habitat Cities Prosperity Index applied at metropolitan level, establishing the development areas that are priorities for territorial planning. Based in the index, a comprehensive metropolitan development plan was formulated. Rafa, please, next. Next, please. Whose foundation is the work of urban prosperity, where there are goals of environmental, sustainable, economic development, equity and inclusion, quality of life, and infrastructure of service and connectivity. This plan is binding for municipal planning and constitutes the roadmap of the metropolitan institutions. With the application of the MetroLab methodology that consists on the collection and analysis of multidimensional data on human settlement in the border areas of the metropolis. A bordering master plan was formulated, identifying strategy projects for the territorial harmonization of border areas and the social and economic cohesion among the settlement to the whole of the metropolis. With the application of the busy mapping methodology that comes on the participation of bicycle users, the road for the development of bicycle infrastructure that gave rise to the Metropolitan Bicycle Plan were identified. Currently, the metropolitan area of Bucaramanga has cyclo routes, office of the bicycle, and public bicycle system. Other important methodology applied was metro mapping. We served the formulation of the Metropolitan Strategy Plan for Land Use, establishing the Metropolitan Occupation Model, land management guidelines, and strategic metropolitan projects. Finally, With the Innova Metropolis methodology, the Metropolitan System Public Employment Service was established with the participation of employment agencies, employers, and governments, and good job training entities. The application of these methodologies was the basis for the formulation of the MetroHub Toolkit, especially the methodologies for metropolitan management plan tool. In the case of the metropolitan area of San Salvador, a metropolitan territory composed by 14 municipalities with almost 2 million inhabitants, a long support process through the MetroHub initiative have been deployed. The process is based on the knowledge exchange and peer-to-peer methodology, as well as the MetroHub Metropolitan Observatory tools. As initial outcome of this support, the metropolitan area managed to transform the Metropolitan Security Observatory into Territorial Metropolitan Observatory, with a focus on sustainable development, including the social, economic, environmental, and spatial dimensions. Currently, the metropolitan area of San Salvador is receiving support in the reform of the Metropolitan Development and Land Use Law. Because of this, a tool known as methodology of the metropolitan management pyramid has been used to improve the regulatory framework related to planning, governance, and finances. As an important outcome through this methodology, the legislative gap regarding these aspects have been identified to be addressed at the new reform of the law proposal. The MetroHub Toolkit, especially the Metropolitan Institution Tool, has also been used to address the concept of metropolitan common affairs, their identification and regulation, and to strengthen the power of the metropolitan planning institution. Unlike the two previous cases of metropolitan institutions with around 30 years of existence, the metropolitan area of Santa Cruz in Bolivia, with more than 2 million inhabitants and 6 municipalities, is a nascent metropolis in its institutionalization. In 2020, Santa Cruz adopted a normative framework as a result of participatory process among the public, private, and social sector. This process was accompanied by UN Habitat applying methodologies such as the metropolitan vision and participatory metropolitan planning, both of them contained in the MetroHub Toolkit. This process allowed the identification of metropolitan common affairs and the comprehensive middle-term vision of the development of the metropolis. The next step was to formulate the regulatory framework with the support of the Metropolitan Management Pyramid methodology, which made it possible to identify the challenges in planning, governance, and finance that were addressed in the Metropolitan Law already formally adopted as an administrative act of the regional government. With the support of MetroHub, these metropolitan areas have improved their metropolitan management, especially their planning processes with adopted plans, their metropolitan knowledge management process with metropolitan observatories and the Urban Prosperity Index, their governance and financing processes with regulatory frameworks, but also their sustainable mobility, their integration and cohesion in the border zones, and their capacity development with the exchange of knowledge and experience. There are some examples of how the Metro Hub initiative supports metropolitan areas through its tools and methodologies. I invite you to know and apply them. You can find them on the UN Habitat website. Thank you very much for your attention, and questions, opinion, and suggestions are welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Maria, for that presentation. As indicated, we'll be sharing the PowerPoint. Some of you are asking. We may also paste here the tools, the Metro Hub toolkit that Maria was talking about, so that you can look at that at your leisure and reach out if need be. Okay, with Professor Jean, do we have any questions, clarification, contribution on these toolkits and how they have been applied in Bolivia, Colombia, and San Salvador?
Remy, maybe we could have Frederick's presentation as well, so that we could combine these two case studies together, and so people have an overview, and then perhaps we'll actually then can have the discussion together. Okay. What do you think?
If people are not bored, that's fine. We also had a small video that we thought we could share. But if you don't receive any question, you can maybe look at the case of Cameroon, where we focus on just one aspect of the Metro Hub, not the full one as we are implemented, just to give you a more deeper understanding, what we call the observatory of metropolitan areas. So, Frederick, you have the floor. In the meantime, sorry, you can still post your questions there so that we can collect. Maria can reflect on it, or Rafa, or Professor Jean, and I, to have more interactive discussion. Frederick, you may proceed.
Hi, everyone. Afternoon, good morning. It's a pleasure for me to be part of this event.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's really interesting. I'm going to share my screen because I want to share what we have been doing in Douala. I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah. It's
okay now? Okay.
Yes, this is a full screen, yeah.
Okay, so I'm presenting the way we have tried to improve the metropolitan management in Africa, particularly in the case of Cameroon, in the city of Douala. As Remy mentioned, the tools or what have been used in Douala in this case is how to use the observatory to well manage, to well improve the metropolitan in Douala. So I'm starting with the plan of my presentation. I will give a brief introduction about the city, the context. I will mention the fact that we are starting from what have been done before with the Metropolitan Observatory around the world. And I will take partially the case of the Douala Metropolitan Observatory. We will present the tool, how to measure the urban development in the case of Douala. I will mention in point 4 how the data can be integrated in a platform with a model, and how the Douala Metropolitan Observatory has been established and the website that they created for that occasion. And the main important thing is how to communicate, how to share the information, the data of the observatory. This will be through the communication strategy of the Douala Metropolitan Observatory. So as Rafa mentioned in the beginning, we are living in an urban world. In the context of the rapid evolution of cities and urban dynamics around the world, we have monitored that many cities have grown beyond their boundaries. That is the case of Douala 2 in Cameroon, in Central Africa. When you look the two pictures that I'm sharing with you, the premise you see the Douala and the largest city in Cameroon, with the commercial capital of Cameroon. we are trying here to see how the interdependencies of all the data coming from this area can be managed. You have environmental data, you have population, you have social data, how all this can be managed in the integrated manner. So in the context of the new urban agenda, in the context of the agenda 2013, the city of Douala was thinking how to localize, to implement the new urban agenda that can be aligned with all those objectives, those goals. And they thought about the Douala Metropolitan Observatory. So this was for the view to manage, to plan, and to finance sustainable urban development. The main objective here is to build a multidisciplinary team to develop a metropolitan observatory integrated for the city of Douala in Cameroon. And the end of this, the goal, the output was to make the inventory of the data available, to have an efficient collection mechanism to collect data and to process those data, to have an innovative methodology to collect and to process data, to differentiate the various types of data to the typology, and mostly to design a platform model, and also to organize a training for those who be involved to handle the observatory for the city of Douala. So, as I mentioned, they did not start from nowhere. They start from what had been existing before. So there was an overview of functional urban observatory around the world. Based on that, they start to check, to looking, for example, the case of, I would say, in Ouagadougou in Burkina Faso, where there's an urban metropolitan observatory. The case of, for example, in Lyon in France, where there's an urban observatory. Those are the examples who allow us to be able to design what we want to do for the Douala city. So to do that, to design, the first thing that they did, that we do, was to check, to do the literature review concerning the security, the demography, the housing, how is the access to water, to electricity, how is the economic development, how is the public transport, how is the social and poverty eradication, how is the environment around Douala. The problem is that before this initiative, in 2006, Douala City created an observatory. But the problem was that the primary data which were available were not compliant in the format of the current on the standard of UN Habitat Observatory. So in the right sense of the observatory, definition of the observatory, you cannot consider what had been created in 2006 as an observatory for the city of Douala. So to proceed, there were two requirements. We want that the data should be understandable. This means the information provided must be user needs. Also, the information should be easy and should be free access. And through the information, through the data, the main tools that we were trying to reach was which indicator will allow us to be sure that what we will design will be effective and efficient. So in the right of my screen, you will see some indicators that's in French on the housing, on the economic development, and in the demography. Those are some area where we found some indicator to be able to design, to proceed with the designing of the Douala Metropolitan Observatory. So concerning the data, concerning the effective mechanism of collection of data and process, there's this model where in the center you have the observatory and you have the data on top, and you have those arrows in the both sides going through where you can get the indicators which can allow you to understand and to allow the decision maker to take the decision, and in the right, how they can modify, develop, and go through the data to see how it can happen, how it happen tomorrow, to start thinking about the perspective of the city. In the other hand, this graphic which has been adapted, who was adapted from what Maria did in Bucaramanga. This three circles in the center with the materialization of the observatory. You have the source of information. You have the utility of the information of the innovative collection methodology of data processing. So to proceed, there are 3 steps. Excuse me, this is in French, and I will try to explain. The first step is with the first action is to identify the information to be disseminated. This will be done through workshop with the team of the observatory. The second stage, that will be to identify the means of the dissemination with communication. This will also be done through the team of the observatory and the city of Douala. And the last stage, who will be those receiving the information. Also here again, the team of the observatory and the city of Douala will be in charge. So now I'm going to present how we can measure the urban development, the tools. So these tools from what have been created, which exists, we took from what exists. I'm taking only the 2 examples here of the China Urban Sustainable Index and the city blueprint. From this example, at 3 levels, we try to see how we can identify through the indicator the changing in the city, the changing in the urban area. So, as I mentioned, that the indicators are very important to measure the urban development of the city of Douala. In the case of the Douala Metropolitan Observatory, you have indicators will be coming from the health, the economy, the environment, the social area, the demography. You know, for any thematic, you'll have, for example, if I take the case of health, you'll have the mortality, you'll have access to healthcare services. We found indicators for all those sub-sector or sub-thematics, which will enable us to be able to evaluate, to measure the urban development in the city of Douala. So now I'm going to talk about that platform of data integration. We need data in this case. Data can be social data, can be demographic data, can be political data, can be economic or environmental data that we need. So for that, we have to go through the demographic evolution of the city and its expansion. We have to think about the exotic and cyclical sense of the population. We have to go look the inventory of social infrastructure. Those are in the left of my screen. Those are where we founded those data, and we have this to be able to think, to be in alert for the changes, for the modification in the demography, the perspective, and the methodology. And all of this will allow us to keep it to be focusing through a pool of experts who will be there in the different areas related to the observatory, like geometrician, like I say sociologists. Those experts will be around the observatory, will be managing, will be coordinating, to be taking care, to be standing in alert for the changes, for the modification in terms of data, in terms of updating information or data inside the observatory platform. So as I mentioned, to finalize, to create that observatory, there's the prerequisite. Is it a transversal observation structure? Are we dealing with, have we done the study of the demography and life condition? What can we identify as large social economic trends? And in third step, we'll be able to through the structure of the Douala Metropolitan Observatory. This means you'll have the partners. This means the stakeholder people involved, the administration, the social society, the civil society, universities, and you'll have for the survey on the field, for the studies, will allow us to develop, to reach at the level of what we want. As I mentioned in the beginning, the indicators, which are adapted to the observatory. This means from the partners, stakeholders, through the survey on the field, through study, we will develop adapted indicators, which are specifically designed for the Douala Metropolitan Observatory. That will be done in first step, in 3 steps. Now, how to establish? I'll start with this diagram of hybrid technological model for the urban observatory of Douala. Excuse me again, this is in French. You have the graphic, you have maps, you have reports, you have data, you have geospatial data, you have administrative data. How can we manage, can we deal with all this? You can find the answer in the right with the mayor of Douala, who is thinking about, my God, I will start by what? You have to the land tenure to be secure. You have sanitation for the water. All those questions in his mind. This means how to establish, from where to start. The solution is through the observatory. So finally, there's one website that has been created for the purpose of the observatory. And this is the best canal, the best way to communicate the interaction between the population, between the users of the observatory is the website. You can see information on housing, information on transport, information on population, information on economy, on environment, all those information which are coming from the observatory can be extracted from the website. So, as I mentioned, the decision used to be taken from information gathered from the observatory. So, it's very important to be able to have access to the information. An observatory without the free access, without facilities to have access to the observatory will not be something interesting. So we thought that having a communication strategy, which is based on objectives, which target audience to the real message that you want to send, to the resources in a time scale, which can be evaluated and amended, is that a good strategy which will enable us to make it efficient, the use of the Douala Metropolitan Observatory. So to conclude, the Douala Metropolitan Observatory will build on existing infrastructure and data available. This is to reach at the multifunctional platform. I want to mention also that the platform could be used by researchers, policymakers, stakeholders to communicate, to share an information. Mostly, I will say that the platform will contribute to the implementation of the sectorial policy through the sectorial data management. And to finish, I will say that the design of the Douala Metropolitan Observatory will require an interdisciplinary team of experts. I want to add that this work was conducted also with the support of Maria, who were in Cameroon 2 years ago. So that's what I was to mention and to say thanks to all of you to listen to me. Over to you, Remy.
Thank you, Frederick. Thank you again, Maria. Professor Jean, yes, should we solicit a few Reactions, comments?
Yeah, well, while I think the colleagues are thinking of these questions, perhaps I could use the time to ask a question to start with. And talking about, I'm just, while you're talking, I could think that what you are basically proposing is a strategy of with 4 or 5 different pillars. There's policy and legislation. There is planning and design. There is governance. There's finance. Then there's also management and delivery. And now thinking back to the really successful projects that urban modelers have delivered in the past. For example, Marcel has been actually doing wonderful projects for several decades of doing this. I could remember that actually what was done was that the modeling team was talking to both the policymakers and the people in the delivery agencies who will then understand and also to digest this information so that the model information from planning design side is then filtered through to policy making. But that's an enormous undertaking. And I just wondered whether Remy and colleagues would have a feel of how to do this. In the past, what we have done, particularly under leadership of Martial, was really to do those projects that the modelers have accumulated years, if not decades, of experience. And so there is an issue of how to scale this up to areas that the modelers actually do not really have this rapport with the local government and delivery agencies. So I was wondering that how you have actually negotiated this kind of relationship between the people who are doing the numbers and the guidance and the people who are doing the actual delivery on the ground.
Okay, Rafa, you want to pick this? We still putting some comments.
I can try to address that. Maybe the thing that I would like to highlight is that, for instance, for the analysis that we are doing on metropolitan data trends and case studies, we are doing them jointly with metropolitan practitioners, actually. We are not by ourselves, but we composed a working group on metropolises, and we are actually also starting to establishing a network and universities network on metropolises. We are exploring several areas of work with several universities, capacity building, of course, but also sectorial areas like culture. We have here some colleagues from Jerusalem leading that work on culture. Also, we are exploring a network on governance, metropolitan governance. And the thing is that we are not working alone, but we have the honor to count on both academicians, metropolitan practitioners, also metropolitan representatives within this working group. Metropolitan authorities are represented there, and of course we think that the most proper way to preparing this study, this conclusion, this finding is working together with you. Maybe the last thing is that I extend the invite to all of you to write us, and if you are interested in to participate in this working group and also in this network of universities, of course you are welcome, and we will be very happy to connect you as well.
Thanks.
I was wondering whether, sorry, Remy, you're going to say something.
No, I was just saying that we have posted some resources on the chat for anyone who is interested. But if there are no other questions, I can elaborate further on your queries, or Maria can come in. I can see Martial. And
Martial, would you like to comment on this? Because you're the one who actually have led a lot of this work.
Yeah, thank you. In following your comment, I think what you are doing in the observatory around the world is a very, very useful thing. And I hope that Maria del Pilar is establishing common standards of information in order to compare between one city and the other, and especially the evolution of each city. Ideally, we ought to have similarities in the type of data we collect and the unit we use, so we can compare between one country and the other. So I hope that this being done in some form, which may be possible to learn from one experience to another, from another. But I would like to say that data in itself is not sufficient for planning and managing metropolitan areas. It is essential, but not sufficient. And we need to have also the capability of predictions in order to, and that's a modeling exercise. We are capable of running policies like, if, then what will happen? If we do this, what happens? So that kind of capability for exploration alternatives is essential, I think, for planning policies, and especially for evaluating what is the goodness or otherwise of the policy. And finally, I think you have touched, Rafael, the importance of design, because by itself, data and predictions are not sufficient if you want to change the future. You need to have design alternatives, which include policies, design of policies, which to do with regulation, to do with pricing, as well as investment. So the design component is something which is an addition to data and forecast. And that design component, we need to learn from each other experience, from countries that had gone, or city has gone through similar process, and how they cope with it, and what kind of policy they implemented. So the design aspect need to be done as well. So I think that the observatory is an essential part, but we need to develop, in order to be helpful to Metropolitan Authority, the capability of forecasting and the capability of assembling design alternative of policies, of regulations, design, and investment. So that's my comment.
Thanks a lot, Masha. I think this is very important advice. That's why, from our perspective, all these elements are connected. There's no one, there are different entry points. And I think if you have seen your idea of learning, if you have shown the Metro Hub, one of the functions of the Metro Hub is cross-learning across cities, across metropolitan areas. And I can see many faces here, from Eric to Gabriel and others. We have been working in these areas to really bring these metropolitan areas together for cross-learning. And one of the initiatives we had was with MRT that Gabriel was leading on. So a lot of effort there, and I think there are many. Even Professor Turner is creating this type of network, just again for cross-learning. So this is quite essential. And Eric knows many here believes in that cross-learning and cross-fertilization and peer-to-peer. Just want to mention that. Maria, you want to say something else?
Yes, Remy. The metropolitan area are making a comparison with observatories and network in Latin America. Soon we will have a new strategy for Latin America in community of practice focus on in metropolitan management. Is a opportunity for metropolitan areas make the comparison and exchange knowledge and experience.
Can I say something? Or?
Eric, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just for Douala, I know that you are you have an agreement with I think the World Bank to work on the creation of an urban planning agency that can the same for Yaoundé and Douala. I don't know how far you are engaged in that project. I think this is crucial because this can enlarge the function of the urban observatory and to be really an advisory board for the decision makers to define policies and strategy at the metropolitan level. At the scale of sub-Saharan African countries, we launched with the Metropolitan and Territorial Planning Agency Global Network. We launched an initiative led by Bamako to support the creation or the strengthening of urban planning agency in Africa. With the support of, in our network, we have the French, the Mexican, and the Moroccan planning agency networks. So it represents 140 planning agencies. And I know that we signed an agreement during Africité in Marrakesh 2 years ago to support different cities to strengthen or to create planning agencies. And so there is 7 Moroccan planning agencies that's supporting in Dakar, Abidjan, Lomé, Niamey, and others. But I don't know if Douala is involved in that initiative. I don't remember. But if you are not involved in that network, we'll be pleased to have you on board.
Okay, I can see Professor Turner want to also comment.
Yes, thank you, Remy and Rafa and Maria for the really enlightening presentations. We are now looking at setting up a hub which will look at culture and heritage. In fact, we've taken on board the fact that culture is an enabler for sustainable development, and therefore the importance of understanding the new identities of multiple conurbations. Together, Eric is, I see on the screen as well, that we're already 12 universities with 12 governance structures merging together, and we hope that with the new UN Habitat Uni framework that we will be able to then put this into order. We're looking very much forward to strengthening this and linking the case studies which look at heritage and dovetail them with the global sample which Rafa explained. Thank you.
Prof. Jean, maybe should we address this? And I know you have about 5 minutes left, if not less.
Yeah, well, yeah, this is a very good moment actually to thank the whole team that led by you, Remy, in doing this work. Well, certainly we find this work really inspiring, and so I'm using your metropolitan the state of world's metropolitan areas booklet in my teaching, because I encourage my students to look at these questions, because as architects, they need to look at Raphael's kind of a bar chart of looking at where the cities are and what structures they're going to be, and how the cities are going to have a different kind of dynamics for younger people. And in the metropolitan areas I have been, the larger the city, it seems that the more open they are to migrants, and therefore migrants appears to be attracted much more to the larger ones rather than the medium-sized or smaller ones. But this is a gross generalization that I know. But all these phenomenon we are in fact looking at in our PhD studies at the moment, of looking at how these dynamics attract different kinds of people in different areas. The same thing is happening in the UK, even in the developed world. Similar kind of dynamics also exist. For example, people are now being attracted much more to London and South East, including Cambridge and Oxford, from the English North and from these devolved nations and so on. And in addition, now through this presentation, we also now have seen a really comprehensive exposition of how you use different pillars to make this policy cogent and policy relevant, which is really important. Certainly, once we have digested the material that Raphael has put in the chat box, which I've now copied and sent to my colleagues to take a look, and then perhaps we'll come back to you for a longer conversation about actually exactly how we've done it. And also, certainly in Cambridge, we have always pursued a tradition which is established by Martial in looking at how models could be used for real world applications. And so that's also an experience that we'd like to compare notes with you. So on those, it's been extremely illuminating a set of lectures, and for that we're really grateful for your help. And also brilliantly, you have also managed within the time that to give us the 5 minutes actually to change over to the next. And so for that, we're really grateful, and we have a lot of thanks and gratitude towards you. So I hope to be in touch again once we have read more of your materials.
Thanks a lot, Prof. Maybe just a bracket to just confirm with Eric that yes, we'll be interested in knowing more and trying to synchronize a bit more. Also to announce that with the Metro Hub, we are now developing a curriculum of metropolitan management, and we have one with the National University of Columbia that we are starting the master course this year. So a lot of many things happening. Reach out if you feel, and we want to reach out. I mean, extend this to anyone who would like to use some of these resources we are having to understand, to progress the work of metropolitan management and other areas of work. So it has been a great pleasure for UN Habitat to contribute and learn in this exercise. Thanks a lot for the questions and input. So we're gonna keep listening in, and this has been a very, very exciting program put together, Professor Jin and the team. So on behalf of UN Habitat and colleagues, thanks a lot.
Well, thank you. And certainly this is an effort of lots of people. Martial is deeply involved, and Professor Mike Patty, who is also now he's just actually had to be pulled away to another meeting that I'm aware for the UK pandemic response, that he's part of the Royal Society team looking at that. And also Professor Michael Wegener, who actually just come on, and I'm not sure whether at this moment he is on, but certainly I will talk to them. And also we have lots of colleagues in the university as a research team, and they were deeply interested in that. So I really hope that you and colleagues will return to this and to tell us more about the work. And certainly we're looking at some of the teaching material as well in a program that is funded by Innovate UK and the Arab Foundation, of Arab Foundation, which is an engineering firm called the Digital Cities for Change. And well, there may be some connections there. So once I've read more of the material, we'll come back to you.
Great. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Remy and Rafael and Maria and Frederick, and also the related colleagues that have not had time to talk to, like Eric and Mr. Turner and others. So you're really welcome, and so I hope to see you again. Yeah, do listen in, because at the next session, which
thank you, Jean. Thank
Martial
you.
will be.
Thank you.
Yeah, say bye bye for now, right? But you're welcome to listen in. But the next one is going to be much more theoretical. But actually, some of the arguments you might find it interesting as well as examples, more in the more technical areas of the modeling work. So you're always welcome, and then to come back to this series. Thank you. Now, because of this wonderful time management by the UN Habitat team, we have, I think, 3 more minutes to do the changeover. So I think this time we're going to start at 3 o'clock if Martial is able to come back at that point, and Martial is going to be chairing this session. Then we also have a host or hostess called Dr. Mingfei Ma. Is Mingfei here?
Yeah. Yes.
Hi, okay.
Everyone.
Yeah. Well, as a host, you may now talk to the 3 distinguished speakers on the panel. So I'll let you do it, because I think more or less the people who have stayed here are the same people as before, who have actually been to the Applied Urban Modeling series. So I don't actually have to say a lot. I think you probably could start straight away in this case.
Okay. Is Martial online now?
Martial is online, but I think Martial probably would need a brief kind of a refreshing, because he's been really working very hard chairing the session before, and also deeply involved in the discussion of this session. Yeah.
Okay, so
and meanwhile, do you know everybody, the speakers of this session? Shall I introduce you?
yeah, well, of course, I know David Simmons, who is my boss.
That's right.
And I think I met Corinne and David met in different meetings and conferences.
The different sessions in the Applied Urban Modeling series.
Yeah.
And yeah.
So hello everyone, I'm Mingfei. I did my PhD in the Modeling Center several years ago, and now I'm a senior consultant in David Simmons Consultancy. So shall we just move to this session now, Ying?
Yeah, move to the session. I think this is the right time. And then Martial will come to join you, but be brave, and then you do the introduction this time.
Okay. So because I see some new audience here, so I would like to do a very short, hi Martial. Hi, so I would like—
Martial, you're muted. So are you? Are you saying something?
Fine.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ming-Fei.
Hi, so I just said I would just have a brief introduction and then I'll move to this session. So good afternoon, everyone, and maybe good morning for people in different parts of the world. I'm Dr. Ming-Fei Ma. I'm one of the convener of the Cambridge Applied Urban Modeling Symposium. So on behalf of the scientific committee and my fellow conveners of AUM, I'd like to welcome you all to this online global workshop session. And then this session is titled New Modeling Frontiers. So the idea of this online workshop is to invite our colleagues who are dedicated to developing new urban analysis and modeling from all time zones of the world. Of course, we expect colleagues from the local time zone to join the seminar now, and also from the neighboring time zones. But of course, you're welcome to join all the sessions. But of course, please be aware of the time difference. Our online workshop is being recorded, so colleagues can watch the preceding videos after the whole workshop, and we're going to upload it online in the AUM webpage. So there are 3 quick points regarding the timing of this session. First of all, this workshop now is running on Zoom meeting mode. That means everyone can communicate directly with any other, with the whole panel and audience. And secondly, if you would like to ask a question, you can either raise your hand and then you will be unmuted and will be invited to ask this question live, or you may use the chat box. And thirdly, each session started around 5 minutes past the hour, and then will be finished 5 minutes before the end of the second hour, so that we'll have some time for changeover to the next session. And now is the time for me to introduce our discussant, Professor Marcel Eichenig. So Marcel is an emeritus professor of land use and transport studies in the Martin Center and our former head of the department. And he's also a research fellow in Churchill College in the University of Cambridge. And he's an international expert in urban and regional planning and has been involved in the development of many cities across the world. So Marcel, I will hand over to you to introduce the speakers and chair the session.
Thank you, Ming-Fei. Very nice to see you and everybody around that. So here we have 3 presentations by different speakers, and starting with Professor Corinne Malley, who is a Professor Emerita of the Institute of Transport of the University of Sydney. And she's a transport economist and specializing in public transport. And it is very interesting, her talk, which is, I have never seen that kind of talk in the applied urban modeling, but as you can see, we are very diverse here, and we have a very interesting discussion about travel behavior, and particularly traveling with dogs in public transport, which is very interesting and depending very much on the national culture, according to her. So Professor Corinne will talk about that. Then is Dr. David Simon. He's director of his namesake consultancy, and he's a planner with specializing in modeling and with a PhD in modeling from Cambridge University, and has a very wide experience of applied urban modeling and developing his own models around the world. He will be talking about I think with Valentina Nakar, which is also a co-author of this presentation, who is a planner with a consultancy, consultant for the David Simon consultancy, and is an expert in modeling. And it's a very interesting talk about the implication of modeling in this pandemic and post-pandemic behavior. So we look very much forward to an interesting presentation. And finally, Dr. David Metz, who is an honorary professor in the Center for Transport Studies of University College London, and he was a former chief scientist at the Department of Transport of the UK. And he is a biochemist by training and physicist. I would say PhD from King's College London. And we look very much forward to his presentation about model failures of forecasting the expansion, the impact of the expansion of the M25, which is an orbital road around London. So starting with Professor Corinne Mulley, could you commence, please? Thank you.
Hi, my name's Corinne Mulley. I'm going to share my screen and then turn the picture off, if that's okay, because our broadband has a tendency to be difficult. Can everyone see the screen?
Yeah. A wonderful picture of the dog, actually, in the bus.
So can I start by saying thank you for coming to this presentation. And the first thing that I think you'll notice is the title is a little bit different from what you've been promised. But it is a title that's closer to what I propose to talk about, which is a couple of papers that we've already published and the way that they fit together. So this is a good point to acknowledge my co-authors on a number of different papers. Jennifer Kent from the University of Sydney is a co-author on all the papers, and Nick Stevens and Laura Goll are co-authors on this particular one that I'm going to talk about. As with many transport topics, one's co-authors often have a different approach to the subject that you're looking at. And Jen and I come to this topic from different but related directions. Jen's a planner who's concerned with how to lower car dependence and develop more sustainable policies and practices. But my perspective is perhaps a little bit different, and it's to see how public transport policy is developed and how we as academics can act as disruptors to this policy making process and push it in a more sustainable direction. The empirical work which underpins the work that we've done in this area is based on the Greater Sydney metropolitan area in Australia. This is a particularly car-centric city, as I'm sure anyone who knows Sydney will confirm. And all sorts of things surprised me about Sydney and its car-centricness when I first moved there. For example, what other capital city have you come across where there's a shopping centre with free parking within 200 metres of the central station? I just found it mind-boggling. Sorry, I haven't been moving this on. So the context is Sydney. In terms of the public transport, only guide dogs are allowed on public transport. There are minor exceptions in the centre of the city for ferries and light rail, unless you take your animal in a carrier. But I would like to see people carry a German Shepherd in a carrier onto a train or onto a bus. So pets aren't welcome, and yes, I know I am a dog person. These are our dogs that are in the bottom of the picture, but this is intended as a serious study of how you need public transport policy to embrace not only those easy journeys, like the journeys to work, but other trips that are made by people with perhaps frail relatives, trips with children, trips to pick up bulky goods from the shop, all these sorts of trips, which may be a small proportion of the overall trips, but are important to the user and need public transport to be flexible, both temporally and spatially. And if we ignore these messy trips, then what we're doing in cities like Sydney and in other areas, other cities where they are very car dependent, is reinforcing that car dependence. So I would argue that our contribution here is wider than just simply dogs on buses. So far, we've written 4 related bits of work on this. The first was one that was very much of an ad hoc survey, but identified that there was really quite a lot of car-dependent journeys with dogs. The second one picked this up and explored in a separate survey what it was that respondents thought about a hypothetical change if the policy was to allow dogs on public transport in Sydney. And what this second paper showed, this one here, showed that actually the issue was more about whether or not you liked dogs or you didn't like dogs, rather than the transport issue per se. And this means that you really need to, as a policymaker, look beyond the transport issue if you're going to make sound public transport policy. But this second paper, in a sense, led directly to the third one, which is the one I want to talk about here. And this looks at how policy itself might be affected or influenced by cultural norms, and then in turn, how to use this in developing new policy for public transport. So I want to talk a little bit about the first 2 papers before moving on to this one. So this is the first paper, which looked at a sample of just over or just under 1,300 people, and established for us that owning a dog really did create trips. These are the headline figures that, you know, out of the nearly 10,000 dog-related trips, nearly half of them started in a private car. And if you work out the number of dog-related trips by car per week, and then multiply it by the number of households in Sydney which have 1 or more dogs, you're left with a potential of something like 2.4 million dog-related private car trips each week. And that paper, with this bulking up of numbers, caused a bit of a rumpus in Sydney, particularly with the policymakers, who were really very embarrassed about how they couldn't really explain how this policy had come about, and indeed why it should be in place. Turning to the second paper, the starting point for this was the demand for messy trips, which I've already talked about, which we felt that should be met by public transport, and that dog trips are really just one example of this. So, as I've said already, we did a survey about a hypothetical change in policy using a panel. And what we found was that the policy support was related to attitudes to dogs, in particular as to whether the respondents were, in a sense, pro-dog, rather than to the transport issue, which was under consideration. And I perhaps ought to say here that the pro-dog respondents weren't necessarily people that own dogs themselves, although it did include dog owners, but the attitude towards the potential policy change really did split along the lines of whether or not they like dogs. And that brought us to this study that I want to talk about, which is what examining the policy about dogs can tell us about public transport policy. And I perhaps should be clear that from this picture, we're not advocating a dogs on public transport policy to the exclusion of passengers, but to actually see how messy journeys can be accommodated by public transport. Because if you bulk up the messy journeys that are made by all sorts of people, we're looking at a very real contribution to public transport demand. So this third study is based on research that we carried out to the beginning of last year it looks at about the policies of about 130 different cities around Europe, Australia, and North America. And in total, it covers 24 different countries. So we've got capital and other cities in the data set, so to speak. And the analysis is based on developing the crosstab analysis that suggested that there was some sort of relationship or association between culture and the nature of the policies. So starting with the collection of policies that we looked at, we found that many cities' information was available on the net, and that was done in conjunction with information we took from a blog of someone who traveled the world with their dog and cross-checked that information with the particular cities. Two aspects of the public transport policies appeared to us to be important when we were looking at the question of norms. First of all, how friendly the policy was in general, and we set three sort of different levels of dog friendliness, whether or not dogs were allowed at all, so that would be where Sydney comes in, where dogs were restricted to a container, and a third level, which is the friendliest one, which was either gave few or no restrictions. And you can see here, coming down here, that the most of the restrictions where they existed was to charge a fare for a dog. There were some locational restrictions, some time restrictions, and some restrictions based on the type of dog. And then we tried to think about what this meant in terms of national culture. And I guess as a transport economist, I found the concept of national culture quite difficult. So the definition that we're working from is one that Hofstede gives, which is the collective programming of the mind that distinguishes the member of one national group from another. And I think us as Europeans, even though the UK is now outside Europe, we would recognize the way that moving across national borders in Europe does bring you into contact with different national cultures, which are expressed in different ways. So the two most commonly used indices of national culture are those that are developed by Hofstede and by someone who's called Engelhardt. This paper uses the Hofstede framework because it's more multidimensional than the Engelhardt scales, whereas the Engelhardt scales are more usually used to track changes over time. Now, the Hofstede dimensions, which I'm going to be talking about, are based on an ongoing survey of value systems in about 100 countries. They were first started in 1967, and they've been tracking different attitudes and responses to statements over time. The framework's based on a factor analysis to reduce the statements into a number of dimensions, which I'm going to show on the next slide. There are basically 6 different national culture dimensions, and anyone that's particularly interested can look at the Hofstede's website, and this goes into it in more detail. As I said already, as a transport economist, I find these sort of social sides of dimensions quite difficult to understand. And I suppose my first thought was, how on earth can things like power distance have an impact on the development of public transport policy? But I was rather convinced by the analysis that we did, simple though it was. So these 6 dimensions look at different aspects of the way in which national cultures could be different from each other. And in terms of the data that we looked at out of the 24 different countries, the next slides give you some ideas of how they might vary between countries. So this one is the power distance, and there's only a selection of countries here. And this is where citizens accept that there are inequalities in the distribution of power. And you can see there's quite a lot of variation between countries. I mean, Denmark is quite low here. Spain and France are quite high. In itself, I don't think it tells you very much, but in combination with the other dimensions, you start to build up a picture. So the next one, in terms of individualism, which is the extent to which individuals are prepared to subvert their own desires in order to give you the well-being of the collective. Again, you can see there's actually less variation here, but Denmark is high here rather than low as it was in the previous slide. Spain is not as high as some of the others, but it's higher than it was. And it doesn't always apply that you're high in one and low in another, because if we look at France here, which is reasonably high, and we look at France in the previous one, you will see that France is also high. So there's no specific pattern that one might expect. I'm going to just look through the dimensions to give you a feeling for the variation, because I want to make sure that we finish on time. And you can see, actually, Denmark is fairly low on a number of these, but very high on indulgence. And in terms of the analysis, what we did was we looked at some correlations. So the analysis is quite simple, looking at the connection between, or the association between, the pet friendliness score and the Hofstede dimensions. And you can see, I thought this was quite surprising, that actually all of them, apart from this one here, had a significant association with the dog friendliness scores. So what can this tell us about the association and development of policy, specifically in relation to dogs, but as an example of a messy trip that isn't currently easily provided by public transport? And what we found by looking at the 5 significant dimensions was that countries that were currently welcoming dogs on public transport were associated with higher power distance scores, higher uncertainty avoidance scores, higher long-term orientation scores, but lower individualism scores and lower indulgence scores. In a sense, what we're saying is those countries which allow dogs on their public transport does appear to be related to national cultures and related to those natural cultures which are more conservative, which have a long-term orientation and an acceptance of hierarchies. I'm going to conclude here, and I'm happy to answer questions and discuss it as people wish. I'd like to start by saying that while dogs on public transport is the example that's used here, there are, as I've already said, a myriad of other seemingly inconsequential trips that make up modern life for people. And these need to be accommodated by public transport services if we're going to get public transport to be the mainstream mode for travel, which of course in turn has a sustainability implication. I've already talked about how modern life is messy, but again, I'd like to reinforce the fact that we need to find some way of incorporating these messy trips into public transport delivery. And I think you can see that whilst the example here is about dogs, there are many trips which are not dog related, which come into the same category. And recognizing that cultural norms may play a part in policy determination means, I think, that we need we've got another route for policymakers to take account of when they're trying to work out how to introduce policies that make public transport delivery more responsive to these more inconsequential trips that could considerably add in adding up to overall demand. So that's where I'm going to finish. Should I stop sharing my screen now?
Thank you, Corey. Very interesting presentation in relation how to measure culture. It's very, I never heard of that kind of exercise. But I suppose I'm surprised that you think that people which are more tolerant to diversity tend to be less happy or having dogs in the public transport. Is that some of the conclusion?
Less tolerant?
Yeah, because you said that one of the indices that you used was to do with acceptance of different views or acceptance of different ways of behaving, I suppose, in your presentation, and this seemed to be surprisingly not correlated with allowing people to use to have dogs in the public transport.
Can I go back to the slides and show you?
Yeah.
So these never works when you try hard, does it?
Yeah. Indulgence.
Indulgence.
Yeah.
So the association was that people that had lower indulgence were more likely to support dogs on public transport.
Lower indulgence is very surprising, isn't it?
I don't think it is.
No?
High indulgence would be wanting to control what other people want.
Yeah, it's the opposite, yeah.
Whereas indulgence here, low indulgence, is not wanting necessarily to interfere with what other people want.
I see. Okay, all right. And that's mean that in connection with dogs, how it correlate that?
How did it correlate?
Yeah, the level of indulgence.
I hope it was positive. It wasn't,
Yeah.
It was negative.
I see, yeah. So in this case, then
What we're saying is that lower indulgence is associated with willingness to welcome dogs on public transport.
Yeah, I thought indulgence means, well, it's a question of definition. Indulgence is higher indulgence is that you allow more people to have their own views. But
no, I think, well, the way that Hofstede defines it is that higher indulgence means you want to control other people.
All right, yeah, I can understand that. Yes, I misunderstood the definition of indulgence. Okay, thank you very much. That's it. But in relation to the other issues that you talk about, messy trips, it's very hard, for a housewife or a husband, whatever, to take children in public transport at the same time that you need to go and bulk, buy in bulk product for weekly shopping. So there are very, very hard ways how you can make it more attractive public transport for these messy journeys, as you say. I think it's very, very hard to make public transport flexible enough for allowing all these type of journeys from very different origins to very different destinations. So no wonder if the car is such a predominant mode of transport in many, many cities. So it's very hard.
Yes, but I think I would argue that it is hard, but the more that cities concentrate simply on the journey to work, the more these type of messy trips get ignored. And there are, I mean, people trip chain, that's very difficult to do on public transport. You've mentioned bulky purchases, but you know, as we move on into the future, there are all sorts of different forms of public transport, like flexible transport, which does door-to-door trips. Those things could be brought into public transport policy and start catering for these trips, which are more difficult to cater for in a simple line, conventional type transport.
Yeah, good.
And I think if you don't think about them, then you perpetuate car use. And in perpetuating car use, it becomes much more difficult to be sustainable.
Yeah, that's right. You have a question, Corinne, from Runa Batu. Yeah, in the chat. Have you seen that one?
No, I haven't.
Yeah. It is,
Shall I read it out for you?
Yes, please.
Or maybe Marcel?
Yeah. Ing.
Yeah. And Runak said, a great presentation, Corinne. I wonder if you could speak about extrapolating these findings to bringing bikes on public transit, for example, trains, especially in the bike-oriented cultures like Dutch cities. Perhaps looking at the transit policies for different abled people as another dimension might be interesting. For differently abled, probably disabled people, right?
Yeah.
I think my comment on that would be that if you're looking at messy trips, then you have to look at the public transport system that you're working with. And certainly if you were looking at the Netherlands, you would be crazy not to consider active transport as part of the overall origin to destination trips. So yes, I think that will work. It's more likely to work in the Netherlands than it would in Sydney, but that doesn't mean it isn't part of the game plan to consider. And Ronak is right that actually looking at people that are disabled, not only people that you recognize as disabled, but other people who have, for example, are visually disabled and find public transport difficult to traverse, are another set of what might seem as inconsequentially small number of trips, but those trips which are important to the user and which, if added up on aggregate, could make a difference to overall demand.
Good.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to make a question or comment about Corinne?
Or Runak, would you like to come back? Because I thought the Dutch city is kind of straightforward. It told all the bikers that they should have two bikes, one on each side.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Corinne. I think that was a great response. Yeah, it got me thinking about when you said like these are the small 1% or 2% of all public transit trips, and most of the planners tend to dismiss them as inconsequential or messy, like you call them. Yeah, in the Netherlands, we might have some success with integrating active transport, but for the most part, like I've seen a few buses which let you load the bikes in front of the bus, but I haven't seen a lot of acceptance with trains. Like when you try to get a bike onto the train, especially during the morning peak hour, I think you'll get a lot of dirty stares and angry stares. And we still, as a culture, haven't really embraced that sort of behavior.
Well, maybe that should be the next survey, to look at active transport trips and see whether that as a policy is something that is also subject to national cultural norms.
Yeah, I think that would be super interesting.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you.
All right, I think we should move on, I think, to the next presentation by David Simmons and Valentina Naka. Are you there, David?
I'm here.
Yeah, all right.
And so Valentina?
Valentina, where is she?
Muted, I think.
Where is she? I cannot see her.
Second row of my screen, but I think we all see different things.
I cannot see her.
I can, but I still can't hear you, Valentina. But,
I've unmuted myself.
that's good.
There you are. Thank you. So I cannot hear very well. Can you increase your microphone power?
Marcial, it's your speaker.
No, I hear everybody except Valentina.
Oh, okay.
All right. Are you sharing the screen, Valentina? Good.
Yeah, it's coming. Great. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay, the plan is that, if it's okay to start, I was going to cover the first part of our presentation. Valentina will continue with the parts of the work that she was most heavily involved with, and I will briefly conclude on some of the things following on from that. So next slide, please, Valentina. Going to talk very briefly about the models on which this work was based, and then I'll talk about the way we use those in some very quick work, which was ultimately for the Trussell Trust, about the need for food banks, like food parcels, to be distributed during the pandemic. Then Valentina will talk about the work for Scottish Government that we did following on from the Trussell Trust work, and I'll talk about some of the enhancements that we're making to our modelling for issues that are going to be expected to be important in a post-COVID world, and some issues we've identified along the way. So moving on to the diagram. This is a diagram that many of you would have seen before in previous AUM meetings and at other conferences, describing the overall structure of the Delta package models that we've been developing over the last 20-25 years. Very briefly, there is a zonal level model, which is representing the spatial markets in property and in the households and employment, households and firms that occupy those properties, and the labour markets, different levels of detail in different applications, as you'll hear. That interacts with a transport model, which is usually developed by another firm or organization that we're collaborating with. And then alongside our zonal model, we have two sets of submodels that work at a higher level, which we've referred to as macro zones. In UK practice, they tend to be travel to work areas. One of those deals with the spatial economy, and in particular, it deals both with investment and with trade and production. Uses an input-output model to model the trade and production, that in itself has similarities to a lot of other models, including past Martin Center models and Marcel Ischnicker's own Me Plan package, but with the important differences, one, that there is a distinct investment model which deals with longer term location choices and the interaction with the zonal model. And there is also, over on the right hand side of the diagram, a model of longer distance migration. So model is representing in longer term forecasting that there are rather different factors that work at the higher level, which is essentially between cities or towns, rather than the zonal level, which is within them. That's all I'm going to say about the model at the moment. I think those are the critical points in relation to what we're covering here. So moving on to the work for the Trussell Trust. Trussell Trust is Britain's largest operator of food banks, i.e. it is delivering packages of food, groceries to families who are recognised through various channels as being otherwise unable to support themselves. This is an important source of support for a disturbingly large number of households, even before the pandemic, and the Trust, which is a major significant research and campaigning organisation, as well as an operator, was very concerned about the potential for increase in the number of destitute households needing their support. It was quite a complex project organised by Heriot-Watt University, in particular by Professor Glenn Bramley, which dealt first with, at a very early stage, in what was then only just being recognised as a pandemic, what the impact on the economy, on firms and on workers' earnings or employment status would be, and then fed that into a micro simulation analysis based on previous work done at Heriot-Watt and elsewhere, which followed through the consequences, particularly in terms of what proportion of those who would lose their jobs or their incomes would be already impoverished and would risk destitution as a result of the economic problems, in parallel, of course, to the problems that would be caused by family members actually becoming ill. So our part of the work was very specifically one box out of 9 here, looking at reduced economic activity, and feeding that into all of the other processes. So moving on to the next slide, please, Valentina. What we're seeking to do, and back in April or so, was to introduce a shock about the expected direct impacts on each sector in the economy, assuming at that point that they were spatially uniform. Ideally, we would have done that by specifying that a certain proportion of each industry would stop operating and not supply anything, and that a certain proportion of labour would not be available. However, input-output models are not generally very good at dealing with supply constraints, or in our case, they do deal with them only gradually over a number of years through prices, which isn't appropriate here, where we're talking about something that would happen almost overnight. So what we had to do was to represent the direct effects by adjusting the demand. So we basically scaled down household final expenditure and other final expenditure, particularly exports and investment, and adjusted intermediate demand so as to knock out directly those parts of the economy which were expected to be directly affected. So that's the next slide, or next slide, right, next slide, please, Fantina. We were doing this just in 2020, and The hope was that this would only affect 2020 at the time. We were starting from an existing model run for Great Britain, which had projected what we expected to happen in 2020. And we proceeded to run just two components, the input-output model I've mentioned with the shocks to demand I've described, and the part of the model that deals not only with the labour market, which adjusts the supply of workers and the number of people in work by household type and zone in line with reductions in the demand for employment. And that produced the results that we'll see in a minute. What we took as the initial shock, and bearing in mind that this was being done in the second quarter of the year when there was very little data apart from rapidly rising unemployment figures, were estimates that have been made by OECD about the impact of shutdowns. So this was looking at the parts of industry that were expected to shut down as part of the measures to reduce the spread of COVID-19 on the grounds that they were essentially unsafe to operate. So we had resort to measuring these off the graph that's on the screen. We fed those in to the sectors in the model as the direct effects, and the model then calculated the indirect effects which arose in other sectors. So those essentially are the inputs that are on screen now. On the next slide have the outputs. So the blue lines are our translation of those OECD figures, and the orange lines are the indirect impacts, essentially negative multiplier effects. So see, for example, that food and accommodation was very directly affected. There was very little left to be negatively affected by people spending less or firms not running business lunches. In contrast, the primary sector, agriculture, mining and so on, was unaffected directly, but expected to take a 20% hit as a result of decreased demand and effects such as we saw, for example, in the oil industry, that people would be happy to stockpile materials, but literally ran out of space to do so. We also had these results by socioeconomic level on the next slide, showing things that have been widely reported since, that the impacts were greater on lower level occupations, particularly on skilled manual. But that is separate from the fact that is before we think about working at home, which is in Valentina's part of the presentation. And so these were particularly the right-hand side of that diagram that summarizes important impact. 30% or sorry, nearly 50% of low-skilled workers at risk of losing their jobs, and those being the people who are, of the working population, most likely to be impoverished and at risk, especially of destitution, especially in the case of failures in the benefit system, which were notorious. I'll just briefly mention one comparison that we were able to do a little later, which was once ONS had got into estimating the impacts. The next slide shows in the red bars are impacts by slightly different aggregation of sectors in between two different estimates based on ONS data as to what was going on. And moderately, well, quite pleased under the circumstances that there was a resemblance here, and that in most cases the bars of our estimates are within the range that we took from the ONS data. So that there's a lot more that could be said just about that, but I've used far too much time already. Valentina, I'll pass on to you.
Thank you, David. Can everyone hear me? Hello?
I can hear you, Valentina.
Okay, perfect, good. Okay, so this part of the presentation will cover the work we've done for Transport for Scotland. So based on what David has just described, that based on the work we've done for Trussell Trust, which was at the national level, we have then started to bring this study to the next level, having a look at the impacts in Scotland and introducing also new calculations for the working at home people. So this work, as David was mentioning, has been done during spring 2020. So bear in mind that lots of data was not available at the time. And the model, TELMOS 18, the land use model that has been developed over the past 15 years, has been used to estimate the full lockdown situation and also to test different level of relaxation for the restrictions. So at that point, in Scotland, we were in full lockdown and there were different, there was a route map with different phases, but nothing was, but the evaluation went step by step. And so we were having a look at the impacts of various phases, reopenings. So with this part of the project, we have improved the method David has described before, and we have introduced the treatment of working at home. So from the trust work, we have got just number of people that are not working, while in this new project, we have divided the people that are working from people that are working at home and people that are working in their usual workplace. So the adjustment of number of workers to exclude the people working at home has been done using relative probabilities of working at home by industry and then separate also by occupation from the Office National Statistics in a survey carried out in 2019. And then we have also got inputs by sector from the Business Impact COVID-19 survey. We have implemented an ad hoc procedure to take the number of workers by industry and local authority that had been estimated in the national, so Great Britain level, as working at the usual workplace and apply them to control the TELMOS 18 model. Some further adjustment by industry, because the definition of the industry were different, have been done along the way. So just a brief introduction on TELMOS. TELMOS is a long-standing project that we have been developing from 2003. So it's a transport economic land use model of Scotland. On the right-hand side, you've got a map of the zones and the macro zones that the model has been developed for. So it's 803 zones, and it's a quite detailed in terms of households and activities. So the first stage of the work included applying the results from the national model developed during the Trussell Trust study to Scotland level. And then the second stage is what is shown in the graph on the right-hand side of the slide, where we have got a business as usual case in 2020 from previous rounds of the model, and we input estimate of direct impact into the model. Obviously, these direct impacts are at sector level. There is no spatial element here. And then the model runs the production and trades model and outputs the number of people that are not working by socioeconomic level, by sector, and by work zone. When we have got the number of people that are not working, then we do a further run of one component of the model, so the employment commuting model, where we input the proportion of people that are working from home, and it's always by activity, by sector, and the model will output the total number of people that are working at home by sector, socioeconomic level, and work zone and home zone. So we have introduced this further distinction for people working at home, and the reason for that is because the focus this time from Transport for Scotland was that we were focusing on the people working at the usual workplace, which were the people who were in fact doing the trips to work and using public transport. So the results I'm going to show in the next 2 slides I've got the same format as the diagrams that has shown you for trust, but they refer to Scotland. So the graph on the left-hand side shows the percentage of business as usual workers that are not going to work. And here you can see the split between the direct effect, so the direct closure of the sector, indirect effect, so people that are not going to work because other clients or customers are closed. And then there is the working at home part, where people are allowed or can work from home. All of these inputs were taken from the S&M model. So because at the time there was no Scottish data available to apply this study to Scotland. And then the next slide has got a graph that David has shown already. That's the total, the percentage of workers not going to work by socioeconomic level. And again, there is similarity with the trust results. As you can see, SEL3 has got the highest proportion of people not working, and SEL1, as one would expect, has got the highest proportion of people working from home. This slide shows another representation of the results we have seen so far. So far it was at an aggregate level. Now we can see how the distribution by a local authority on the left-hand side and zones on the right-hand side is within the model. So the 2 maps here, they show the proportion of businesses as usual workers that don't go to work either because they're working at home or because they have been furloughed or lost their jobs. As you can see, Edinburgh local authority is the one with the highest proportion of workers not going to their usual workplace. And there is also the detail on zones on the right-hand side. This is the work we've done for the lockdown evaluation. And then we have set up quite a few different tests to estimate the demand for transport. So the people that are working at their usual business place, at their usual workplace in the different phases. So we set up different tests for phase 2 and for phase 3. And something I wanted to bring up here is like the definition of worst case that we have got both for phase 2 and for phase 3. So worst case is the worst case from a transport point of view. So when the public transport is going to have the highest demand. And the different tests have been set up according to different assumptions for reopening some of the key sectors. assumption for education, retailing, and also, especially in the last phase, phase 3, we wanted to have a look at the different scenarios according to the level of working at home. And this graph is slightly is different from what we've seen so far, just because I wanted the point again here is to have a look at what is the highest demand in public transport. So those each of these tests is represented by a column that is 100%, and the dark gray part of the column represents the direct effect. So the fact that the industry has been completely shut down. Light gray is the indirect effect. So as we see, people that can't work because there is no client demand. And then the green part represents the people working at home, and the orange part represents the people that are going to work at the usual workplace. So that's the red pattern, what was mainly of interest of Transport for Scotland, because obviously they wanted to have a look at where the most of the passengers were due to travel on public transport, due to the 2 meters apart restriction that were at that time. So this is just to show us what sort of insight the model can give and how it can help the institution to take decisions about how to implement policies. David, I think that was my last slide. We can't hear you, David, if you're talking.
Sorry. Thank you, Valentina. And just very briefly to conclude by describing some of the subsequent developments and issues that have emerged. The first of these is that clearly working at home has become much more of an issue than before. But we've in effect had a massive enforced experiment in many of us in working at home over the past 10 months, which for many people and many firms has found it to be more practical, more productive than had previously been anticipated, though many other people have found it just as difficult as they expected, or found it simply depressing, mentally difficult to cope with. But there is no doubt that it's now both on the policy agenda and on a sort of commercial agenda, both in the labour market and in the property market, where many tenants are thinking, well, do we need space for so many desks? Can we manage with less space and have our staff working at home? So as part of our current work for Transport Scotland, getting back into the intended planning uses of the Telmos model, we're looking at improvements that will make it easier to adjust the proportion of people working at home by sector, by occupational level, and optionally by zone or area, as the controls on a number of people working at home. And that's a number that will be explicitly represented in the data that passes to the transport analysis as a matter of routine in future. But alongside that, in looking at a situation where people may be choosing, we hope will be choosing to work from home, to include a variable propensity to do so based in particular on household type and also on the length of commute. Bearing in mind that we would expect these propensities to vary markedly if working at home is a worker choice. So, for example, we would expect, and there's some prior evidence that suggests that people, particularly say older couples, empty nests where children have grown up and left, There are spare bedrooms which do very nicely as studies. You can see one behind me. That those people may be most willing, most even enthusiastic about working at home, and that people who are living maybe in shared flats where working at home means, in the worst case, sitting on the bed all day, will be extremely reluctant. So there may be very marked differences in people's willingness to work at home, given the choice in the matter. But there are also suggestions employers, major employers especially, are going to impose high levels of working at home, eventually as a contractual requirement, that they will massively reduce their office floor space. And so this may become much more of a common across the board pattern rather than being a worker choice. So that is what we are getting into modeling, with clearly not very much data to go on at the moment. So this is for exploring scenarios rather than making firm predictions. And it will be going in essentially to the interface program between our land use modeling and our colleagues' transport modeling, and will be used in different ways, take account both of the effects on commuting and the effects on other trips. One of the things that makes working at home seem rather attractive from some sustainability points of view is that people working at home, certainly in the way that we do, are sort of tied to a computer, and they actually make fewer trips during the day, not only than their commuting equivalents, but fewer than other people who are at home during the day. So that's one major enhancement, and there's a range of other issues on the next slide, which we will also be looking at, have started looking at for some of our clients, about the implications of, for example, households who don't already have a spare room or home office already, demanding more space, that they may put less weight on access to work in their location choices. Similarly, that firms may require less space and may put less weight on access to labour and to other firms in location issues. Okay, so those are things that we're looking at using the model by adjusting coefficients, again, as a scenario exploration tool. And then the final issues that we've been picking up in thinking about how we populate all of this, finding that existing data, particularly, for example, the English and Scottish censuses, including the English one to be done this year, the Scottish one next year, where the questions are already committed, don't make enough distinctions between people who are working at home but could commute to an employer's workplace, those whose only workplace is their home, so sort of self-employed freelance workers, or those who are employed by a firm on a wholly remote working basis, like some of our staff who live a long way from our offices and work entirely at home. And then the people category of people who work from home but not at home, such as, for example, an independent taxi driver who keeps her taxi outside the house, but obviously works outside. So those are issues which we hope official surveys, as well as ad hoc ones, will be addressing in future. And there's clearly a need for future research as we get back to a more normal situation, but a different one, to investigate how much future working at home is chosen by workers, how much is chosen by firms, to look at the potential sorting effects, where the workers select employers on the basis of their working at home policies or requirements, and indeed people choosing where to live further from work on the basis that they don't expect to commute very often or at all. Changes in agglomeration effects, and so the one which I actually forgot to write down on this slide, which is how this turns out in the labour market if firms are basically trying to put the costs of working space trying to save renting that space in the office market and to make employees find their own space. How is that going to play out in terms of salaries, especially if, for example, households are then looking for bigger space because they have to work at home. So this is really sort of casting a shopping list out in the hope that we'll see findings about this at future AUMs and other meetings. And just one point I'd like to add in conclusion, which is that the model applications that Valentina and I have described depended entirely on making best use of existing models. So there was absolutely no time to develop new models. We had to devise ways of making best use of existing models, as indeed did our colleagues on the transport side who were picking up those results. It has, I think, illustrated the value of having more general models that are perhaps rather wider in scope than required for routine planning. For example, simply the fact of having a model that works in 1 year steps. So we had a 2020 forecast as part of a sequence that went already to 2042. And more generally, again, there's the old arguments often trotted out in discussions about modeling of horses for courses, that you need different models for different purposes. That, both in the original analogy about horses and in the modeling case, means you need to have the right animal in the stable first. So there is value to authorities when a new problem arises, especially in emergency, of having a range of models available to address the issues that may arise. Thank you very much. I hope that was interesting. My thanks both to Valentina and to all our colleagues at DSE and elsewhere who've done all of the work that's been described. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Really interesting application of existing models, as you said, and some of the issues that you may be confronted in the future. I have a few questions or comments in general, and then a couple of particular issues which I picked up in your presentation. In the first instance, in relation to home working, there is some evidence from the US by Patricia Mokhtarian on the impact of teleworking. And what she shows that is not that people, all of them sort of who takes teleworking, they not only work from home, but they mixed, you know, the journeys and stay, you know, maybe two days per week at home, and then the other 2 days or 3 days going to work. So it's a mixture of telecommuting and physical commuting most of the workers, which it has interesting implications in terms of frequency of travel, length of travel, as well as use of space, that you quite rightly identify that it has enormous implications of this in space, both at the home end, more space for working, and at the work end, less space, maybe hot desking. So the question is not just yes or no, but a kind of mixture of teleworking and physical working. Then another comment in general, I think, is the question of treating, how you treat this teleworking. I'm of the opinion that we should be incorporated that as an alternative model split, which instead of going physically, you can go sort of electronically. And you can treat it as one possibility with zero cost and zero time, which but is not suitable for every single type of jobs. You know, sort of manual workers, probably the probability of using telework is low, while other office workers, they may be possible to do. And we had an experience when we did Cambridge Futures about 10 years ago, we looked at that and we simulated through a model split. At that time, we didn't have a lot of information, but it was very interesting that you can make a mode of transport, the teleworking or teleshopping. So that's something which I would like you to comment on. In relation to particular results that you show, I would like to ask a few questions. As I understand, you are using OECD as input for changing the amount of employment. I suppose that the OECD include both direct, so the final demand effect, as well as indirect or intermediate production. So how you separate these two? I suppose if you input one, it shouldn't be included in the other one. The other thing which surprises me, which is an interesting question, is the amount of impact that you are showing. You know, it's very high, you know, over 40%, probably on average, the impact in unemployment. Well, we know that it hasn't been all that much. You know, the last year has an increase of 2% of unemployment, and probably will go much higher when furloughing is finished, but never beyond 10%, I think. But you are showing a very, very high percentage of reduction of employment. So it's one sort of particular question. And the other thing is there is a lot of information now of how many people are working in doing teleworking by sector. And on average, it's less than 50% during the lockdown. So can you comment on that? Or maybe Valentina can comment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, if I start, Valentina, and perhaps so I can take the detailed questions first and work back to the more general points. I mean, we should perhaps have emphasized that what we're describing is work which we did in April, May of last year, and then in, I think, May to July for Transport Scotland. So we're describing what we did then based on the data or lack of it at the time. The OECD impacts, certainly from the original document, we understood that those were the direct impacts of complete or partial shutdowns, basically looking at the importance of different sectors, which they thought would be affected to different degrees in the different economies that they were looking at. So I don't think there was double counting there. And that question was certainly looked at by some of the other economists in other parts of the sort of consortium that was working on the Trustful Trust work. So I believe we got it right on the basis of what OECD was saying at the time. Again, the levels of employment reduction, I mean, we were assuming that the effects would work through in full. At the time, it seems that we were getting effects in the right direction, but we were looking at essentially an amount of work not being done. And we were doing this just at the time when the furlough scheme was being announced. Certainly the original work was done at that time. So when we started, I don't think we actually knew that there was going to be a furlough scheme of the type that the UK government fairly promptly introduced. And so also the effects of being either out of work altogether or on furlough, which you'll recall initially meant for most people a reduction, 20% reduction in income. That was being worked out in the later stages. So Right? Certainly, if you take our figures as unemployment, they are too high compared. They were really the amount of work. Well, people who are not doing the work, whether they were actually unemployed or on furlough. And yes, I mean, the data by sector on levels of telecommuting, which not, perhaps not as quite as high as one would have expected in some sectors. We're certainly drawing on what has been obtained during the pandemic, as well as the data which ONS were actually working on last year, so 2019, the year before, and which they very hastily completed and published at the beginning of the pandemic, which, whilst it's not ideal, is a lot better than nothing. Picking up on your more general points, if I go straight onto those, the point about people mixing workers working from home, going to the office maybe 2 days a week rather than 5. Yes, I mean, we haven't said much about that, but that is what it is, effectively the average day that we're aiming to represent in the new work for Transport Scotland. It does raise some very interesting questions, in particular, again, what happens if this is controlled by the employer or chosen by the employee? If it's chosen by the employer, one might expect that in many firms, the focus will be on reducing the space requirement at the office, and that therefore there would need to be a high level of working at home every day of the week. And that so one of our public transport clients was very interested in this because they saw this as actually helping to reduce the problems that they see in meeting peak demand. But we did point out that if this becomes something that is more of an option that's offered to employees to work at home on the days that they prefer, what they might see is, this has been seen before, less commuting on Mondays and Fridays, conventional levels of commuting in the middle of the week. And in the worst case, if everybody tries to go to work on Wednesday, the peak might even get a bit worse, at which point there was a sharp intake of breath from the other end. The point about telecommuting as a mode, I think that is an interesting idea, and it is certainly one that I would like to come back to as an alternative to what we're doing in the Transport Scotland case. It's not really, it would be much more difficult to introduce that in the current work, which has scope to make limited changes in a very short space of time. But as a long-term way of dealing both with telecommuting and, as you said, with teleshopping, I think it's certainly worth further investigation. Thank you for the reminder about that. Valentina, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add from the Transport Scotland end.
Thank you, David. Valentina, do you want to say anything?
No, David, I think that's everything.
All right. Anybody else wants to ask a question to David or somebody or Valentina? Yes, Jamil.
Thank you, Marcel. Hi, David. Hi, Valentina. Thank you for the very interesting presentation. I do have one question with respect to the proportions of people working from home. In Valentina, you mentioned a survey from the ONS in 2019. Could you please specify which data was that about? If you have this information right now, otherwise I can.
I don't have it right now, I'm sorry, but I will look into it and let you know.
And with respect to the results you showed about the distribution according to socioeconomic status of working or not working, you showed how are those who are more in the administrative section who stayed more at home or didn't work, and also the less skilled. Would you also have some intuition with respect to the different sectors, in particular the less skilled? Do you have an idea of how this distributes across sectors?
David, I don't think we have looked that into detail for each of the sector. But I think that's definitely something we can look at.
Because I guess there is an interesting possibly interaction between the concept of key workers and the level of specializations. Mm-hmm. And I have a sense that a lot of key workers in reality are less skilled, but they still have to go to work. So there could be something interesting to verify there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, there certainly is data about the different patterns. Though that is somewhere where I think the behavior of different sectors has changed very rapidly in response to the emergency over the past year. One particular case I know of is that the take-up of telecommuting in the financial sector had been quite slow because of security concerns. And back in March, April, the regulators in the UK suddenly changed their tunes completely and said that the financial sector must switch very large, almost entirely, to people working remotely, which was very welcome. They slightly spoilt the impression by saying that they were doing this to protect the banking system, not to protect the staff, which didn't go down quite so well. But there are some respects where previous evidence on sectors has to be taken very carefully. But I will find and circulate the link. I've got it on my desktop somewhere, but the link to the ONS 2019 work, which was done before the pandemic and published during it.
Yes, thank you very much. Jamil, there is some information of the impact of the lockdown in teleworking by socioeconomic, by sector. It is available and it is quite revealing. So I think it's ONS information, but Ying knows exactly where is the source. So he may be able to do it. Well, thank you very much. I think we ought to move to our final presenter, David Metz, which I hope there will be very controversial and very interesting presentation. So David, please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts with you. If I can share my screen. Now, can everyone see this?
Not yet, but hopefully now it's coming.
Sorry, can you tell me what you can see?
Just a blank page at the moment.
Not sure what's happening here.
There it is, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, good.
Okay, I'm going to discuss a case study about the widening of the M25 motorway, which is the London Orbital motorway. And the section we're concerned with is to the north of central London, between junctions 23 and 27. Junction 27 is where the M11 to Cambridge goes, and junction 23 is the A1M, the main road to the north. And this is part of a program of the Highways England, which is the executive agency of the Department for Transport. Basically, what they've been doing is to take the existing motorways, which are generally 3 lanes in each direction, plus a hard shoulder, and they've been converting the hard shoulder into a running lane, effectively increasing the capacity. And they've also added variable message signs to control speed times of high use and manage any breakdowns. And they call the whole thing smart motorways, all lane running. So no hard shoulder anymore. There's been some controversy about safety. but I'm not going to discuss that today. So in this particular case, there was quite detailed monitoring of traffic volumes and speeds before the new scheme opened, and for 3 years afterwards, years 1, years 2, and year 3. And this slide shows the journey time on the vertical axis for both clockwise and anti-clockwise traffic, comparing before the scheme opened with year 3 for a whole variety of time slots. So Monday to Thursday, the morning peak, the interpeak period, the afternoon peak, Friday, the same, but the times are a bit different. And then at weekends, we've got all of traffic. And just looking at this, you'll see there's very little difference between the pairs. For example, here, the blue and the orange, this is before and year 3. There's very little difference at all here at year 3. And there was no difference in transit times at year 2, but at year 1, the traffic did flow faster, 9% faster in one direction and 5% faster in the other direction. And the reason why this speeding of traffic didn't persist was substantial growth of traffic. So the conclusions of the year 3 monitoring were that there were 16% more traffic compared with before the scheme opened, which was far higher than the local growth on the regional motorway growth of about 7%. And the largest growth of traffic was at weekends, up to 23%, rather less on other days. And the conclusion of the year 3 monitoring, which was the final monitoring report, was that these results show that the increase in capacity has been achieved, moving more goods, people, and services while maintaining journey times at pre-scheme levels and slightly improving reliability. Now, that conclusion is misleading, as I will explain later. But what struck me immediately when I saw that was that this could not have been the justification for the investment, because the justification for the investment, according to the standard methodology for transport economic appraisal, is based on the saving of travel time. There was no saving of travel time seen here before year 1, after year 1. So I made a request to see the modeling reports, and there were 2 models that had been used. There was the traffic model, which is a variable demand model based on the Saturn software suite, which has been in use for 40 years now, very well established. It covers the wider M25 region, well beyond the M25 itself, taking into account all modes of travel. The input demand is based on the Department of Transport's National Transport Model and the department's National Trip End Model, which takes account of population growth and changes in land use. And the traffic model was used to make forecasts for the opening year, 2015, 2030, the design year, so-called, and 2040, the horizon year. And the models were run in full for these 3 years, and for intermediate years, there was interpolation. And what they were comparing was what is called the do something case, in this case, the investment in the widening, with the do minimum, which was without that investment, but with everything else that was going on in the region. And then the outputs from the traffic model were used as inputs to the economic model, which is the Department of Transport's TUBA model, the Transport User Benefit Analysis, which does the cost benefit analysis. So we can then compare the observed traffic, which I've described earlier in year 3, compared with before. We're looking here at the increased volume of traffic. We can compare the observed traffic with the forecast. And in the forecast, we're comparing the do something case with the investment compared with the do minimum case without the investment. And we're looking here at both clockwise and anti-clockwise. So on the right-hand side, far right-hand set of bars, the 4 bars are for each section of the road between the different junctions, because the model is really a very detailed one. And you can see for the anti-clockwise direction, the traffic volumes observed are always greater than the traffic volumes forecast. And for the clockwise direction, in 2 cases out of the 4, for 2 sections of the road out of 4, the outturn traffic volumes were greater than forecast. In 1 case, they were very similar, and in the final case, they were a bit lower. So overall, the model was failing to forecast the volumes of traffic that were observed. Now, the model also forecast the speed of traffic, and for simplicity, I'll just show you 1 case. For junctions 23 to 24, for the morning peak clockwise, comparing the do minimum case without the investment, the blue bar, and the do something case with the investment, the increased capacity, and that gives you a higher speed. We're looking here at the speed of traffic, and we're looking at it for the 3 years that were modeled, and over the 3 years, the speeds declined because of the increased, the background increase in traffic volumes, but there's always an increase in speed as a result of the investment, and hence of travel time savings, which are then the inputs, or one of the important inputs to the economic model. And this summarizes from the economic model, the transport economic efficiency benefits. So for business users, the long distance users, we have time savings. This is a standard net present value discounted over 60 years. Time savings of 475 million, offset by an increase in vehicle operating costs of 38 million because of the increased volume of traffic. For the consumers commuting, there were time savings, but these were offset entirely by increased vehicle operating costs. And similarly, for other local trips by consumers, again, the time savings were very largely offset by vehicle operating costs. So the present value of the transport efficiency benefits derived very largely, according to the model, from time savings to business users. Now, what's happening here with the commuters, the short distance users, is that people are rerouting to use the faster travel made possible by the increased capacity of the motorway, and not realizing that they're incurring increased fuel costs, or maybe realizing but prefer the time savings. I mean, I can illustrate this with a hypothetical trip between Barnet, which is a suburb in outer London within the M25 orbital motorway, and a trip going northeast to the town of Ware in Hertfordshire. There are 3 routes shown here. This is the usual Google Maps reflecting actual traffic conditions. The shortest trip, the middle one of the 3, 15.7 miles, is actually the slowest trip. The fastest trip is the one shown in blue, where you would go up to the M25 and along the section that we've been discussing to get to the A10, and then you would go north. And that's a longer trip than the most direct route, but it's a shorter trip at 28 minutes compared with 34 minutes. And then there's another longer trip, but which is still faster than the most direct route. So this shows why it's very reasonable for a local user diverting to take advantage of the motorway. And when the capacity was increased, that advantage would be even greater. It also illustrates a more general point that we really haven't paid much attention to, which is the advent of the sat-nav device, the digital navigation technology, which is changing travel behavior and is impacting on the investment case for increasing road capacity. So to summarize then the economic benefits, The economic efficiency benefits that I showed you in the table were 442 million discounted at present value. And that generated a benefit cost ratio of 2.9, which took into account all the externalities as well as the capital cost. And any benefit cost ratio over 2 counts as high value for money according to the department's categorization. But as we've seen, the time savings failed to materialize because of additional traffic. Now, from the traffic monitoring, we don't know what that traffic was. It's quite likely to be more diverted local trips of nil economic value, which will be taking up capacity that might have been used by business users. There may be some new trips, particularly at weekends. You remember I mentioned the 23% in weekend traffic. That's presumably not commuting traffic, probably not business traffic, probably leisure trips, some of which might be new. Because the capacity is taken up by local trips, there's no benefit or little benefit to business users. And of course, there are more externalities related to vehicle miles traveled than forecast, more carbon emissions, more air pollutants, more noise, etc. So clearly the benefit cost ratio on outturn is far less than the 2.9. Indeed, it may be negative because if all the extra traffic are local diverted trips of no economic value, and there is more traffic, vehicle miles traveled with externalities, we could actually be worse off as a result of this increased capacity. Is this a special case? And I think the answer is probably not. The strategic road network in Britain comes under greatest stress in or near areas of high population density where there is a lot of local traffic that can take advantage of the strategic road network. So I would expect the example here to be not untypical. The UK road investment strategy for the current 5-year period includes 17 smart motorway investments, which are forecast to have an average benefit cost ratio of 2.4, a bit less than the M25 scheme, but almost certainly very much in excess of outturn. So we have a problem with traffic forecasting models, at least with this particular traffic forecasting model that was used. And I think we're suffering from optimism bias here. This is a well-known problem, particularly as regards capital cost of schemes, where at the early stages, it's quite common for an optimistic view to be taken with the outcome that capital costs can be much higher than forecast. We've also seen optimism bias in demand forecasting, particularly in competitive situations. For example, the rail franchise awards in Britain, where the winning bid in the competitive situation has often been optimistic in terms of forecasting future demand, and the franchises have failed. And similarly in Australia, there have been many competitive bidding situations for toll road franchises where the winning bid proved very disappointing to investors. In the present case, the bias, I think, is not to forecast more traffic, it's to forecast less traffic in order to generate the time savings that the economic appraisal requires. So economic benefits are therefore overstated, and the externalities related to traffic volumes are underestimated. The impact of digital navigation is a sort of newish phenomenon, but it's very widely used now, and we're disregarding that in our modeling. And most important, there's a real lack of effort to validate models. There's a huge effort goes into building models and very little effort into validating models. And the Saturn modeling suite, which has been used in the present study, is, venerable, goes back 40 years, has been developed actively over the period, endorsed by the Department of Transport. As far as I know, and having made inquiries, no prior effort to validate this, yet when one can take advantage of the detailed monitoring data, as we have had in this case, we find the model, in this application at least, was quite invalid. So we need much better evaluation. We need to go beyond traffic counts, which aren't very informative. We need to do longitudinal studies to see how individual travel behavior changes following an intervention. So in a longitudinal study, you follow the behavior of a representative group. In a case like this, travel patterns before a scheme opens and then how these patterns change at intervals of time afterwards. Longitudinal studies are quite common in the areas of healthcare, medicine, and social sciences, but they've been very little used in transport. Indeed, I'm not aware of any study, any longitudinal study of any major intervention. But it should now be feasible using the kind of travel diary techniques that have been used in the National Travel Survey, probably updated to use GPS technology to locate people. And mentioning the National Travel Survey brings me to my final point, which is that time savings are not in fact the long run benefit of transport investment, although that is the conventional assumption. So if we look at the National Travel Survey, where we have a 50-year time series almost now, I'm showing here the three key parameters. The bottom trend line is the trip rate, about 1,000 trips a year, averaged across the population, covering all modes of travel except international travel by air. The middle trend line is average travel time, about 370 hours per person per year, pretty stable over the period, about an hour a day. Not just true of Britain, but true of pretty well all settled populations that have been looked at. What has changed over this period is the average distance traveled, shown at the top, which grew steadily in the last century, but then stabilized and ceased to grow. The growth was due to increasing car ownership and increasing road construction, which allowed people to travel faster in the same amount of time, but that process has come to an end. But over this whole period, we were investing huge amounts of money in new transport infrastructure, justified by the saving of travel time, yet we see in aggregate no travel time saving over the period. And the reason is that people don't take the benefits of faster travel in the form of more time for work or leisure. They take the benefits in terms of access to more people, to more places, giving more opportunities and choices. And this is a point that is being increasingly recognized. And I quote here from a report of the International Travel Forum. Appraisal of transport projects is traditionally focused on travel time saving and congestion relief. However, there is a growing understanding that this misses the ultimate purpose of the transport system, which is to provide access to employment, goods, services, and other opportunities. Now, access is quite different from time savings. It's subject to diminishing returns. The more access you have to a typical kind of destination, the less the value of an increment. Access increases broadly with the square of the speed of travel, because it's defined as proportionate to the area of the circle whose radius is proportional to the speed of travel. So this combination of being subject to diminishing returns but increasing with the square of the speed gives you a saturation function, which is in fact what we see with the National Travel Survey, that cessation of growth. And of course, increased access leads to changes in land use and land value, which we can observe. So my conclusions, firstly, the case study of the model of the M25 widening. The modeling very much overstated the economic benefits. The model had not been validated, and so the failure to forecast is surprising. To validate our models, I think we need to track how travel behavior changes after an intervention using modern techniques. And finally, the use of unvalidated models that suffer from optimism bias results in investments that turn out to be poor value for money. The M25 study I've written up and is due to be published in Transportation Research Part A. I have a piece recently out in Transport Planning and Technology about time constraints and travel behavior, the based on the National Travel Survey diagram I have shown you. A book of mine a couple of years ago looked at the new technologies that are influencing road use, and there's a chapter on digital navigation, though that's getting a little dated now. And much of this can be found on my website, shown here. So I'd rather rush through that because I'm conscious we're getting short of time, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, David, for your interesting and challenging presentation. I completely agree with you that we need to have more validations of the models that we use in order to understand how well and how good they are and how they represent, reality in some ways. I would like, if I may, to have three comments. I would like you to comment in three aspects which I picked up from your presentation. The first one, as you said, the models which are used, they are not picking up enough of the diversion of traffic, maybe, and also the change of supplies for industry. You may find that some industrialists start buying from another supplier if you do have a better access to them via the increase in the capacity of the network. And the same for new markets, so which appears for some production institution or firms which may change the pattern of land use. So maybe these models are not sufficiently in tune with all these changes and elasticities in relation to that. The second question, which I think I'm not sure if I understood correctly, because certainly the benefit cost ratio not only includes what happens in the M25 itself that you are measuring, that there hasn't been very much change in the speed of travel, but it could have affected the whole of the network, and that benefits are included in the benefit cost ratio, not only the one that you are looking in detail. So how you take into account that, I'm not sure, and so it will be interesting for you to elucidate on that. And finally, in relation to traveling, of mobility in some way, you show that kind of ground mobility hasn't increased all that much in the last few years. But if you take prior to the pandemic, the increase in air travel has been enormous. And if you add the sort of earth or land mobility as well as the air mobility, you will find that mobility has increased because people, they may have gone to the local beach for a weekend, but now they used to go to, for Mallorca for spending the weekend, or they traveling with the children's in they have, in between terms of education. So if you include air travel, you will find that the mobility hasn't reduced. All right, thank you.
Yes, in terms of the use of the network, as you say, if digital navigation techniques allow more efficient use of the network, this will allow markets to develop. But the dilemma is, does one want to push more traffic down minor roads? The Department of Transport has recently revised its road traffic statistics and has identified a 26% increase in traffic on minor roads over a 10-year period. There are problems with the sampling technique, but it does seem to be due to the increased use of sat-nav devices. So on the one hand, it's more efficient. On the other hand, you may be putting traffic in places where you don't want to have it. You might feel you would like to keep your minor roads for active travel rather than car-based travel. On the benefit cost ratio, these are of course not my models. I'm just an observer of the models and have read the detailed modeling report, although the full workings of the model are not in the public domain, they're proprietary. But the way the economic model works is to take account of all the changes in traffic within the whole area, including all the M25 and well beyond it, and is comparing the do something case, the widening of this particular section, with the do minimum case. So all the consequential changes should be taken into account, including effects on the other side of the M25 at Heathrow and so forth. On the question of air travel, I mean, this has been debated in the past, and I have looked carefully to see what impact the increased volume of air travel might have on the travel measured in the National Travel Survey, which is mainly daily travel. Now, to some extent, if people are abroad longer, they're not making local trips when they're abroad. But when I've looked in this in some detail, my conclusion was that the growth of air travel was not sufficient to explain the flattening off of average distance travel per capita, which started around the late 1990s. There was quite a marked break in trend in the average distance travelled as seen in the National Travel Survey, whereas air traffic growth had been pretty steady over that period. So I think that's not the explanation.
Thank you, David. I must sort of repeat something which I think you didn't address. The question that you are saying that the model's failure in terms of, because the speed are the same, even if the volumes are more, but it refers to a particular section of the motorway. But the benefit includes all of the areas you are saying, not only in that section, but elsewhere. And it may have been the case that the benefit in the local smaller network is much higher than in the, because of reductions of volumes in the secondary network, which are included in the cost-benefit analysis, but you are not referring to in relation to your section, particular section. But that's my comment. In any case, I would like to find anybody else who would like to comment or make questions to ask questions to David. Anybody else? Because I don't see any chat questions. No?
Marcel, it would be great if we could actually read David's paper, which is coming out. David, is there a preprint that you could share with us so we could put it on the website? Or we could, we would be ready to, to wait, be prepared to wait for it will come out in the ERA.
I gave the link to my website and I'll put up. Yeah. It's not yet finally agreed by the editor.
Okay.
It's sort of gone through a number of rounds of review, as you might expect, but we're nearly there.
Fantastic. Well, because the other paper, which addresses similar issues in the transport engineering technology, presumably that one is available now.
Yeah,
right?
You'll find it on my website, yes.
Fantastic. Yeah. So, yeah, okay. So we'll do that. Or perhaps we should make that more explicit so that people will then look out for it. So certainly, because these are highly interesting areas for us, so we need to perhaps to look at it. Perhaps once colleagues and also myself and our team, perhaps we could come back to you once we have read the article.
Well, I would like to thank David Simmons, David Metz, and Corinne and Valentina for their really interesting presentation and thought-provoking. I hope that everybody has enjoyed this and will probably have more information available very soon on this kind of work. So thank you very much, everybody, for listening and for sort of speaking in this session. And I suppose that we'll now should stop and give way for the next presentation, which is in 1 minute's time. So Ing and Ming Fei may want to say a few words.
Well, I just want to say thank you myself for chairing the session, and thank you for all the speakers. Now, yeah, I have to close the session now, and this next one would be our second session for modeling methods. And you're welcome to stay, and if not, the recorded video will be online very soon. So if you go to our AUM website, you should be able to find the link tomorrow or next week.
Thank you, Ming-Fei. And yeah, thank you for really sort of land the session exactly on the dot, which is great. And perhaps we should allow colleagues 5 minutes to stretch their legs and fill in even more coffee if that's what they're drinking, or tea, or snacks, perhaps. And then, because we have still some sessions to go through, and 8 and 9 and 10. So there's but the highly interesting papers that are coming out for this, and particularly from Europe, Western Europe, and then in the Americas. And so meanwhile, we'll talk to the authors just to test their the screen share and so. And so we'll do that. And Ming-Fei, thank you so much. And being a new mom and to be able to do this, you must thank actually this kind of the advancement of a new technology.
Yeah, exactly. Without that, I wouldn't be able to attend any of the sessions.
Yeah, right. Okay. So, so thank you, and thank you most of all, Martial, for chairing so many sessions and looking at these questions so attentively. So it's sort of revealing great insights in there. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Well, because this is actually my job, really, doing it. Okay, fantastic. Now, I think I've seen Kaveh, who is on the session now. I'm just looking at this. Yeah, and this next session, I'm going to do it with Kaveh. And I would also like to check whether the speakers now here. And is Gail here?
Yeah,
Gail,
I'm here. Tim is here. And
Tim is here. Now, who is going to present this paper? I suppose that Michelle is not here at the moment.
No, he's not here, but I will present it. Okay.
And Gail, thank you very much, because I know that you have a time constraint. So what we're going to do is like the past 3 papers. So we're going to do the presentation and the questions all in one go, right?
Okay,
so
perfect. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Could do, how long is your presentation?
It's maximum of 15 minutes.
Okay, so if you could do 15 minutes, and we could do another 15 minutes of Q&A, I think that would be quite good and quite enjoyable for you as well.
Do we have? I think that we have 3 papers in.
Yes, that's right. Okay. Because in the end, we also need to
30 minutes at the end for
questions as well.
Yeah.
And then Ahmed, is Ahmed here?
Hello. Yes.
Yes. Okay. How do you pronounce your surname?
Well, it's always an issue. So Ahmed, it's like you have this sound.
Speak up. So I cannot hear you very well.
Well, it's good like that.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah.
Okay. Like it's Ahmed. Like you have to have this sound, which is very specific.
Yeah,
the hair should come from the.
That's fine. I can pronounce it, but it's your surname that I have more of an issue. How do you pronounce that?
My surname.
Yeah.
Well, it's very hard also. Well, just it's called Ahmed El Disui. So, like, well, feel free to pronounce it.
Yeah, it's okay. It's fine. Yeah,
very good.
I just wanted to. Yeah, so that's fine. So I'm used to these names.
Very good.
And your co-author, Nicola Colanino, is she here?
Yes, they will join in a while. I think yes, at the time of presentations, they will be there, hopefully.
Fantastic. And who is going to present?
Yes, myself.
Okay, great. Yeah. And Just, I saw.
Sorry. Yeah, Amir.
I saw this name. Yeah, excellent. Yeah. Well done. Actually, you have a very good background as well.
Oh, thanks.
And Mike emailed me to say that he may or may not be able to join. Is that correct?
Yeah. He said he has an internet problem. So.
Yeah. So you're going to present anyway. So yeah. I think that'll be quite good. So what we're going to do is to do the 3 papers in succession, just like the 3 papers in the preceding session. So we'll do each one and discuss each one, and we leave some time to discuss once we've done it, and then to have a conversation as well. Right? And okay, without further ado, because I think this group, looking at the people, they're all kind of used to the AUM, the kind of approach, and also knows what the AUM is about. And these papers, they are not that different from the profile of the papers we had before in the AUM. And I'm really pleased for these high quality papers actually to have emerged in the kind of a lockdown or lockdown-ish conditions. So really pleased, and thank you so much. Now, and Gail, your surname is pronounced Lederer?
Lederer.
Lederer.
It's really difficult if you're not a French speaker.
That's fine. I do. I pronounce it in the kind of American way, so that
yeah,
be
exactly.
careful in the United States. Lederer. And
Lederer,
Gail Lederer is a PhD student and also a doctoral researcher in the EPFL lab called Transport, right? Mm-hmm. So more or less I have pronounced this, which is a great place. Gail, perhaps you could say a few things about yourself, and then you can follow on to the presentation.
Yeah, okay. So I'm a 4th-year PhD student, and I'm closing in on the end of my PhD, and this is the 2nd project I'm working on. I already worked on a project on using optimization techniques from machine learning and adapt them to use them on discrete choice models. And now I'm working on synthetic population generation, and we are trying to combine ideas coming from machine learning, so deep learning, these kind of things, but also experts' knowledge, because we are used to work with discrete choice models, and these models, we really value the expert knowledge to create them. So we're trying to combine the best of 2 worlds.
Fantastic.
And this is what my presentation will be about.
Yeah, and you also have been working with Tim Hillel and Michel.
Yeah, I work with Tim Hillel, who was in Cambridge. He did his PhD in Cambridge, and now he's a postdoc at our lab. And Michel Bierler is the professor in our lab.
Fantastic. Can you see what you can share your screen? If so,
yeah,
go ahead.
I will share it.
And shoot.
Do you see the screen correctly, like the presentation? Okay.
Yes, that's right.
So,
wonderful.
Okay, so I will start my presentation. So my presentation is named Synthetic Population Generation Using GANs and Expert Knowledge. So it's a joint work between me, Tim Hillel, and Michel Bierler. I just want to tell you that this is still an early work. We are not finished implementing everything, so you won't see a lot of results, but the idea is to show you what our ideas and where we want to go. So the outline for this presentation is, first I will start with a bit of motivation, then I will talk about the state of the art, so the literature review, then talk a bit about GANs, and I will explain you what it is, some research perspective. I will present the DATGAN, which is our IDE to do this synthetic population thing, and then I will conclude and talk about future work. So for the motivation, our motivation starts from the fact that agent-based simulation, they relies on accurate representations of the population. However, it's infeasible to obtain like detailed socioeconomic data for the full population. I mean, there are issues with privacy, security, and also cost. So usually what researchers do is like to use synthetic population. So yeah, so they simply don't use the full data. This synthetic population can be derived from collected data or like completely created from scratch. So we looked at what has been done for population synthesis in the literature review, but especially for the transportation in the transportation community. So until 2010s, let's say, the main technique was the iterative proportional fitting. Beckman was one of the first papers showing this technique and applied it to transportation. And we've seen multiple improvements on this technique using hierarchical techniques, for example. There are still some people working nowadays on this, but less and less. Between 2010 and 2015, a lot of work has been done on Monte Carlo simulations. The paper of Farouk was one of the first ones to show that we could use Monte Carlo simulation to create such synthetic population. And then multiple improvements have been done in the future. Then between 2015 and let's say 2019, people have switched to Bayesian networks. There are like one main paper about this. It's the Sun and Eraf paper. So this paper was really a bit groundbreaking and was really beating all of the previous techniques. And we've seen multiple papers using this and trying to improve it. But in the really recent years, especially starting in 2019, we've seen the use of deep learning techniques for synthetic population transportation. So the paper of Borisov is the first one to use a variational autoencoder. And we've seen the use of GANs in 2019 and 2020, and the paper of Badu Marfo is one of the latest one and integrates multiple things into the GAN. So not just the population, but also like their OD matrix, these kind of things. So for the data generation in deep learning, so we need to understand why they started using GANs. So in 2014, Goodfellow created this generative adversarial network. There has been a lot of papers on these techniques because since it started, like more and more people are starting to create new methods, but it's most of the time it's applied to images. There have been some propositions for tabular data, so the type of data that we could use for population synthesis, but it started only in 2018. And there has been only limited work on data representativity and convergence. It's missing a bit of a word, I'm sorry. So our idea was to start from the state-of-the-art techniques in deep learning, and then go to apply them and improve them for our needs in transportation. So let me explain you what is a generative adversarial network. So the idea simply is to train two neural networks. We train them simultaneously, and one is made so that it generates images, and one has to discriminate between fake and real data. So you can see the basic architecture. I mean, it seems a bit complicated, but if you want just something a lot more simple to understand what's happening, you have one generator that can have many different types of architecture. And his goal is to fool the discriminator. And this one is trying to, so he's trained with real and fake data, and then he's trying to make the guess if it's a fake or real data, and you train them once against them. So when you create the loss function for both, the loss is linked to the both of this neural network. So that's the idea of the GAN, training two neural networks against each other. And then, of course, in the case of population synthesis, we would get, once we have trained everything, we would get the data from the generator. Okay, so for the early models in GANs, the standard architecture for both neural networks, so generator and discriminator, were like artificial neural networks, really standard things. Then they started to make some improvements on the loss function because there were some issues with the training, also the training stability. So these the first two things are really about the training process of the GANs because it's really difficult to train two neural networks against each other. And then I started to work a bit more on like, how can we create data that are, how to say, more representative of what of the real data set. And as you can see here, it's just an example of the evolution of generated data. This is with images. So you can see in 2014, we had some really blurry images. And in 2018, like we could never imagine that this is a fake image. It really looks like a picture of someone in a really high quality. And so we decided, okay, we have these GANs. They seem to work well with images. Let's train them on simple 2D data. So just a blob of data. And the first things that we saw is that there are a lot of issues with them. Like, for example, the mode collapse is when the generator is like trying to get something that is really unrepresentative, but that will always fool the discriminator. So here, for example, you can see that it's not covering all of the real data that are the circles in a bit of a transparency way. We have a lot of instabilities in terms of training. For example, sometimes the generator is doing some weird things and then it's crashing and giving like some bad results. And when we get some good results, we have something that looks okay, but it's not like really representative of the data, especially in terms of outliers. We cannot cover them really well. So using early models is not the best thing when we have really complex tabular data. We can imagine like having census data has a lot of variables. It's not just 2D, and there's a lot of complexity between the variables. So early models are not the direction to go. So let me just talk a bit about the concept of representativity. So the idea that we want to do is not just create some new data and make them so that it looks like the one that we have. We want them really to represent and cover all of the original distributions, because when we are studying people in a population, we want to know about like the general people, but also like all of the outliers and why they behave like this, for example. So as I said, when we have original data, like we don't want something like on the left, we really want something on the right. So for this, we need to work on the loss function of these GANs, and we also need to have good assessment of our results, which is something that is quite difficult. So my two research perspectives right now, I have two of them and they are parallel. So the first one is the improvement of the population synthesis. So what we want to do is to develop some new robust machine learning models for this synthetic population generation. And the current state of research is the TGAN that has been done by Xu and Al in 2018. And the other one is the representativity assessment. So it's to develop some new statistical method to better assess the model performance. And the current state of research, at least in transportation, is the SRMSE, and has been developed by Müller and Axhausen in 2011. So this is quite old, and they haven't done a lot of improvement on this since it seems to work for them. But in our case, we saw that it's not always precise in terms of how to say, really finds some outliers or this kind of things. So I will talk about the TGAN because this is currently the state of the art in tabular data generation, but it has some flaws. So what you need to know, so the TGAN stands for table GAN. It has been developed in 2018. And the architecture for the discriminator is really like usual architecture, nothing special, but they've done something quite clever with the generator. So they are using LSTM cells. LSTM stands for long short-term memory. So you have an example of what is an LSTM. Don't worry about everything that's happening inside. That's none of your concern. I won't go into details. I don't want to bother you with all of these equations. The only thing you need to know is that we are giving to these cells the output of the previous cell, the cell state of the previous cell, so like the memory of the previous cell, and some input. And then with that, we will generate an output for this cell, a new memory state, and we will pass this to the next cell. So in the end, we have sequences like this. The bottom arrows are the one giving the inputs. The ones going from left to right are the cell state and outputs going from one cell to another. And then we return the output as well to get the new data. So the two flaws that we found with this TGAN is that there's no specific relations between the variables in the dataset, and I will come to this in the next slide. And also there were some issues with the selection of discrete values, for example, because they used argmax on the predicted probabilities. So it means like it's the usual machine learning thing to do, but since we are working with a probabilistic model, we prefer to use like simulation to get these right discrete values. So what I'm meaning by this problem of like not having any relationship between the variables is this one. Let's, for example, have a data set with 5 different variables. We have the day of the week when the survey was done, for example, driving license, it's a binary variable, the age, the mode choice, let's say car or bike, whatever, and work status. In the TGAN, since this is how the data set was created and in this order of the columns, it will do it like this. So day of the week will influence driving license, then these 2 will influence the age, then these 3 will influence the mode choice, etc. What we want to add in this is a relationship between the variables, because for example, the day of the week shouldn't have any influence on the mode choice. It's just when the data was collected. So what we want to do is to add a directed acyclic graph to this, so a link between the variables. So this is clearly coming from us. We are not using any algorithms to decide whether we should put them in this order or not. We are just using our knowledge and what we have done with this data set to know what to do with this. So for example, here, I decided to put age that will influence on the work status, and this work status on driving license, and then the driving license will influence the mode choice. And the day of the week is completely separated because it doesn't influence any of the other variables. But then there are questions like, can we add multiple variables into one? Because the LSTM cell has been designed to be one sequence of cells. So you cannot have 2 cells going into one. So we are currently working, and this is the big implementation issues, to add multiple cells, because I don't see why age shouldn't directly influence the driving license and going through work status. They could be completely separated, and maybe we could have something else instead of work status and not have any relations between the two. So that's our idea of implementing in this DATGAN. So currently it is somehow trainable. We did some hack, but we have not finished this implementing of multiple cells going into one, as I said. So there are multiple possible solutions, and I'm still checking which one are the best. So first we could concatenate the inputs and cell states, but then we had problem with size. We could use additional deep layers to reduce the size, but then the training will be a lot more complicated. Or we could simply transform the current LSTM cells to accept multiple inputs, but this requires quite some work on the theoretical aspect. So we are currently working on these different solutions. Yeah, and so we are really pushing to through this third alternative, and the first analytical results should be due ASAP. So as a conclusion, the GANs are the current state-of-the-art technique for population synthesis. It outperforms everything, either in transportation or in the machine learning community in general. So we propose this directed acyclic graph structure to add this expert knowledge into this TGAN. And as I said, in terms of future work, so we will finalize this implementation of the DATGAN, and also we will work on the validation and trying to define some different metrics to assessing the representativity of the newly synthetic population. And that's it for me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and so at this moment, I would like to introduce Dr. Kaveh Jahanshahi. Kaveh, perhaps Gail, you could, or just leave this on probably. So Kaveh is here and you can see him.
Yeah, I can see him.
Yeah, that's right. And Kaveh is probably the most appropriate person here to talk to you. Great. Of course, Tim also has done a lot of work both with modeling and also with machine learning, but Kaveh has done similar. And Kaveh also comes from the Cambridge team. And he's now both working as a research fellow in the Martin Center, but also more importantly, he's now a senior civil servant in the UK Office of National Statistics. Kaveh, say a little about yourself, and then you can then just ask questions and ask away.
I was thinking that, thanks for the introduction, Ing, and I was thinking that actually I wanted to start the questions, etc. But now that you want to know a little bit about who I am,
you have to let people know that these questions are going to be quite sharp, right? So
sure. Yeah, my name is Kaveh, and as Ing said, that I've done. I'm working partly at Martin Center, but mainly most of the time at the moment at Office of National Statistics. There is a data science campus which is looking into applying and use of machine learning and the data science into various different things, from mobility to net zero to economy to EU exits and other things. Our team collectively looking into establishing pipeline, getting the model run, and providing the result into dashboarding and solutions for the decision makers. And the mobility is one of those squads that I am leading as well. And the book that you are talking about, synthetic data, is one of the things that we are deeply looking into, because, as you mentioned, we don't want to provide the census individual level data because of the security to research, but at the same time, you would like to have the data to be able to build your model base, and then the population synthesizers, and then the synthetic analysis is what we are interested in. So, I mean, the book that you just mentioned is really makes sense. I have questions, but I want first to open the floor to the participants to ask if there is any quick question that you would like to ask from Gay. And I assume that you can put it in the chat. Am I right?
Jamil's got a question.
Yeah, I do have a question. Thank you, Tim. And
here you go, Tim.
Thank you, Gail. This was a very interesting presentation. I just have one question with respect to the sequence of connections of your little boxes with the example of the day of the week. And how do you exactly establish you said that you do something based on your own knowledge of the situation. How do you exactly establish the connection between the different boxes and the sign of the connections, the intensity, the absence of them, etc.?
So we completely do this by hand, like thinking about which one should influence which. So for some of the variables, it's clearly easy to rule them out or these kind of things. But for some others, it's really up to interpretation, I would say, if you do it this way or the other way around, or if you connect two of them in this way or something like this. But it's just like we want to see how this could influence the results on the population that we create. Because I mean, for example, with the TGAN, we already tried to swap around the columns, so the sequence, and it doesn't have much influence on the results in the end. So we were a bit startled by this because we didn't understand, like, if you put like some really important things like the mode choice, how, like, why would it influence on the rest, and how the results are the same if you do it the other way around. So we started playing with this, and then we said, okay, there's something maybe to explore there. And it's also like the idea would be in the end, like, to have something that is a bit of a mix between the two. So you could specify some of the variables, but you don't have to specify all of them. And the one that you don't specify would be just put into like a sequence at some point. So that's the idea, like to not do everything and replace completely this sequence, but like if you're sure that this variable should influence this one, and this one shouldn't influence another one, then you can do this. For example, it would be interesting also for household and individual. When you create a data set that contains both, you could have like kind of two sequence and then one that influence the other one at some point or something like this. But you could really separate some of the generation of the data.
I see. Yeah, it would be interesting also maybe to systematize it with some sort of principal component analysis or factor analysis to see like what drives what and to exclude and like categorize it. That's very exciting in a way. Work. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I mean, for the moment we are using PCA. Like the idea was to use PCA mostly for the representativity, but it's sure that it's also something really interesting to look at when we are creating this directed acyclic graph. I mean, there are many ways, like you can use some statistical methods to do it, or just like how you know from, I don't know, like previous discrete choice models that you build or something like this, I would say.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. There is also a question in the chat. It said that from Zhu Fang. Zhu, do you want to express your question?
I don't see the chat.
You can actually start talking, Zhu, if you're on the chat, or I can read the question. Okay, I will go ahead with it then.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, actually, in my understanding that the LSTM is to learn the short-long dependencies from different kind of cells or different parameters, say maybe which days or something like that. So this kind of dependency I learned from data, right? So this is data-driven ideas. But if you use your domain knowledge to set up these links, in my understanding, it's more or less like that you forced to screen out or to shut some unreasonable or some links that learned from data. Is that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the idea. I mean, I just saw your question and maybe I wasn't clear, but like when I wrote day of the week, it was like, for example, it just like referring a data set that I'm using right now. And in day of the week, they only have like the day when they did this survey. So, but it's not the day when they were doing their traveling, for example. But the idea is really like to be able to separate like different data stream that you would like to generate. For example, I think one of the first thing that we discussed with team was about this household thing, like how could we generate households and then individuals, or the other way around, because some people are working on this in the literature. And that's why like having different streams of data that can influence each other at some point could be interesting. But yeah, the idea is mostly like to remove some connections between variables instead of adding more.
But that kind of links can be actually, that kind of things should be learned from data rather than that you force to just like you hide your eyes and see that I never see that kind of links that's set up by data. I just right. Yeah,
I think that's,
I mean, LSTM, right? It's not a kind of a data-driven ideas, in my understanding. You just say that I hide my eyes. I never seen that kind of links set up by data. It's not to kind of interpret that. You are not trying to interpret that kind of links set up by data, right?
But it's true that we could definitely use we could use a data-driven technique to then learn the best possible graph that would link these the variables together. I mean, this is, yeah.
If I can just interject that the LSTM is really about learning a time sequence. The idea is that we learn a dependency in a 1D going from left to right with a time sequence. And the idea to apply this to tabular data is completely false. We're not looking for seasonality in tabular data when we look for relations between columns.
The idea of LSTM is sequential data, but in my
understanding, and we don't have sequential data here, right? So
but
the idea
you can learn the dependencies from the first parameters, right?
Yeah,
sequential
you
data.
So may interfere here. So I see that we can leave this because this discussion is really interesting, and we can leave it for the last half an hour, so that we can first of all open rooms for other questions and also get on with our next speaker. I mean, to summarize a little bit here, I think that one of the issues generally with this type of directional effect is what we call the structural ambiguity. Is exactly that what is affecting what, but there are ways around it. You can try different structure. You can have the ensemble of models. You can get the machine learning to find out what the best structure is, looking into the goodness of it, your data or your posterior distribution, etc. So I assume that, I mean, it's interesting discussion to have how we are separating, first of all, LSTM from that side of the work, because one is about the sequence and the other one is about finding out the structural relations between the data. But let's take it to our half an hour discussion at the end of the session, perhaps, and have it more than if you all agree.
Mm-hmm.
Kaveh, there are a couple of texts in the chat as well.
Sure. So I would just think that shall I go through the next chat, or shall we?
Yeah. So perhaps go through that, and we could end there, because I think we have got enough time.
Yeah, sure. So the other one is from Marcelo, who is asking about the day of the week, and said that, Marcelo, do you want to actually unmute yourself? And
okay, thank you.
But since you are here, right? So ask live.
Yes.
Yes, I'm here. Okay. The day of the week, to me, on an individual level, I think it has influence on modal choice. Of course, this is a very personal thing, and not doesn't work for everybody. I don't know how you put this in your simulation, but I used to base my modal choice on the activities schedule I had for a day. And usually Thursdays, I had to be very early at work, and public transport was too crowded. So I would use my car, which I don't like. And days I would prefer public transport, because although it takes longer, it's less stressful. Mm-hmm. Also, some cities have implemented restrictions for traveling based on license plate. So if you own a car, 1 week you cannot use it on the peak periods because of your license plate number. So people would either buy another cheaper car, which is very bad, but happens, or they would go by public transport. And this, in the long run, has changed behavior, at least in my city, which is São Paulo, Brazil. Okay, so I'm just commenting, because I think maybe there is a link between day of week and modal choice, which would be something, as you said, statistical. It's a probability.
No, I totally agree with you. I think it was just a mistake by myself, just a bad wording, I would say, because I didn't mean day of the week as the day when you're traveling. I meant as the day when the survey was made. So I should have used something else, and I'm sorry about that. Of course, the day of the week would influence it, especially because even if it's like the weekend or the weekdays, like we don't use the same transportation means since we have to work or sometimes not. So yeah, day of the week would definitely influence on this. So yeah, it was like my mistake, sorry.
Also, the type of the motive for the trip
Yeah, of course. I mean, here I just took an example with 5 variables because I didn't want to have a big slide with a lot of things. But I mean, usually data sets have like tens, even hundreds of variables. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's true.
Welcome.
Thanks a lot. I assume with no further delays, let's start for our next presentation. Ink, do you want to do some introduction?
Yeah, that's right. And this is actually my test of to pronounce the name. So there are 2 names to pronounce. In fact, we're delighted to have the second presentation, which is coming from Italy. And Ahmed Desoki from this is Università UAV, right?
Yes.
Di Venezia. So it's basically it's a university that grew out of an architecture school. I'll be very proud of it because I trained as an architect myself. And his paper is a collaboration with Nicola Colanino from Politecnico di Milano. So Ahmed, perhaps you could say a little about yourself and then proceed to the presentation.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning or good evening. I don't know wherever you are. I'm Ahmed, as you were presenting and you were saying, and I have a background. I have a bachelor in architectural engineering and a master's in urban planning with a specialization in climate modeling. And I'm a PhD, currently a PhD candidate in urbanism at the University of Venice, as you were highlighting. And my interests are usually in urban climate modeling and urban morphology in general, and what is the relationship between both of them. So today I can jump directly to the presentation. Okay, don't know if you see it or not. Do you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very well.
So as I was saying, this presentation, this work of today I'm doing it with my co-supervisors, as you were introducing, Professor Nicola Colanino and Professor Eugenio Morello, which I think he's around. I have seen him. So basically, this work is a bit different in a way that it's more about data itself and making data available and creating data and making it accessible. So it comes as part of my research. So it's not the main goal of my research, but it's just something, since we are doing an evidence-based research, we need data. And in the context that we are working, we don't have such kind of data. So the goal of today's presentation, just to give you an idea of how we created this data and our plan, how to make it publicly available and accessible. So from title, as you see, it's high resolution earth temperature mapping in a data scarce area, but also an arid place, which is in Egypt, within the context of Egypt. And the main idea is to use low cost mobile measurements for air temperature with applied machine learning. So just to give you like an overview about it, of course, all of us know that in urban areas, extreme heat waves and the urban heat island effects are clear demonstrations of climate change. So it's obvious, and also they have critical and serious impact on critical infrastructure in general and on human comfort and health, if we say. So these small differences from seasonal average temperature also matters, and only half degree of global warming is a big deal. And with heat waves becoming more severe and frequent across many parts of the world, the interest in better understanding the urban climate phenomena and the micro one, particularly, especially the spatial variation in ambient air temperature, has been becoming of more interest, of particular interest, especially in academia or even in city planning practices. Air temperature as a variable is not only important for health of humans, but it's also important for other processes, biotic or abiotic ones. For instance, it influences plant species, their growth, and that's why it's always, as an indicator, it's usually used in many modeling and in many models like evapotranspiration and hydrological models. So since we are interested in measuring air temperature regarding planning and design, particularly, so we are more interested in this layer of atmosphere, which is the urban canopy layer, which is the layer below the roof level, which is the lowest one on the scheme on the right, because that's where most of the human activity actually happens. And the method to observe air temperature or the climate of this layer usually comes from weather stations or observations from weather stations. But the problem that we always have, that we don't have always these weather stations, these fixed weather station available. And even if they are available, they are not evenly distributed. So we can have them focus in specific places in the city or the territory. So they are not evenly distributed in a way. Furthermore, if we go to less developed countries, we can even have more difficulties finding any kind of weather stations. And also, if we are planning to fix a whole meteorological network of fixed weather stations, that can be in a way expensive somehow, but also it's not always possible to fix weather station, maybe because of complexity of the lantern or whatever. So, but with advances in sensor technology and the Internet of Things, we have observed over the last years big advances in sensor development, even with low prices. So we have such kind of open access air temperature data from fixed weather stations, which actually are private weather stations purchased by normal people in their houses. But this information, because of the Internet of Things from these devices, are made available. But also it will depend which part of the world we are. Some parts we have more stations, other parts we don't have. So it can complement the municipal or the regional weather station network, but we can't only rely on that in specific places, as in my case. So other methods for observations in the urban canopy layer, which is the focus of this work, that when we use mobile measurements, have sensors, these sensors mounted on vehicles that can be cars, bicycles, or even carried by humans to pass across different microclimates or different parts of the city. These mobile measurements can be very useful to complement observations from fixed weather stations. At the same time, they can also help to explore some parts of the cities that are rarely explored, or where we have so much large spatial heterogeneity. But the problem here remains. Whatever data we have, either from weather stations or from mobile measurements, these data are discrete in nature, meaning that they are punctual data. So they are points that describe specific locations. But what we are more interested in, what we are liking to really to have, that we have a continuous surface, a kind of gridded data, so that we can observe whole cities or territories, or places that we really don't observe or cannot reach in some ways. So such a kind of data that available right away from air temperature data, usually they come at a very coarse spatial resolution. So we have a continuous surface of about 5 kilometers or even 2.5 kilometers, which doesn't really fit micro and local climate investigations, which usually happen at 100 meters. We speak about 400 meters or 500 meters, which is a neighborhood scale in a way. So having an information about 5 kilometers can be too coarse for such kind of investigations. That's why there has been investigations. How can we provide such kind of air temperature data at a higher spatial resolution? We speak about 30 meters, 50 meters, even 100 meters. So how can we provide such kind of data? But itself, predicting air temperature as a variable, as I was saying, and also as was introduced this morning, relies on many factors like urban morphology, land uses and land cover, anthropogenic heat, the wind speed, the cloud cover. So there are many factors. But thanks to the modeling techniques, there are many ways to model such kind of air temperature at this high spatial resolution. And one can classify them into interpolation techniques, regression, or simulation ones. So just to give you an idea, like for interpolation techniques, usually the problem of interpolation techniques that they require to have a spatial uniformity of the observations, which is actually not the case of weather stations, neither in the case of mobile measurements. We usually have these measurements, but unevenly distributed, which makes interpolation techniques usually not very successful in predicting temperature data with high accuracy, let's say. But on the other hand, there has been like a big trials on using regression models, but specifically regression models that include spatial heterogeneity, which is like geographically weighted regression, which can be very ideal for such a kind of investigations and prediction, especially with climate data, which is non-stationary data. And below you can see two examples from my colleagues at Polytechnic University of Milan, when we applied different modeling techniques from interpolation and from geographically weighted regression. And of course, seeing the interpolation techniques, they seem like they can give an idea, but it's still not possible for this kind of local and microclimate investigations. So another technique, which I think all the audience in this session particularly are familiar with, which is random forest regression, that's why I just speak very generally about it, which is a machine learning, non-parametric machine learning algorithm using in simple learning for making predictions, especially for non-linear relationship. And I would say that last 3 to 4 years, this regression model, this regression algorithm, machine learning algorithm have been widely used with mobile measurements to provide high predictive performance for air temperature. And usually it operates, as you know, by having some decision trees and bootstrap data sets with random subset of variables, and then we can observe each indicators based on the models that we just have trained. In fact, as I was saying, the approach is not completely new, and the methodology has been already applied and tested in different cities. What we are aiming for here is just adjusting the existing surveying and modeling approaches to fit an arid place, which is a specific place in terms of land cover and property, but also to test the effectiveness of the approach, particularly when we are using low-cost instrumentation, but still with high accuracy in sensing, and also using completely freely available predictors, which in this case, freely available satellite data that comes from Landsat particularly. As I was saying, the ultimate goal here is to provide accurate air temperature data for research and practice in a data scarce area, but also an arid place, and making this data available and accessible for everyone, let's say. So as I introduced before, the case study that we have done such a kind of investigation is a new desert city within the greater Cairo region in Egypt. And as you see from the left, in Egypt in general, we have very few meteorological stations, meaning that having 127 over a whole territory of 1,000 kilometers by 1,000 kilometers is very few. And particularly if you see at the right, our context, which is this one highlighted in gray, we almost has no weather stations in the nearby. That's why we don't have, let's say, any information regarding weather station in this case. So the methodology, in a brief terms, the premise here is that there is a direct relationship between land use and land cover in general and air temperatures or near surface air temperature. And as in any regression model, we need a dependent variable and predictors. In this case, our dependent variable is air temperature that comes from mobile measurements, and our predictors are indicators from satellite imagery that are able to distinguish between the different properties of land use and land covers in arid places. So as a first step, we got such kind of mobile measurements. We corrected the data and processed it, as I will show you in a while. Then we use this data to feed the random forest model as dependent variable. And on the other hand, we got satellite imagery, freely available ones, made some image processing, retrieved some indicators, and then use them as predictors in the random forest model. And then we have evaluated the model, trained the model, evaluated the model, and used this model to predict the whole temperature for the whole city for different days. Just to give you an idea about the survey and the design that we have done. So the measurements were conducted using a relatively low-cost wireless weather sensor with GPS that is built in. And this GPS and the whole device is manufactured by an American company, which comes as a very relatively, let's say, low price, which is $400 in general, which is compared to a whole meteorological network of weather station is nothing. The good thing is that this sensor, even with low price, it can measure up to 18 different measurements, including air temperature, relative humidity, but here we are just focusing on air temperature, but also comes with a very high accuracy in terms of air temperature, which is 0.02, which is compared to other studies and sensors, it's relatively really very high. It also has a very high resolution, which is 0.01 degree. This sensor generally was mounted on a car that moved at a speed between 15 to 60 kilometers based on literature, so that we can maintain an adequate ventilation for the sensor, reduce any radiation errors, and so on. And in total, we have conducted 4 campaigns on 3 different days, both during daytime and nighttime last September, under suitable meteorological conditions of low nebulosity and low wind speed, which fits microclimate or local climate measurements. So usually the daytime observation were at solar noon, which is where we have most energy from the sun, but nighttime one was like 3 to 5 hours, which is the time where the urban heat island is most maximized. For each session of the 4 surveys, it ran in between 2 to 3 hours so that we can maintain, let's say, stable background macroclimate conditions. However, this is one of the limitations of mobile measurements in general, is that we have to do them over like time interval, then we have to correct for that. So the campaigns were conducted along a predefined route that crosses different land uses and covers and morphologically different built-up areas. So previously we have identified 7 different urban types or morphologies, which we know that they have impact on microclimates, and our survey should have crossed all these different typologies in a way. So the maximum, let's say that then once we got this data for the different surveys, we had to make some processing, like excluding measurements recorded when the car speed was very low or when it was stopped or when it was very high. Then we had to correct for the cooling and warming that I was speaking about. And we can see that from the graphs that going on with time. So we have a kind of cooling effect, and then we had to correct for that, but also to remove the effect of elevation changes. And overall, the maximum daytime observed in this case was almost 38 degrees, and the lowest was 33 degrees in general. But during nighttime, the maximum and the minimum temperature, we can see very clearly that they are so much lower, which is 32 almost, or 28 in general. So then the next step was these processed temperature data from the different campaigns were geolocated using the GPS data from the sensor, where one can already observe some spatial variation in air temperature across the defined route for both the 4 surveys. We will speak about that in a while. As I was saying, our models requires dependent variables, which were air temperature collected from the surveys, but also predictors. And in this case, our predictors come from Landsat imagery, where we processed for a specific day to retrieve different indicators. These indicators are the soil adjusted vegetation index, and it's a very important indicator that reflects the density of vegetation. Since we know that there is a relationship between air temperature and vegetation intensity. The second one was the normalized difference sand index, and it's a remotely sensitive index that distinguish between sandy desert or bare soil in general and built-up areas. And the last one was the normalized difference built-up index, and from its names, it's an indicator where higher values represent more built-up areas. So these are the 3 indicators that were used as predictors. But one point here is that air temperature is influenced by land use and land cover within varying distances, which is like Tobler first law of geography. So we have different buffers of zones that we can say air temperature in a specific location is influenced by the surrounding. That's why it was important to account for these spatial dependencies in our random forest models. And we did so by transforming each of these indicators by applying a moving window calculation to estimate the average value at each location within different buffer distances that ranged from 50 meters to 1,000 kilometers. Then the process temperature data, as I was saying, were used with 45 predictors, which are the 3 indices with different 15 buffer zones. So we have 45 predictors at the end, calling them multispectral, multivariable indicators to build the random forest models. These random forest models was evaluated for the best number of trees, the efficient number of trees to reduce the computation time, also for the number of variables at each split or each bootstrap. So since we don't have a separate data set, as Tim Hillel was speaking this morning about validation, so I mean, we don't have a separate data set because we don't have this information as a city to make a kind of external validation. Our models are validating using a cross-validation with a repeated holdout cross-validation, let's say, by subsetting the original data set into training and testing for multiple times. And all the 4 models showed high predictive power with a coefficient of discrimination like 80–70%, which was the lowest thing, which I think is very high, but also with a very low variance in error, which is 0.018 degrees Celsius. Also, daytime models have showed lower performance than the nighttime, which also something was confirmed in previous studies, saying that during daytime, we need more other predictors to predict air temperature, not just land use and land cover, but maybe building height information, which is information that might not be available in this case. That's why the main goal here is that, okay, we are just using freely available satellite data. Then this random forest model were used to predict an air temperature value for each location that was not visited by the vehicle, and hence producing a continuous or graded air temperature maps. So these are the final results, which are high resolution air temperature maps for the entire city for multiple days during daytime and nighttime. And as I highlighted at the beginning, these maps can be used for various applications, especially in understanding the impact of urban form and function on micro and local climate. As I was saying, our plan is to publish these maps and make them freely available and publicly available to everyone. However, just to give you an idea about possible applications in urban planning and design, for instance, from these maps, one can observe clear patterns of the urban heat island already, or the cool island in some cases, with variations of air temperatures up to 2 degrees during nighttime or 3 to 4 degrees during day. Also, these patterns are consistent for the different days or times observed. As you see, so more or less the same pattern that we have. But one interesting thing is that during daytime, the city has a cool island effect, meaning that the central residential areas, as you see these places in blue, they are cooler than the surrounding desert, which is also typical for Arab cities in general. If if we go more, let's say also that the impact of industrial or production activity, which is located in the southwest of the city, highlighted in this red square, is apparent on the air temperature during both daytime and nighttime. By having a closer look, one can also observe that during nighttime, lower density urban areas with absence of vegetation are cooler than high density areas with sparse or without vegetation at all. Also, commercial places or big shopping malls, which something is widely you can find in this new desert development in cities, in Egypt particularly, show relatively higher air temperature, not only in daytime, but also nighttime, but also they amplify the heat in the whole surrounding. As just highlighted in the large scale image, central urban development show lower air temperature during daytime or a cool island effect as a result of the shadows that usually casted by the tall buildings or the compact urban environment, which reduce the amount of solar radiation received by ground surfaces. And here I'm just coming to one more thing, that one can also use this temperature data to study with more precision the impact of different building typologies or urban forms on the micro and local climate. Like in my research, we are using this data to evaluate the performance of site-specific typologies in terms of resilience to heat stress. So we can draw some insights and recommend planning and design guidelines at a very local scale. For instance, building in an open arrangement with large open spaces, as you see from the left, however, with no means of green space maintenance or management, like in this example of public housing, can make this typology extremely vulnerable to high heat stress. Similarly, if you look at the more private residential schemes in these places, which are aimed for high income population and usually found in gated communities, they have more green spaces. That's why these places are less exposed to extreme heat, but it's not necessarily means that they are resilient if we speak about resilience from a broader perspective in a way. And yeah, last thing I would say that also the same in industrial places, we see these places with extensive previous surface cover with high traffic, and we should give more attention to the design of these places since it shows the highest temperature recorded ever during our surveys. Just to give final conclusion, just to wrap up, as I was saying, accurate, continuous, or graded air temperature data are very essential for many research, including climate-responsive urban planning and design. Mobile measurements in this sense, when combined with freely available satellite data, spatial analysis, and statistical modeling techniques, can really provide opportunities for better mapping and observing local and microclimate. What we were really aiming for in this study was providing and making accessible, accurate data, temperature data at high spatial resolution in a data scarce area. The main contribution in this work also lies in adjusting an existing surveying and modeling approaches to fit an arid place and to test the effectiveness of these approaches, particularly when using low-cost instrumentation and only freely available satellite data, so that the approach can be replicable in similar context or conditions, let's say. And yes, and that's it.
Thank you so much. We might have not much time, maybe one or two very quick questions if the audience have any. That was really interesting presentation. Thank you. I'm interested to see how data is collected and then it can be fused with other data from the land use to transport and the mobility we just discussed for more insights. So any rapid question for now from Ahmed?
Kaveh, as a point that I think because if we're going to do the three papers separate because the topics are quite different, we could do each one with 40 minutes, and effectively the first paper by Gail was 40 minutes. So
I thought that you want to keep 30 minutes at the end, so that's not the case.
Yeah, so I think that how it evolved, I think it might actually be more.
I see. Okay, so we have more time. Great. We have 10 minutes or so.
Right, yeah.
Brilliant.
So
in which case, we have more time for questions. I encourage people to come forward. I have some, but just wanted to give the opportunity to others to first ask their question.
Well, I think it's say yours, and then perhaps then.
Actually, we have one in the chat already. So one is, have you investigated using other variables such as wind from the sensors? And that's from Sam Bland. And if you want Sam to elaborate more, you can unmute and talk. So Ahmed, I think that.
Yeah, no, I was waiting for Sam. No, I was waiting. Okay, no, that's a point that maybe some things that I didn't say during the presentation, that one of the limitations of mobile measurements that they don't fit really wind speed measurements, because the device or the sensor is fixed over a car that's moving at a relatively mid speed or high speed. So such a kind of observation is not really compatible with, let's say, with wind measurements. And that's one of the limitations of mobile measurements in general. And
I also have a question. I mean, you somehow touch on this, but it's about the spatial correlation, specifically that when you're moving sensors around, you might get measurement biases differently from one area to the other. How did you deal with the measurement bias? Did you try to validate it through different sources, or have you looked into like a time series variation or something to look at into that? Or have you considered it for the future research?
No, but yeah, this was one of the things, and that's why we tried first to evaluate the model using different buffer distances. So let's say we started with 50 meters, then 100 meters, then like adding more and more and more. So one of the things that first we evaluated which let's say best buffer distance that can make high predictive model, and then we found that by combining different ones, we could actually correct for such a kind of bias. So there are two ways, let's say, that we check first which buffer distance fit which indicator, or we can use multi-distance and multi-indicator way, in a way.
Mm-hmm. And when you say multi-indicators, you mean multi-different measurement way or multi-different variables?
Multi-different variables.
All right. Okay. Great. So looking into like the satellite images as well as the sensors, etc., and then combine them to get into that. Any other questions from the audience? Tim has one.
There's the raised hand feature as well. I don't know if, but thanks a lot. It was a really interesting talk, and Kaveh was thinking down exactly the same line as me in terms of spatial and temporal correlations. And so I was just wondering, I heard you reference the earlier talk. I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on the cross-validation procedure you applied in terms of how you controlled for those biases with your sampling, because it's a really interesting case study to have to deal with both of those biases at once. So if you were able to elaborate more, I'd be very interested.
Well, that was one of the limitations, and I wanted to have, after your presentation this morning, like some more doubts came in actually, because yes, this is one of the main limitations, because we don't really have this kind of different data set. And as what Professor Patty is saying this morning, that okay, if you want to test a model, just bring it to a different case and then we can test it. But with temperature data is something very specific, very local. So this is one of the things that we start raising the question, how can we then, if we don't have an external database, how then we can validate this data? So using cross-validation, using repeated holdout, we subset the data to different data sets as training and testing. Is it suitable? Can we use that data set that measured in a different day to validate the data that we use to measure a specific day or no, considering that we have different meteorological, even if we have the same pattern, let's say, but it's still measuring two different days, two different timings. So how can we do that? Well, still not sure about it. And yes, this is one of the things that really like makes me a bit,
maybe in case that it add some insights. I think for the work that we're doing on COVID these days, and the COVID is everything, and then at the moment is maybe lots of interesting stuff can come up out of that, like reporting measurements and the measurement error in the COVID reports are both spatially and temporally biased in a way, because they are systematic. So for instance, when you have more cases of the COVID, like in the dense areas, I mean, at the start of the pandemic, those dense areas are underreporting the cases because like they were really busy compared to area that were like not that as busy. And also over the course of the time, the test and trace and other apps, etc., within the UK has improved. So the reporting started improving in terms of reporting the real things. So the way that sometimes things works in terms of like controlling for those measurement errors is both from the variable angle that you just mentioned. So different variables can have a similar communality. For instance, on the COVID, one of the projects I'm trying to get my head around, and we are leading, is looking into the boots data to give us sort of like a drug sale and then compare it with the last year trajectory to see increase in that, and then completely look as an instrument, and then look into the COVID cases, and then do a sort of like a factor analysis to see where these things are most communal with each other, have similar pattern or have similar measure to share, where they are different. As you mentioned about like the different sort of indicators come together. A factor analysis is the most simplistic way, but there are other ways of like trying to find out and cancel out a measurement error. The other thing is true, actually, if you have one variable, but you have it over the course of the time, things such as the model that just Tim and Gao as actually referred to last time, some model like local transition models, which is looking into, you have a true measures, and then you have the actual measure. And that true things is a latent variable, which works as a sort of like a transition behind the actual measures that you can measure over the course of the time. And you're actually seeing the actual measure, but it's based on it's sort of like a transition. And then you have a theta or a bias, which is also added to that format. And then you can look into things such as, I don't know, the gamma distribution of like how these things are how the actual value is changed, and what you can say about the actual value as you're predicting the next time episode, from the starting time episode to the next time episode, etc., while they're also predicting the actual measure that you get. So the true value and actual measure, true value is a latent variable as a mechanism behind the actual measure. There are, again, models like these sort of like latent transition models, which can look into like modeling that, and in both in terms of the cases, actually measure, and even the rate of changes in the basically, even it can be two level. One level is actually the true value. Second level is actually rate of changes in the true value, and then both can work together to make it be more accurate. And you can then fuse or integrate your other variables into these latent values to get a bit more information. But we can discuss this also. This I don't want to take all the time. Any other question? I mean, we have one from Ali Soltani. Ali, do you want to actually express your question, unmute and talk?
Or I can answer.
Or you can answer, yes. It says that, thank you for your great presentation. Do you think the spatial scale of a study does affect the accuracy of results?
Yeah, but I mean, what do you mean by spatial scale? Is it like a spatial resolution of the data that you're using, or the buffer distances, or the buffer scale? Really?
And if you're present, you can ask your question, or elaborate, or you can type either way.
Thank you for being here and giving me an opportunity to ask a question. My question is that because such kind of studies are done in different scales, street scale, neighborhood scale, campus scale, and city scale, my question is that because the variation of the data is changed when you change the scale of the spatial scale, so do you think if we repeat this study for a larger area, say for urban district or urban neighborhood, what would be happen for the accuracy of the result, and what will be the difference between a larger scale study and such kind of a smaller scale study, which we assume that the variation in temperature is low? So thanks.
Yeah, I would say that from my experience in this, as we go far with like a coarser resolution, we can have really improve the accuracy of the model. So, and actually this most of the data that are existing, which are like 500 meters to 1,000 kilometers, they are really high predictive performance, so, because you aggregate many information at the level of the pixels. But the goal here is that we start from the very low scale, and then we go up with the scale. So all our observations comes at the very low scale, so which is the street scale, since we have these measurements in the canopy, or let's say in the urban canyon at the street level. Then our satellite data also fits this scale, since they come at a very high spatial resolution, that's 30 meter by 30 meter. So our data comes from this lower scale, And as long as we have higher predictive performance at a very lower scale, absolutely, I would say going up with the higher spatial resolution, the spatial accuracy will be even more higher. But it all depends on which kind of analysis you are studying, what kind of scale. Here we are interested in micro and local climate, so we are restricted to 100 meters to 400 meters, let's say. So this is the whole point. So we start from the very low scale in a way.
Right. I can see that there are some raised hands, but I can't see them. So let me have a look. No, apparently we don't have any other raised hand that I can see. So with no further delay, sorry, Ing. Right. Okay. So
take a look.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
sorry.
Perhaps we could go to the next one.
Yeah. So with over the delay, we can go for the next presentation if you want to introduce the speakers.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, the third presentation, I'm really delighted that Mike is here as well. Just to make sure that I pronounce the name right. Ruth, is it Rainbow?
Rainbow, yeah. It's also French.
Yeah, and of UCL, and has done a paper with Mike on building and validating modular urban transportation models using scientific workflow systems. And so Just is again a PhD student, and
no, Just
really
is a research fellow.
He is a research fellow now, so
no, he's always been a research fellow.
He looks so young. So young.
Yeah, you look young. Actually, that's the problem. That's the confusion. So well done.
Rainbow, and we look forward to hearing your presentation. So Mike is here. Perhaps you should say a few words about yourself. Or Mike, are you going to say something yourself?
No, I'm not. This is Just's presentation. Yeah. As he will explain, it's part of the work that we've got from Daphne, the Data and Analytics Facility for National Infrastructure.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Okay.
Just say a little more about yourself, if you like. And
okay, so maybe I will begin by presenting myself. So I did my PhD in Paris, in Géographicité, on land use transport model on a coevolution of networks and territories. And then I did the first postdoc at Complex System Institute, working on the validation of simulation models. And then I came to UCL, working with Mike on land use transport models, and coupling models and so on. So this work is part of this. We actually had a small grant with the Daphne facility. I will discuss a bit more. And it's more methodological work, and it's also work in progress. So yeah. So I will go on with the presentation now. How much time I should aim for? Like 20 minutes? Or?
Yeah, do 20 minutes, and then we could do 10-12 minutes questions would be great. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so the idea of this work is to provide some kind of framework using workflow systems, scientific workflow system, to build from the bottom up urban transportation models and to validate them in that context. So as I think everybody knows, and we saw a lot of talks since this morning using the MATIM model, for example. So when you begin to go to large-scale agent-based model and disaggregated models, it becomes huge, and you need a lot of heterogeneous data, and you need to integrate many different submodels or submodules. But so the infrastructure becomes big, and validation becomes complicated. So this example is from this paper where they couple the MATIM with first demand modeling. But then you also need to include data processing to have the correct files, and you need also to couple this with model post-processing analysis to get some statistics and so on. So you see it's a huge coupling of different models. And it's just for the MATI model, which is a transportation model. If we go more generally to land use transport models, it's even more complicated, and there is this very good review by Michael Wegner at the time, which reviewed at the time. So I think it will be even bigger now. But a large set of LUTI, land use transport interaction models, and classifying them as progressively complexifying. So you can either complexify the transport model or complexify the land use model, but you see that in the end, you end up with a very complicated model, which can be multimodal activity-based for transport and also activity-based for land use model. And you see that all the different existing models, so most of these are kind of operational model. I think a lot of these models were discussed in this conference before, like the Schwanus or the Ercud and so on. So all these models include very different processes and very different submodels. So an issue with this is the idea that these are difficult to validate and to apply, especially in the long term to planning. So it's also a well-known debate in the community, and there was this paper back in 73, the Requiem for large-scale models, saying that these models are always intrinsically flawed, and they cannot reach their goals, and that they're not useful in terms of planning. And actually, Mike wrote a comment on this not long ago, saying that the new current of smart cities, urbanetics, and so on, may follow the same path, like ignoring the complexity of cities and ignoring. So there is a kind of forgetting the past and just thinking you're able to predict everything in cities. When it's the contrary, that cities are always more complex through the technology we put in them. So what we propose to foster the relevance of still using this kind of large-scale models, we propose that we need transparency both on data and the implementation and reproducibility of these models. And the idea of validating both the integrated models and also the submodels. So going from small simple models, but that can be quite well validated to larger integrated models. So yeah, it's really the idea that if you got open and reproducible models, then you can share them and you can couple them, you can test them and validate them into modular integrated models. So why using a workflow system for this, a scientific workflow system? So just to give a bit of background, in all generative workflow system, scientific workflow system, is aimed at executing some numerical experiment and also data processing. So most of them today are for data processing tasks, like notebooks are kind of a workflow system. In a systematic, reproducible, and also it's kind of domain specific. So each scientific domain has its own workflow systems, but it's always systematic and reproducible. Often they are coupled to high performance computing infrastructure. So you can execute your numerical experiment workflow on HPC infrastructures. And the idea you have a high flexibility with scripting language to describe your workflow. And it fosters also easier scientific collaboration and reproducibility. So just repeating a bit myself, but the proposed approach is to build a modular transportation model from the bottom up, using this kind of workflow system. So there are several points, so it's also repeating a bit. But you can easily replace submodels that you put into the workflow. So imagining you got your land use transport models, you can just replace the transport model with another one, but just still keeping the same architecture and the same workflow. Then yeah, it's more easy to reproduce and also to benchmark, because if everything is open and modular, you can easily compare either the integrated model or the submodels between themselves. Then it's also easier to transfer the application of models. So if you got some generic workflow, you will see in the case study that we apply the MATIM model to many urban areas in the UK, and you can do that automatically through the workflow system. So you got quite easy transferability of model applications. And you can also, depending on the workflow system you use, some workflow system has some integrated validation methods. I will also come back on this, and you can apply them to validate your model. Okay, so this is a case study. I will give a bit of results later on. So the case study is to build a 4-step multimodal transportation model using only open source projects and open source data. Mostly open source data, at least free. So what model do we include in this? So the well-known MATIM model for the transport model in itself. Then, as you may be aware, when you need to generate upstream MATIM, all the daily plans for individuals. So you need to generate transport demand. And for this, you need first a synthetic population. And for this, we use the Spencer model developed by the team of Nick Lomax at University of Leeds. So it's also an open source project to generate synthetic population for the UK. Then to generate the homework flows for travel demands and generate plans, daily plans from this, we need a spatial interaction model. For this, we use a quant model, which is developed mainly by Mike and Richard Milton at CASA. And finally, there are a lot of data processing tasks and spatial algorithm. For example, to construct the spatial network from GIS data. And for this, we use a spatial data scalar library, which is developed by the OpenMOL community, and mostly myself, actually. Okay, just a bit more detail. I won't go into too much detail on the parameters of the model and so on, because it will take too much time, but to give a bit of idea on the implementation and data. So the data is, the implementation is quite generic for any functional urban area in the UK. So we use the functional urban areas provided by GHSL, so it's kind of normalized worldwide. It's better. And then we use the NOMIS data, so the census data for the Spencer model, and also the ordnance survey road. So everything is open data, and you can run it on any functional urban areas in the UK. The workflow system we use, I will come back also on this later. It first the Daphne facility, so it's a facility funded by UCRIC, and also the OpenMOL software, which is an open source workflow engine. So what is currently implemented is the coupling of the Spencer with a model to have uniform job location for the plans, and then simple homework commuting. The network and plans are prepared into MATIM file and then fed into the MATIM model, which is for now only one mode, so only car. And all the models are integrated, so both into Daphne and OpenMOL as a Docker containers. So you Dockerize your model and then you can couple them. I will show this later. And this is still work in progress to integrate the quant model to have more realistic workflow. So I won't give any results on this today. So more detail on the Daphne facility. You can go on their website and you can actually ask. So registration is not open. You need to write to them, but it's open to any academic in the UK, I think. So you can ask for an access to the Daphne platform, and it's in a raised process, and it's yeah, it's quite stable and quite performing. So it's a platform which developed initially for infrastructure research, so for the NISMOD models and so on. And there are a lot of pilots model. They actually also have a champion program, which is the funding we got. And so a lot of people are putting model on the platform. So the idea is you've got a different dimension. You've got the data sharing aspect. So people put their data on the platform, and you can get the data sets. People also share the models. So you can upload your model as a Docker container, and you can reuse the model that people upload. Then you also have high performance computing. So when you run your model, it's run on backend large scale servers. So they've got a huge cluster. I don't remember all the technical specification, but it's quite huge. And they've got this workflow system where you can integrate your models. So this is how it looks when you build your transportation model using the bricks and the workflow system. So you see that this is on Daphne. And Daphne workflow system is a visual workflow system. So you've got small boxes representing the model step that you couple together. So this is a simple workflow for a matching model. First, you process your network, then you run your Spencer model for the population, then you run your matching model, and then you visualize the results. You can also do a bit more complicated experiments and yeah, workflows inside the Daphne platform. For example, doing looking at the influence of stochasticity on model outputs, and so iterating on the model and repeating the model with the same parameters, but with different random seeds, and looking at how it changes the result. So it works like this. You get your iteration, and so in iteration set is the same as the model before. So network, population, matching, and then you visualize the results. It's a small example of what you can do, how you can visualize into the Daphne platform. Yeah, I didn't mention it before, but there is this visualization part which is integrated into the platform, and it comes as Jupyter notebooks. So when your model is finished, you can get all the data files into some notebook integrated into the platform, and then write some scripts to do some plots and some maps and so on with the model results. Okay, so this is just an example of a map of Matim trips. I think the urban area is Taunton. It's a small one because I ran the test on the small one. I don't know exactly where it is. I think it's in the west of UK. And so all the lines are the trips, and the color gives the time of the days when the trip is on. Then I also did the same with Leeds. And here we see with Leeds that we have there is an issue with sampling the population. So for tests to decrease computation time, you need to have a small part of the population, and here it's not so some populated area are less sampled, but others. So there are some issues with this. So the result are still test. But then, if you got your generic model as a workflow, you can apply it systematically on any urban area. So this is an example also of test results on all these areas. So basically, I took the largest one in the UK, but we are missing a few ones like London, because London was too big and it's still running actually. And a few other ones failed for some reason, but we have for now all these ones. And obtaining the result was quite fast, because Daphne allows you to run all this in parallel. So you can just run my model for all these areas, and you will run it in parallel and gain a lot of times. So what this plot shows is a distribution of trip distances. So trips obtained with the Matim. So after the iteration of the Matim model, you go to kind of equilibrium. So I had only 5 iterations, so it's not the equilibrium yet, but it's a stage where agents are already adapted their plans, and So it's more optimal trip distance for the agents. And you can then study this, the distribution of the trip distance and see that depending on the areas, you've got a very different distribution of trip distance. So for some areas like Portsmouth or Nottingham, you've got longer trips. Some are very localized. I think Oxford is the most localized area, so it's smaller. And some are more sprawled. So you capture this kind of urban sprawl through the car trips of people. We can also have a look at daily travel patterns. So, for example, what are the departure time of trips during the day? So the x-axis is seconds within a day. So you see the two peaks of going to work and coming back. And one interesting thing is that for the evening, it's much more spread and it's much more localized in the morning. And it's obtained through the adaptation of the agent. So I don't know exactly why, but people adapt themselves for in the evening. So it's there more flexibility in the evening trip than the morning trip. And you see that also depending on the urban area, it can be more spread in time than over, so over and more localized for departure time of trips. Another experiment that you can easily do with the workflow system, and I showed actually the Daphne workflow to do this. So it's to do some Monte Carlo experiment on the same urban area. So here is still the Taunton. I don't know how to pronounce it. Taunton, this small urban functional urban area, and to run it a lot of times. So here we have 10 repetitions. And we see that due to the stochastic noise, we've got different distribution. Here it's also trip departure time. So it means that the model outputs are quite sensitive to noise. So what should be done next is to compare this level of noise to this differences between urban areas and see if the differences between urban areas are significant or not, depending on the noise. So all these are examples of numerical experiments you can do with your workflow systems. Okay, then it's something which is currently under progress. So I just will give the methodology and the context. Is to do, for example, spatial sensitivity analysis on these models, and look if the spatial structure of your data and possibly the spatial structure of your missing data has an influence on model output. So it's a workflow it's a method we developed with Clémentine Cotillon, which is a former CASA researcher, also Romain Rouillon, so other contributor of the OpenMO platform. And the idea is to extend traditional sensitivity analysis to the spatial initial condition of models. And within that context, you may need to generate spatial synthetic data. So we also got other papers generating this kind of data. So this will be applied to the massive model and to the couple model. Then I will finish my talk by mentioning the OpenMO workflow engine. So OpenMO is actually a model exploration software, which is open source, developed since 2010, roughly at the Complex System Institute in Paris, mainly by Romain Rouillon. And the idea is you have a free access. The first is model embedding. Second is access to HPC resource. So it provides transparent and easy access to any HPC resource, like a cluster, like a computation grid, or like a server. And then it also provides some expression and optimization and validation algorithm. So you can go on the website and download it. So this workflow system does not work with visual workflow, but works with a script. So there is a domain-specific language built on Scala, where you specify your workflow through the script. So this is an example. You've got your graphic interface, and you've got your script within the workflow system, and you specify. So I will detail everything. So this is an example of the coupling the spacer with the quant model in an OpenMO workflow. So you specify, for example, in the middle, you specify the quant model, which is a container task. So it's still a Docker container. And you specify input and output of the model. And then in the end, you just specify coupling with the Spencer, with the processing of operation, with the quant model, with post-processing. So you specify a model like this. And you can also write with Scala code some this data processing task, for example, are directly embedding into the script. So why use the OpenMol in that particular context? So the idea is really to use the methods that OpenMol provides. And OpenMol provides a lot of advanced validation methods. So all these kind of methods, sensitivity analysis, so like global sensitivity analysis and indices and so on. Also spatial sensitivity analysis, which I mentioned before, are integrated into the platform. A lot of design experiment, calibration algorithm using genetic algorithm to calibrate your model. Also diversity search to look at the patterns that, so the diversity of patterns a model can produce. Also algorithm for inverse problems and also model reduction algorithm. And here it's an illustration of integrated OpenMol into Daphne. So coupling in a sense the two workflow system to have the methods and then apply the methods to the modular model. So apply this validation method to the modular model I developed. So I will conclude with a bit of discussion and I mention most of the development that are currently ongoing that are the next step in this project. So integrated quant to generate commuting pattern, constructing a multimodal MatSim, so multimodal data for MatSim. And also, it's another part of the work, not directly linked to MatSim, but maybe in the end, have a dynamical strong coupling of quant and Spencer. What are the applications of this? The idea is validating this model we use. So for example, validating one part of the MatSim model or validating one part of the Spencer model. And then it will be able, it will enable validation of the coupling of the two and using this kind of advanced model validation method. Then also one final objective of the project is to use the MatSim output to quantify the densities in public transport and then produce some exposure indicators in the COVID context. So it was actually the initial idea which motivated this coupling. And then in the end, test some policies and intervention on the transport system dynamics. So just to conclude, the idea is really to provide a methodological framework and context for open, reproducible, and validated urban models, which becomes the elementary bricks toward larger integrated models. So all the workflow I presented here are available. Actually, not the Daphne workflow because they are not available as script, but the OpenMol workflows and also the Docker container and so on are available in this GitHub repository. And also the spatial data library is available in the GitHub repository. And you can go check the website of the workflow engines. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Justin. Any question on this presentation? I need to open the chat and look at the audience as well in case the hands are up. Okay, Jamil, go ahead. Jamil, your hand is up. Is that that you have a question to raise, or is it from the previous time?
Oh, it must have been up from before, actually.
Oh, right. Not worried.
Could I ask one question or others think of questions? At the moment, I think it's probably a related trend. So I applaud this work because of looking at modular models is a great thing. I cannot remember what it's now called, but in computer science now, people are developing tools which avoids extensive coding, sometimes avoids all coding. So basically, you could take these as building blocks, and then you build models. Is that right? What is a chord? So you are the expert, so you could actually tell us.
I'm not aware of. Are you mentioning like functional programming, where you can reuse some bricks, and in the end you?
That's right. So these are developed so that for example, layman could simply just take the whole block into a live flowchart, and then this will put your data through, basically.
Okay, I'm not really aware of this kind of initiative. So I guess it's in a data processing context, or this kind of thing.
So,
it's basically the same idea that you've got your generic task, and you don't need to go into the details of it. So it's really this idea of modularity, and you can also benchmark these. So benchmark these bricks. Against everything. Yeah, I guess it's a general trend in many.
So I mean, I think it's important. It's helpful if you, and I am trying to elaborate on what he said, and then please correct me. If you can give us some sort of like overview of the stages, the blocks of the code in your work. So understanding is that you, instead of like going into intensive transfer modeling side, you're trying to work it out bottom up. So getting the information from the transfer models and fuse it with the land use model, which you get from elsewhere, and then try to bring them together. And I assume that there is a data pipeline as well for regular arrival of the data, and sort of like a presentation studio, like a data studio type presentation at the end. Is it a bit of like elaboration of how the pipeline and the wrap up in this dynamic system works?
So, the idea is to couple your blocks. You've got actually this kind of data pipeline, and you plug outputs of one brick as input of one other brick. So I don't know if we will see it here in the
somehow, but I think we can
it's a bit complicated here. Or maybe I can show the Daphne platform. But okay, the idea here in the OpenROW script is you've got input file and output file, and it's everything go through files between the containers. So at some time you need to. It's true that it's not as modular as I'm saying it is, and as easy I'm saying it is, because you need to have some kind of adapters between the bricks and some. And in the end, you can couple what is lookalike. Like you need some kind of correspondence between the two models. And for now, everything I mentioned is at the same scale, for example. But I know that Yingjing worked with Roberto Murcio at Casa, trying to couple the Luisa model with, I think it was with Kant. And the thing is, it was at different scales, and they had issue with this. I don't know all the details, but they had issue that it was not exactly the same data, it was not exactly the same processes, and so on. And then you begin to have issues coupling. And it's actually when your model don't have the same ontologies, you end up with a problem. So yeah, what I'm presenting is a model that you can that are close to each other in terms of scales and in terms of what you've got inside. And if they are not, you need an intermediate model that you need to build yourself. And it's actually what I did for the Matim example here, because as the output of the Spencer model, you don't have. I think it's described here. Spencer don't give you any plan and so on. So here there is an ad hoc model to generate this commuting plan for people. So it's an additional brick that you plug in here. But the one thing which is good with this approach is this brick can be reused, and and they can be replaced with something more elaborated. So when the quant model will mature and so on. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, that was really helpful. Thank you. And for the audience, there are actually some stuff in the chat actually referring to some interesting location where you can find more information on the block-based coding and low-code, no-code, type of thing. In case you're interested to get more about the concepts behind these thinkings. And also the DAFT website and all the OpenMOL software is advertised, as well as you can see all these codes. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you can find all these codes in the GitHub, which can be available for the people to actually to download or clone.
Yeah. Actually, the Daphne workflow are not available because they are graphical workflows and they're not specified. So it's so to reproduce it, you need to have access to the Daphne pattern. Then you will have access to it. But for the open workflow, yeah, they're available as you can do them on them. But all the container file and so on are available. So you can generate the containers and so on by cloning the GitHub repo.
Brilliant. Tim, you have a question, your hand's up.
Yeah, just a simple clarification one. On my understanding of Spencer is that it integrates kind of future plans and people's movements in terms of reaction to long-term trends. But from at the moment, your integration of Spencer is kind of static or dynamic?
I use a static part of Spencer, so to generate the synthetic population. Because sorry, I didn't precise this, but the Spencer has different parts, and one part is a dynamical projection in the future, so dynamical microsimulation. What I use is just the part to generate the synthetic population.
Okay, and so then as a linked question to that, how many of the model integrations that you have allow for a full dynamic feedback, or are these kind of a case of reaching an equilibrium and then passing across the equilibrium?
It's actually I did not think it through for the maximum coupling, but for the quant spacer coupling, so the last script I showed, the aim was to have this strong coupling in time, so dynamic coupling in time. So here you got your quant output that feed into Spencer, which then feed into quant, and then feed into Spencer, and then run this in time. So, and you can do this in the workflow system by specifying a loop. It's not done yet, but we aim to do this. And I'm not sure for the Maxim because these are quite different time scales, so I'm not sure we'll try to do it or not. But in principle, it should be feasible. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you're aware, there was some work to try and link MatSim as the transport layer in UrbanSim. I think there's a book that on digital, I can't remember what it was, digital twins for sustainable cities, I think, but they tried to link MatSim as the transport layer for UrbanSim in Belgium, for Brussels, I think. But this was a completely static connection, so it'd be really interesting to see if this kind of next generation allows for these strong links in time across transport and land use. It would be a step forward, I think.
And I think actually that the results will be quite different.
Yeah. I mean, that was one of the things they find is that if you allow just these full static solutions and pass over just your equilibrium states, the word I'm looking for, then you don't allow for these kind of dynamic feedbacks, and you get very different results. Yeah. They're really interesting.
Yeah, very interesting, specifically as we are moving toward the era of like a population clock, fusing data which are varying over time with the more static behaviorally deep data which are coming from the traditional survey to predict the flows close to real time. And perhaps those can provide interesting APIs to feed into these type of analysis elaborate further. So it's really interesting. Looking ahead, I said that we have the last 10 minutes. I think even less than that. Is it some sort of like a discussion you want to have, or like a summary? Specifically, that I know that we caught initial interesting discussion for the first paper as well, and promised that it would be met at the end. So this is back to you.
Thank you. I just wondered, perhaps Mike has joined us midway through, and Mike may have already heard perhaps the second and third presentation, right? Mike, would you like to say anything at this stage?
Well, I came in the second presentation, right? Which towards the middle of it, and that looked a very competent piece of work. I mean, I was very interested but I can't really comment on. I mean, I'm not a remote sensor or anything like that, so I can't really comment on the detail of that. I might say a couple of words about what Just has just presented.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
To give some,
we'll reinforce this. Yeah. Go ahead.
To give some context, you can see Just on the screen, and behind him he's got the logo Daphne, which means Data and Analytics Facility for National Infrastructure. Now, there are in the UK a number of models which have been built over a period of about 10 years, dealing with national infrastructure, water, electricity, transportation, and indeed Spencer, the microsimulation model, is part of that suite of models developed largely by civil engineers, led by a guy called Jim Hall, who's professor of climate science or climate at Oxford. And Jim is a hydrologist, I think, originally. Anyway, these models have been built as a system of systems models, and they really are part of something called UCRIC, which is the UK research consortium in cities and infrastructure. UCRIC has a number of urban laboratories dealing with real-time thing, but it also has this facility called Daphne, which is really designed. Daphne is located at Harwell, the nuclear lab, and is quite well resourced, has very high performance computing, many GPU servers and so on. And this particular facility, or rather the Daphne project basically, is to make these models from the National Infrastructure Commission available to the wider, first of all, in the first instance, the wider academic constituency, and then potentially down the line, well, we don't know. But in other words, they're putting together a framework, which Just, in fact, has talked about, which is a series of workflows which enable you to port your model there and to get advice to put it into a form where it can be linked to other models, basically, in that sense. So the essence of the thing is not necessarily to build better models. There may be parts of it which will improve the models in a way, but to actually stitch models together so that a user wanting to look at, for example, the demand for water in different regions of the UK would also be linked to population analysis, which the Spencer model would mirror in that sense. So, in other words, the models would interface with one another from the point of view of making them available to the potential users. That may or may not lead to better models. One doesn't know, really, in a sense. But the kind of thing that Just has explained, really, is one aspect of this. There are several different models being developed in this particular wider context. For example, at the University of Southampton, John Preston and Simon Blaney are developing the national transport model. These are all part of this big suite. And if you want to know the acronym of the name of the project, which has developed the national infrastructure models, it's ITRC, the integrated the integrated consortium on, I don't know. ITRC Mistral is the series of projects that have been developed over about 10 years, which really form the guts of Daphne in that sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's the kind of broader context. The workflow stuff is to link, and our project is to link Spencer to Quant, and also Matsim to Spencer to Quant, as a demonstrator, really, to demonstrate this. And hopefully in time, you know, to look at problems which do need that kind of integration.
Yeah. Great. Thank you so much, Mike. That actually explains the context of this work, and it really looks like it breaks into a really new area of modeling. And I just wondered also that on the earlier session, Athanasios was trying to persuade us to abandon our desktops and laptops and go for sort of bigger commuting, just like the weather forecasters. So Harwell certainly will have facilities like that as well.
Well, I think one of the problems was that when this Daphne project began, we thought in CASA that our quant model could be ported to Daphne. In other words, we could somehow make it available. Our quant model is pretty integrated in the sense that the visualization is really part and parcel of the whole model. It's a set of web-based services, really. And in other words, if you have a model like Quant, it's exceptionally difficult to put it into the Daphne context. You can't really package it in this sense.
Yeah.
And so part of the effort is to see what sort of models and bits of models might be packaged. So your Louisa model, Ying, is, as you know, I mean, you've been involved in this, that potentially could fit on Daphne, potentially, but it may need a lot of tweaks basically to be able to do that. So in other words, some of these models which are put into these different workflows do need to be tweaked pretty heavily before you can actually do it. It so happens that the ITRC Mistral national infrastructure models were all sort of fairly uniform in some sense, dealing with water, electricity, telecommunications across the nation. And so the coupling them together, there's not as very strong predictive capabilities in those models. They're highly descriptive in some sense. And so consequently, they don't pose the same challenges as in, for example, land use transport models in some senses. And the other feature I think that Juster's talked about is the fact that some of these models that he's been putting together, like Spencer and Matsim's, both depend on synthetic population databases, which are configured differently. So in other words, how do you kind of put those together, you know, in a sense, in this workflow thing? So that's really the nature of the project, to explore those sorts of things.
Yeah, well, it's a great path breaker like that, so it's great. Thanks, Mike. I think we just reached the top of the hour. In fact, we're slightly past it. So perhaps colleagues could have a quick break, say till 5 minutes past, and we could then start this session. And I can see that there's a surge of the colleagues actually attending the session. So, and Joe is here. Hello, Joe.
Joe's been here for a bit.
Great to see you. Joe, you attended the first session as well, along with Runak.
That was late in the evening here, so
yeah, I know.
The number in between, I did sleep a bit overnight, but it's interesting to try and do this marathon. I don't envy the task you must have had in trying to put it all together. But well, forward to the remaining 2 sessions.
Yeah, it is really great.
Comfortable day. Yeah.
It is good to see you, Joe, here, specifically that I know that the TRB is going on at the moment, and then you should be pretty busy in that side as well.
Yeah, I have a link to that open over here, but today's the last day of that. So people are burned out from TRB. Although it's interesting to watch because it's one of these 1,000 participant things. So they still charge a fair amount to register, but then they use a pretty elaborate software that provides an opportunity to try and do some networking and to view poster sessions and all. And it's quite good, but it certainly makes you appreciate the continued value of in-person conferences.
Yes.
So any idea that those are going to go out of business quickly and Zoom and some of these more elaborate pieces will substitute for everything, I think that's a stretch.
Yeah. Well, one of the features of TRB was that they ran out of slots to do receptions, that sponsored receptions. Therefore, the receptions were pushed earlier and earlier. And I was told that there were 5:30 a.m. and 6:00 a.m. receptions. I'm not sure what they're doing there, but and also late night receptions. Presumably, this year the schedule is now free of those receptions. Is basically, I hope that the day is not as long. So how long are the days?
Those receptions normally work when the drink is not virtual, basically.
Yes.
So when the drinks and snacks are virtual, then I'm not quite sure how popular those can be. But it was great for the community to see each other, and actually that meant a lot. And I completely agree. Zoom cannot replace that.
Well, as usual with computing, you're getting both concentration and fragmentation with this. So the virtual enables people around the world, as evidenced with this session, to connect. On the other hand, it doesn't substitute for the face-to-face. So you see both efforts to try and figure out how do you locate and what are the things that you still do together. And I think with colleges, it's the same thing. The model we're going to get to is not a few giant colleges that are worldwide or complete fragmentation, but it's going to be each school is going to have to figure out what combination of in-person and outreach, either broadcasting outside or taking advantage of resources that are universal, and what combination makes sense for the schools. And that's by no means an answered question either.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Joe, perhaps we should start this session now. What do you think?
Yeah, at MIT we have a rule. We do 5 past the hour, but it's 5 past. So I think we should. We have 4 talks. So
that's right. Yeah, and how would you like to play this? Perhaps if I would introduce you to the audience. I don't think really you need a huge amount of introduction, and then perhaps you could then introduce the colleagues who are presenting, because you know them pretty well. Is that right?
Well, I know, unbeknownst to me, I was asked to chair a session in which I have some co-authors. So I do know a few of these, but I'll be happy to do that. And I can start right now if you like, or do you want to say?
That's great. Yeah,
okay.
I would just say that Joe is such a source of inspiration, and when I have something that I'm puzzling about, I'll go and ask Joe. And Joe has been a great pioneer in this field, and Joe founded the Computer Resource Lab in MIT's Department of Urban Studies and Planning. I'm not sure it's called that at that time. Then he's since been the head of the Urban Information Systems Lab, and have done a huge amount of work related to integrated modeling of land use, transport, and human behavior, and so on. And so that's why we're so delighted you're able to be here, and also you have actually brought your younger colleagues here as well to present in the session. And perhaps Joe, you could introduce the colleagues in the session, and then we'll get started that way. And I would defer to you to see whether you would like to do the papers in quick succession and do the general questions at the end, or do them separately.
I think we'll do each one and allow a little bit of time for questions, and with the idea that a little less than a half hour each will sort of get us through the 2 hours. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll just say a little bit about each paper as it comes up rather than go through all 4 now. I think
that's right. Yeah,
quite a while, and people have the program so they know that. Okay, so let's get started. Thanks, Ying, for the kind words and also for organizing this activity. I know the AUM has been going on for several years, and I find it quite useful to keep track of who's doing what in applied urban modeling from the perspective of people who are interested in sort of planning and community building and the growth of metro areas, rather than sort of traditional many conferences where it's the transport modeling that's driving things as opposed to what transport enables. So I have valued that over the years, look forward to helping to organize this particular session on modeling urban activities. We've got the 4 papers, so each person talks for about 15 minutes. That'll allow time for some questions and discussions at the end of each. With that, let me go right in. I'll introduce the people speaking for each paper as the papers come up. The first one is how do car light policies impact housing mobility choices, a LUTI microsimulation analysis. And this paper that happens to have me as a co-author, but it's really Ronak's work, is being presented by Ronak Basu, who's currently a PhD student at MIT in our Urban Studies and Planning department. He was an undergrad in ITT Bombay and then came to MIT, where he got 2 master's degrees in the Masters of City Planning and Masters of Science in Transportation, and has joined a PhD program where he's trying to emphasize the urban planning connections to transportation and the work that he's doing. And he has for several years been working with me as a research assistant on this Singapore project on future urban mobility. So without further ado, let me turn it over to Ronak, who will tell us about how car light policies impact housing mobility choices.
Well, thank you for the introduction, Joe, and Ying, thanks for organizing this session. So let me quickly share my screen. Can everyone see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Very well.
Yeah. All right. So it's a long title. It's a mouthful, but hopefully we'll be able to shed some light on how different car light policies might impact joint choices of housing and mobility through an application of a LUTI microsimulation model. The session is supposedly from North America. So this is what one part of the US looks like right now. This is Cambridge, US. Ying and others in Cambridge, UK might feel jealous perhaps that they're missing out on some snow. So this is the agenda for our talk. I'll provide a brief background of how new mobilities are changing the landscape of transportation today, and provide some details of SimMobility, which is our LUTI microsimulation model. And then I hope to describe the car light policy framework that we are trying to analyze, present some simulation results, and as the name of this year's AUM suggests, provide some directions for implications of our results for the new urban world. Let's dive right into it. Future urban mobility. So we've been hearing a lot of different sorts of services and technologies. We've heard about on-demand mobility, shared services, electric vehicles, autonomous or automated vehicles, and it's a long list of new forms of mobility that are quite exciting. They can have different sorts of positive effects. For example, you can have increased accessibility, especially for those who may not be able to own cars and who are transit dependent. Some of these mobility services could be obtained at a lower price as compared to car ownership, and some of them again could provide a higher comfort of the travel experience compared to transit. However, they're also accompanied by negative effects, such as higher vehicle miles traveled or vehicle kilometers traveled. And in terms of land use, they could possibly lead to urban sprawl, as some of the literature has shown. There are also other social equity concerns associated, because we've seen that higher income households have higher willingness to pay for all sorts of services, including mobility and housing, and they could possibly outbid others, especially when these services are not available widely and could hijack the market in a sense. So to understand the effects of these new forms of mobility on neighborhoods, we are broadly interested in the question of how neighborhoods change as a result of these new mobilities. Obviously, there could be multiple dimensions of change, and this talk in particular is focused on two dimensions, which are housing and mobility choices. So in general, there's a broad consensus that new mobilities can improve accessibility. Now, these improvements can vary spatially. For example, people living near bike share stations are more likely to be using those bikes, and they enjoy better accessibility as opposed to those who live further away. These improvements can also vary demographically. For example, not everyone can afford TNCs or shared mobility options like Uber, Lyft, Grab, and so on. But one thing to note from a planning perspective is that these new mobilities offer an immense opportunity to improve accessibility for everyone, because they don't require as much investment as traditional mechanisms of accessibility improvement. For example, transit infrastructure, which requires both significant investment and as well as time. So to divert the attention to sim mobility. So what we are doing with sim mobility, this is part of our Singapore project with Joe and several others over there, as well as at MIT. This is a LUTI simulator, land use transport interactions, where we try to merge econometric models of consumer behavior across various dimensions of behavior with agent-based activity-driven simulation dynamics. So we try to model disaggregate agents in the form of, let's say, individuals or households who make different behavioral decisions. So sim mobility has three components. We have the short-term component, which is a microscopic traffic simulator. We have the medium-term component, which is a daily activity travel simulator. And then we have the long-term component, which is a daily housing and mobility choice simulator. So to focus only on the LUTI elements of that, so I want to describe the long-term and the medium-term components in a little more detail. So the long-term component, obviously, we've seen several talks in the previous sessions talk about synthetic population. So we use a synthetic population as well. We generate that on our own, and then we have a daily bid auction model through which households make different choices on housing, which is not just limited to the location of housing. So we go beyond residential location. We actually match a housing to a particular unit in a particular building in a particular location. So we are going to a very disaggregate scale on that front. And households can also make mobility choices as to what sorts of mobility holdings they might want to have. And conditional on these choices, then particular individuals within the household make employment and education choices as to where they might go to work. And again, we go beyond the location and match individuals to specific jobs in particular sectors and so on. And then once we have that in place, then we treat the system as a closed system and simulate through housing market dynamics. And obviously, if you want to add new developments through housing, then we can do that. And then we kind of iterate through this entire daily bid auction model process. In the medium-term component, so this is again an activity travel simulator, like I mentioned. So we start off with a pre-day where we generate daily activity schedules for each individual with modes and start times, departure times, and so on. Then we pass those to the within-day component where we simulate those trips on the transport network, which is what we call supply. So there's something called within-day learning. That's an iterative process that iterates over trip chains and travel trajectories to achieve some sort of equilibrium on the supply network. And then once we've achieved equilibrium in terms of travel times, then we pass those back as skims to the pre-day, and that's what we call day-to-day learning. And we can iterate over this component as well until we achieve equilibrium. So you might be wondering how these two components are linked. Well, we create the synthetic population in long term, and then we simulate through the long term models to get an equilibrium location of housing, mobility, employment, and education, and that's what we call a stable synthetic population. Once we've achieved that, we pass that to the medium term, run through the activity travel simulation models, and then we obtain measures of accessibility. So we obtain various measures. You could have equilibrium travel skims, you could have individual level log sum or ABA measures, and we pass those back to the long term, which are fed into the long term choice models as explanatory variables. And again, you could iterate over this as well to achieve equilibrium. So in general, it's a long setup, but I think we have the elements in place to be making disaggregate modeling choices. So to focus a little bit more on the long term, because that's where we look at housing and mobility, we have housing market models. So there's an awakening model that determines which households are more likely to be awakened and start searching for new housing every day. We have a screening model that screens out neighborhoods and dwelling types based on preferences of households. That's like a first stage sort of housing search model where you're obviously not going to look across the entire city, but you create a first cut of possible candidate options based on your preferences. Then obviously there's a market model in the hedonic price model where we generate the asking prices by the sellers of different housing units in the city. And coming back to the demand side, there's the willingness to pay model for each household that's pertinent to every unit. So different households will have different willingness to pay for the same unit. Conversely, one household can have different willingness to pay values for different units. And in terms of mobility holdings, so this is more relevant to the Singapore application. There's a taxi availability model because we've seen that there's a negative correlation between owning and operating a taxi and having other private mobility holdings such as cars. And there's obviously a separate model for private vehicle availability that focuses on motorcycles, private cars. There's something called an off-peak car in Singapore as well. And so we have all of those mobility holdings modeled through the private vehicle availability model. Now, moving on to the car light policy framework. So what is a car light policy? Well, as the name suggests, the policy's goal is to make a neighborhood less car or auto dependent. Now, how do we do that as policymakers? Well, the idea is that if you want to make a particular neighborhood or a particular household less auto dependent, you have to give them alternatives that work for them. And the way to do that would be to provide improvements in accessibility for people living and or working within that particular neighborhood, if you want to have a bounded neighborhood for the car light policy. So you can do that through a variety of mechanisms. You can have shared AV shuttles within that neighborhood. That's something Singapore is piloting right now in 1 or 2 neighborhoods. You can have subsidies for shared TNC trips that connect to transit stations as first or last mile connections. And you can have better urban design. So you can have like protected bike lanes or wider sidewalks to encourage active transportation. So the exact mechanism is going to vary based on the city or the country or the culture of transportation in a particular region. So we don't want to get into the details of that, but at a high level, we focus on the accessibility improvements that come about as a result of the car light policy. Now, having set this up, the question is, how would the market react? And in terms of the market, we're talking of, just to remind you, housing and mobility choices. So we have a couple of hypotheses about this question that we hope to test. So the first hypothesis is that because you have improved accessibility through non-private car alternatives, perhaps people are going to be less likely to own cars, and you might even have people who used to own cars give those up. So overall, we would see a reduction in private vehicle ownership. The second hypothesis is that because of improved accessibility, we might see that there's a larger demand for housing units within that study area as it becomes more attractive, and that might induce gentrification. And these two sort of oppose each other because gentrification would lead to more higher income households moving into the study area, and higher income households are also more likely to own cars. So how would the overall effect work out? That's why we need to go through the simulations. So we decided to look into some different scenarios because the market, we are not sure how the market is going to react. So we formulated different mechanisms of market reactions and modeled them through scenarios. So first of all, we have a baseline or business as usual. It's not really a scenario, but something to compare against, where there is no car light policy. So we simulate the study area as if it were going to develop as usual. Then we have a minimal effect scenario. That's what we call scenario 1, where the policy has been implemented, but people are just aware of it. The market hasn't had time to react to it. People are aware, so there's some increase in the likelihood of considering units in the study area, because people know that, well, something is going to happen within the study area soon. We might want to move in, but in terms of demand and supply, the market hasn't really shown any significant impact. Then in the next temporal stage, you'd start to see a demand effect where the buyer valuation increases, and we call that a short-run market reaction. So what happens there is that now suddenly from the demand side, people want to move in, and there's an increase in demand for housing. And we model that through an increased willingness to pay for units within the study area. Now, right after that, it's natural that the supply side is going to react to that as a consequence. And that's what we model through scenario 3, where both buyer and seller valuations increase. And that's what we call a longer run market reaction. So we modify the hedonic price model for units within the study area to increase their asking prices. So we decided to look at different neighborhood characteristics to see how they might affect the car light policy impact. So we selected 3 cases where we wanted to vary different initial neighborhood characteristics. So first we had vacancy rates, then we looked at vehicle free rates, and then we wanted to combine them and look at something called market tightness. And we wanted to segregate these effects to understand the impact of one particular set of neighborhood characteristics directly. So first of all, when we want to look at vacancy rates only, so we tried to select 2 planning areas. There are around 55 planning areas in Singapore, 35 of which are populated. So we selected 2, one of which was more vacant and one of which was less vacant, trying to keep the vehicle-free percent roughly similar. So all of the impact could be linked back, or the difference in impact could be linked back to the vacancy rate in itself. Similarly, when we want to look at the impact of vehicle-free rates, we try to keep the vacancy rates as close to each other as possible and vary the vehicle-free rates. And that's what you see over here, 2 different study areas, one which is more vehicle-free, one which is less vehicle-free. And finally, we combine the 2 and look at market tightness. So market tightness is something that relates to how much impact of the car light policy would we be able to expect. So if a study area is more tight, we are going in with an expectation that the policy magnitudes of the policy impacts are going to be low. And we try to select 2 study areas based on that as well. So looking at the simulation results, so does initial vacancy rate of the neighborhood matter? Now, this is a plot showing the difference in the mean household income of in-movers and out-movers compared to the initial study area population that was there before we started the simulation. And they're centered at 0. So any bar that's going up means that, for example, over here, in-movers are much more higher income than outmovers, as well as the original study area population. And you see that especially in scenarios 3 over here, 3 for Bukit Batok, which is less vacant, and both for scenarios 2 and 3 over here for Chua Chu Kang, which is more vacant. So in general, for scenario 3, which modeled both demand and supply effects, we see that higher income in-movers displace lower income residents. Now, this figure shows a difference in vehicle-free market share, again, compared to the original study area population. And you can see that for the baseline scenarios 1 and 2, for both study areas, in-movers are more vehicle-free. But as soon as you throw in supply effects in scenario 3, when you try to include supply effects, then in-movers become less vehicle-free than the original study area population. And finally, when you look at the overall study area population, how did it change? So we are more looking at change in vehicle-free market share. So yes, as expected, when there's awareness only in scenario 1 or there's a demand side effect only in scenario 2, the study area becomes much more vehicle free than it was earlier. But when you include supply effects in scenario 3, you see this dampening, this huge drop from scenarios from 2 to 3. And that's true for even the more vacant study area as well. So even though the study area becomes more vehicle free, including supply effects dampens these car light policy impact gains. So overall, we can conclude that the initial vacancy rate has an inverse short-run impact on car-free gains, but no distinct long-run impacts. Now, looking at vehicle-free, the impact of initial vehicle-free rate on the car light policy, it's a similar observation in terms of gentrification. Yes, we observe displacement by higher income in-movers. This is the opposite to what we had seen last time with the vacancy rates. In-movers are much more likely to increase vehicle ownership, as demonstrated over here, after moving into the study area and become less vehicle-free. However, that doesn't impact the overall study area as much because the study area still remains more vehicle free. And obviously, we've done some sensitivity analysis, and this isn't always going to be true if the accessibility improvements are going to be marginal. But however, the mechanism through which the neighborhood is changing is important to understand all of these effects. So overall, the initial vehicle free rate has an inverse short run and moderately direct long-run impact on car-free gains. Now, looking at market tightness, so again, similar observation for gentrification. In the case of Ishun, which is a much more tight market, you can see that in-movers are almost 50% more higher income or have a 50% higher income than the original study area population. In-movers become more vehicle-free for Clementi, but not for Ishun. In scenario 3. And overall, you can see that in Ishun, which is a more tight market, the dampening is so extreme that we end up with almost no vehicle-free gains as a result of the car light policy. So clearly, market tightness has a moderately inverse short run, but a significantly inverse long run impact on car-free gains. So after doing all of these simulations and generating these findings, we had some general observations which could be applied for policy. So first of all, a gentrification side effect of in-movers could dampen potential car-free gains from accessibility improvements. And sometimes, as we saw in the case of Ishun, these can be significant dampening effects. Car light policies in general, to the extent that they have been implemented thus far, although limited, they are targeting only mobility or transportation improvements. We feel that these policies need to incorporate housing policies as well. The pilot neighborhood, as we've shown, must be chosen with care. Now, if you try to pilot a car light policy in a neighborhood and it doesn't work out in the way you want it to, people can have a negative perception, and that might hamper further policy implementation. So getting the right neighborhood to test car light policies on is important. And finally, we feel that given the link between housing and mobility choices in our model, and as well as what we observe in the real world, coordinated housing policies, especially when you try to provide more affordable housing or mixed rate housing, might help mitigate these gentrification side effects. And that's something we are working on right now, although I won't present the empirical results. So to conclude, what are the implications of these sorts of studies for the new urban world? Well, to talk about what would be useful for next generation LUTI modelers, it's worth keeping in mind that the rate of change that we're observing in the world today keeps increasing. So we feel that agent-based microsimulation models might be more appropriate for understanding nearer term reactions to change, where, for example, over here, we've shown what's going to happen in the next 6 months or a year after you implement a car light policy, and trying to understand those might be a little more difficult using CGE models, which tend to focus more on long-term forecasts and obviously have a lot of value within themselves as well. Now, these changes that we talk about could be in technology, behavior, land use, or along a variety of other dimensions. So we've covered this in AUM, and obviously this last suggestion is not going to be a stranger to the audience. the value of LUTI models, I just want to emphasize this, is to focus on scenario evaluation and policy analysis. And the more we can use these tools for these sort of tasks, I think that's where we emphasize and we bring out and enhance the value of LUTI models. In terms of what models might be useful for the next generation, so we need to recognize a growing heterogeneity in behavior. And again, that we have observed this along a variety of dimensions, not least of which is political orientation. So we need to focus on the dynamics of decision making. Why are people making certain decisions? So up until now, we've seen models looking at, let's say, who is more likely to own a car. But we haven't really tried to address why do people own cars? And if we cannot answer that question or do not have enough information about that question, I think providing alternative mobility options or sustainable mobility options efforts to do that might fall flat. So I think we need to move more towards a transitional model approach, not just looking at cross-sectional, which has been the norm thus far. And we have access to a wide and deep variety of data sets that might enable us to look into these different models. And finally, to wrap this up, more nuanced behavioral modeling. Again, since we have access to the data, we need to focus on understanding the different heterogeneous and nuances of behavioral modeling. For example, we need to look at modeling an owner's decisions in the housing market separately from renters, because renters face a very different set of circumstances in the housing market. For example, evictions, discrimination, and so on. Similarly, looking at the budget constraint trade-offs between housing and mobility, we know that people make these trade-offs, and often they are constrained by their budgets, where sometimes you look at income for renters or wealth for owners. So these sort of nuances are important. I am working on some of these directions in my dissertation, and maybe if all goes well, I might be able to present some of the results during next year's AUM. So these are some of the references from the work we have done. Joe and I, we've published 3 papers looking at these 3 topics, and you can look at them later on. If you don't have access to them, please let us know and we can share preprints. I want to acknowledge the National Research Foundation in Singapore for supporting our work at SMART. And with that, I think I'll wrap it up and turn it over to Joe and the audience for questions.
Thanks, Ronak. You covered a lot of ground, but that was a clear and rich presentation. I'd like now to invite people to ask some questions. You can put it in the chat or perhaps just turn on your microphone. To get that started, let me ask you, Ronak, you did this particular case study in Singapore, and Singapore has both advanced in transportation infrastructure and policy there, and a high cost of car ownership. So I just wanted your thoughts as the extent to which you think similar kinds of issues would arise in other contexts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think in Singapore, given the tight link between housing and mobility, it's relatively easier to expect a behavioral change after you implement a car-light policy. For example, Singapore has done a lot of work to put in bus stops within 400 meters of every HDB building. And HDB is the Housing and Development Board that provides public housing in Singapore. And 80% of households in Singapore live in public housing, which is quite different from the US context. In the US, for example, I think even if you had a car-light policy, given the pervasiveness of car ownership and the built environment that necessitates the use of car to get to places. So auto-oriented accessibility in the US has seeped into the culture and is necessary to such an extent that even with a car-light policy, having long-term changes or shifts in behavior is going to be unlikely unless we introduce car disincentives as well. So it's not going to be enough just to provide AVs, shared AV shuttles or e-scooters or micromobility. We also need to look at auto disincentives. For example, looking at congestion parking that London and Singapore have been particularly successful in doing are looking at reducing minimum parking requirements at residential locations and so on.
Okay, thanks. I don't see any questions in the chat.
Joe, could I ask a quick question to clarify? Singapore is already limiting car ownership to some extent, right? So what are the prevailing rates of car ownership? That's one. And the other one is to do with the vacancy rate. I saw from the table, when the market is tight, the vacancy rate was about 7 or 8%. Is that the kind of well? Because do they have a higher rate at the moment? So clearly, you need to have some vacancy in order to for the house buying to take place. Because otherwise, if it's fully occupied or actually under 3%, the housing market will not work. But I just wanted to know these base numbers to start with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Singapore has a quota system for vehicles.
For cars.
They restrict the number of cars you can buy every year. And these, they have certificates of entitlement, COEs, that you need to purchase to be able to drive a car. And these COEs are sold off at auctions. So if they restrict the supply of COEs, demand rises and obviously the price rises, thus increasing the cost of car ownership. So it's very different compared to, let's say, the UK or the US, where at least in the US, you can easily buy a car for $5,000 or something. That would be almost unthinkable in Singapore. As far as I recall, 30 to 35% of households own a car in Singapore. So that is relatively limited compared to the US, which is over 90%. Now talking of vacancy rate, so the calibration that we've done for the model was for Singapore 2012. Back then, the island-wide or city-wide vacancy rate was 7%, with some neighborhoods showing more vacancy and some less. Yes, most of the neighborhoods have some vacancy that might allow transitions. There's also something that we did not include in these results, which is accelerated development. So once you have the car-like policy, there's a supply side effect. It's not going to be limited to just increasing the asking prices of existing units. Some developers might be thinking of longer term gains, and they might start building new housing units or new developments. That in a way can also increase vacancy rates, because now you can attract newer people into the study area. And that is where I think we feel that that's where policymakers should focus on. Yes, bringing in new people and providing them with better accessibility is important, but not at market rate, because then you're kind of pricing out the people who need that accessibility improvement the most.
Thank you.
See, I saw one other comment in the chat from Ali. Would you like to discuss this issue with Ronak? Was that? Ali, are you there? Oh, just a comment. Okay, so we'll leave that as a comment in there. And looking at the time, we are going to need to move along. So thanks a lot, Ronak, for your presentation and discussion. And next, we're going to move on to the paper on spatiotemporal demand modeling for on-demand transit services. And this will be presented by Nael Aladeh and Bilal Farouk. Let's see, both of them are here. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Please let us know how to say that when you begin the talk. let me just say a little bit. Both of these folks are from Ryerson, and is it Niall?
Yeah, Niall.
So let's see. So Niall, are you presenting the paper, or is Bilal?
I'm presenting the paper. Yeah.
I see. Okay. And Niall is a PhD student in transportation engineering at Ryerson in Canada. He completed his bachelor's degree in civil engineering in transportation engineering. It was educated in Jordan and has joined the group doing transportation research at Ryerson, working with Bilal Farouk, who is a professor at Ryerson, and you can tell us a little bit more about your group or yourself if you wish, Niall, and let me turn it over to you, and then we'll come back for questions at the end of the talk.
Thank you very much, Professor Joseph, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. At first, I would like to thank the organizers for their hard work to organize, manage, and prepare this interesting and informative workshop. And I'm honored and delighted to join you today to present my work titled Spatiotemporal Demand Modeling for On-Demand Transit Services. So I will just share full screen. Okay, so my presentation is divided into 5 main parts. At first, I will give like an overview, a quick overview of the on-demand transit services. And then I will move to the main objectives of this study. After that, the methodology and the results. And finally, I will end with a summary or a brief conclusion and future orientation. So I will begin with the definition of the on-demand transit service, the purpose of the service, and applications in the market. Well, on-demand transit service is a public transit service that provides station-to-station transportation to all paying passengers with a fixed fare that is not affected by the travel distance or the congestion level, and dynamically changes its routes and schedules according to the real-time spatiotemporal demand the system receives. This service is used as a substitution to the fixed route transit service in the low demand areas where the fixed route is often operated with relatively low frequencies during a limited number of hours and with a poor spatial coverage. And to date, several municipalities in Canada have already substituted their fixed route transit services to on-demand transit services. And many others are planning to do so, but one of the first on-demand transit projects was introduced in Belleville in Ontario, Canada, in September 2018, where a late-night fixed route line was converted to an on-demand service as a pilot project. And this figure compares the drop-off and pickup locations for the fixed service versus the on-demand service. And it can be noted that there is a high concentration of trips in the central area. Also, there is a significant increase in the number of pickup and drop-off locations after converting the service. Also, the operator showed that or reported that there is a 70% increase in the service area. And our statistics show that there is a 30% stable increase in the demand or the ridership after the ODT came into being. So based on this, we can see that there is, or the new service has dramatically changed the demand patterns of the public transit users at night. Therefore, the objectives, or our objectives, were to perform a detailed spatiotemporal demand and supply analysis for billables on-demand transit service. Also to investigate the relationship between the demographic characteristics and the on-demand trips production and attraction levels. And finally, to develop trip production and distribution models. To do that, we used the operational on-demand transit data collected from Billable City, or Billable On-Demand Transit Project, from September 2018 till May 2019, along with 2016 census data, to obtain a detailed information about users like the trip creation date, trip creation time, requested pickup time, actual pickup time, origin and destination, for trips also as date of the trip, origin and destination for each trip, for buses like the operating hours per day for each bus, the start and the end location, as well as the demographic characteristics of the service area. Then this information were used to perform the spatiotemporal demand and supply analysis, which includes the waiting time analysis, fleet size analysis, trips, temporal distribution of the trips, and origin destination flow patterns. Then we developed a relationship between the demographic characteristics and the ODT trip production and attraction levels. And for that, we used two methods: one to capture the independent effects of these characteristics using the GIS, and the second one, we used clustering analysis to capture the combined effect of these characteristics on the trip attraction level. And finally, we developed two models, trip production and distribution models, and both of them were at the dissemination area level. Because, as you see, the nature of our data the data used in the modeling process is the operational data that doesn't contain the socioeconomic characteristics of the users. So it wasn't possible to obtain disaggregate demand models at individual level or household level. And these models were developed using 4 different machine learning algorithms, which are random forest, bagging, artificial neural network, and deep neural network. In this presentation, I'm focusing on the results of the spatiotemporal demand and supply analysis, as well as the results of the trip production and distribution models. So let's move on to the results. This figure shows the distribution of trips over the operating hours during weekdays and weekends. And you can see that the ODT trips demand is highest for 11 till 11:45 p.m. During the weekdays, and from 8 till 8:30 p.m. during the weekends. And we expect this to be the result of users returning home from shopping or from work, since the pickup locations at this time are aligned with the closing time, are near the commercial areas, and their closing time align with the pickup requested at this time. Then the next figure shows the waiting time, or the relation between the waiting time and the percentage of trips. And it can be noted that 40% of the trips are associated, or we found that 40% of the trips had the riders had a waiting time of 15 minutes or less. Approximately 70% of the trips riders had waited for 30 minutes or less. And this value seems to be high, but the tolerance times given by most of the users covers this value. So that explains why users are still attracted to the service. Further analysis of the waiting time shown in this figure that shows the relationship between the waiting time and the trip demand per month. And we can see that at the beginning of the service in October, or the first 3 months of the service from October till December, both the trips or the trip demand as well as the average waiting time values were unstable. But then in the later months, both the demand and the average waiting time became stable. How about the fleet size? This figure shows the relationship between the trip demand and the fleet size. Again, at the beginning of the service, a fleet size of 2 buses or 1 bus was enough to satisfy the demand value because it was low demand. Then the demand was increased significantly, and for that, we can see that a fleet size of 3 buses was the most commonly used in the later months, from November till March. And the next part, or the second part of our results, related to the trip production and distribution models. And as I mentioned earlier, these models were obtained at the dissemination area level. And both of them were based on the demographic characteristics of the dissemination areas, as well as the available characteristics, which include the number of operating hours, the day of the week, and the month of the year. While the demographic characteristics were mainly the population density, working age percentages, median income, average household size, and percentage of males. Well, for the trip production, our dependent variable was the number of pickup, or the number of pickups at each dissemination area. And in general, we found that the average number of pickups per hour was around 16, which is pretty low. So for that, or therefore discretization of these values was needed to predict the level of the trip production instead of the number of trips that were produced from dissemination area. And for that to happen, we used a clustering methods, which is mainly the k-means clustering, along with the elbow method, in order to find the optimum number of classes or groups that these numbers can be best represented by. And our results found that the pickup counts can be best represented by 3 classes. The first one represents the low trip production level, when the dissemination area has 1 pickup per day. The second one represents the medium trip production level, when we have 2 to 5 pickups per day. And the third class represents the high trip production level, when we have more than 5 pickups per day. For the results, as I mentioned earlier, we have used 4 machine learning algorithms: random forest, bagging, artificial neural network, and deep neural network. And at first, the hyperparameters of these algorithms were tuned in order to optimize their performance. Then we compared the performance of these algorithms, as shown in this figure, sorry. And we can see that deep neural network algorithm performs like one of the best, or performs, or have a good performance for the low trip production level. A little bit less performs worse than the bagging or random forest for the medium trip production level, and has the best performance for the high trip production level, as well as for the overall performance. Therefore, we have used the deep neural network was considered to be the algorithm that can best represent the trip production model. Also, we used random forest to find the relative importance of the variables. As you can see from this figure, both the month of the year and the day of the week variables had the highest impact on the trip production model, which represents the monthly and the daily variations of the demand. And among the demographic characteristics variables, the population density has the highest impact on the trip production levels, followed by the working age percentage and the median income variables. While for the second model that we have which is the trip distribution model, again, our dependent variable was this time the number of trips instead of the number of pickups. And we used k-means clustering algorithm along with Ilbo method in order to find the optimum number of clusters that these numbers can be represented by. And we found that these numbers can be best presented again by 3 classes. The first one to represent the low trip demand level when we have 1 trip per day. The second one for medium trip demand level for 2 trips per day or for 2 trips per day, and high trip demand level when we have more than 2 trips per day. After optimizing the performance of these algorithms, they were compared, and we found that the deep neural network again has the best performance or outperforms the other algorithms in terms of the high trip demand level and overall performance. And for the importance of these variables on predicting the demand levels, we found that the monthly and daily variation have the highest impact on the trip demand levels. Also, the distribution of the trips depends on the characteristics of the destination area more than the origin area, which is in line with the gravity model concept that states that the number of trips between any 2 zones depends on the attractiveness of the destination zone. Among the demographic characteristics, again, we found that the population density has the highest impact on the level of the trip demand, followed by the working age percentages and the median income. To conclude, these results are found to be useful for agencies wanting to deliver new ODT projects, as well as to improve the performance of the ongoing ODT projects. At first, for the new ODT projects, there is a higher chance of success in the low density areas that contains a mix of neighborhoods with industrial or commercial land use, and neighborhoods with a low income population, multifamily housing, and residential land use. And to improve the performance of ongoing ODT projects, it is recommended first to dynamically update or alter the fleet size in order to capture the changes in the spatio-temporal, or sorry, in order to address or satisfy the changes in the spatio-temporal demand. And for that, our models can be useful for that. Also, it is recommended to proactively locating the empty ODT vehicles near the neighborhoods with high activity centers, since they have the highest production levels. Furthermore, to use a medium occupancy vehicles instead of 40 feet buses that are currently used. Since the current occupancy of these vehicles are approximately 15 passengers. So in order to increase or ensure better level of service, we recommend to use lower size vehicles. In the future, we are intend to conduct a revealed preference survey in order to understand user preferences among the fixed route transit or on-demand transit services, and also to capture the user's willingness to use autonomous on-demand transit service. At the end, we would like to thank the Canadian Urban Transit Research and Innovation Consortium and Ryerson University for providing us the funding for the study. And also we thank Pantonium and the City of Belleville for providing us access to the data used in the study. For further details about this study, interested audience can see our original papers. The first one, the spatial-temporal analysis of on-demand transit, and the second one, machine learning-based demand modeling for on-demand transit services. That's it from me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Niall, for an interesting presentation. It's good to hear about sort of quantitative analyses of what happens as one places experiment with shifting from fixed service, low frequency transit to various kinds of on-demand transit services. Sort of nice that this is an experiment that the public is doing, so you actually have the data to do this analysis, versus one where Uber does it and then you have a harder time getting the detailed data that you need to understand exactly what's happening to demand. Let's see, we'll open it up for questions now. To get things started, I was going to ask, you told us the factors that influenced the demand that you observed, which is interesting. I wondered if you could comment on the scale of that study area from your map. I wasn't sure about scale. And then comment on what was different in terms of the nature of the demand under this on-demand service compared to the typical ridership that you saw earlier.
Sorry, can you repeat your questions again?
Yes. As I understood it, then you had data from this on-demand service.
Yeah, that's true.
In a place where the prior service was infrequent and along fixed routes. Now, what you told us was the characteristics of the demand that you saw for the on-demand service, which is useful and I understand. I just wondered whether you could characterize what the difference was. Presumably you had a lot more demand under this on-demand service than you did previously. So how do you explain where the extra demand came from? Was it people who were least accessible to the bus service before? Was it younger or older people, high or low income? So same kind of thing you did to explain the principal components of the demand, but trying to elaborate on the changes that occurred when you went from the infrequent fixed service to the more frequent on-demand service that was more popular.
Yeah, sure. So if I go back to the first figure,
yeah.
The fixed route doesn't allow users to go in the central areas here, while these areas are mostly commercial areas. So the new service, what the new service brought in is enabling users to work like part-time workers who are working in these commercial areas, as well as to allow shoppers also. So the increase in the demand are mainly for those who are working in part-time jobs, and also for those who want to do shopping in these centers.
Mm-hmm.
So the flexibility and the coverage area of the new service are the main causes of the increase in the demand.
And what's the scale there from the extreme there? Is that 2 kilometers or so? How large an area is this?
I'm not sure about the exact number, but I think it covers the entire city of Belleville.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the previous fixed demand service didn't include buses that went to the central business district?
Well, during night, they provided only one line, which is Route 11, that goes over the perimeter of the city and doesn't go inside the center of the city.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Wow, 8 kilometers I see from below.
Yeah, yeah, 8 kilometers.
And how much did demand increase as a result of the on-demand service?
There is a stable 30% increase in the demand. Based on the preliminary statistics.
I know in some other areas where Uber or Lyft or one of these TNCs has convinced the city or the transit agency to substitute TNC service in place of fixed route infrequent service that had low ridership. Then one of the issues was they entered into agreements, and then the service, which of course is much on demand, is much better, ended up with a great deal of increase in demand, so much so that the money that the city had set aside to help pay for the service got immediately exhausted, and they had to try and renegotiate their contracts with Uber. So it's one of those double-edged swords. The good news is that on demand can provide much better accessibility and people respond. The bad news is that if you estimate cost based on prior ridership, you can blow your budget in a short period of time. Was that an issue? Was that an issue here? Did the city feel very good about improved service and then have to worry about the added cost? You mentioned that a third bus was added in the middle of the program.
Yeah, no, this wasn't the issue in this city, but it was an issue in another city where Uber is providing on-demand service. It's called Innsbruck City. And for that, they have brought in some restrictions about the number of rides that each user can do per day. Yeah.
Good. If I don't see any more questions in the chat, we could perhaps we'll have a little time after people have digested the talks at the end, but we probably should move on to the next talk at this point. So thanks for this explanation of an interesting experiment here and your look at what the explanatory components are of the demand that was observed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Our next talk, Sensitivity Analysis of Housing Market Simulations, is going to be presented by Dr. Xiaohu Zhang. And I have particular thanks to him because even though he's listed at MIT and has worked with us at MIT as well as in the Singapore project, at the moment he's in China. So for him, he's presenting the talk at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m.
Oh my God.
China.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I try my best to stay awake.
Yes, good. So Xiaohu did his undergraduate work at Sun Yat-sen University in Guangzhou, and then graduate work at Hong Kong University before joining as a postdoc in the Singapore Future of Mobility project that was mentioned earlier, where we worked on our SimMobility modeling effort. And he's since been a postdoc at the Sensible City Lab, working on some other projects at MIT. And at the moment he's in China because he's been offered a position at Sun Yat-sen University. And that's why he's coming to us early in the morning from there. So he's going to tell us about some of the work that he's done regarding looking at the sensitivity analysis of the housing market model that we've built into that SimMobility LUTI model.
Thanks, Joe. Let me share my screen. I can start. Can you see the screen now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I'll start it. My name is Xiaohu. I actually just joined the Sun Yat-sen University as an associate professor a couple of weeks ago. And in this presentation, I'm going to share the study on the sensitivity analysis of housing market simulation, which is a project, as Joe mentioned, while I was in the MIT Singapore Research Center, which is called SMART. So in the presentation, I'm going to firstly talk about mostly the motivation behind the study. And after that is a quick and briefly introduction to the C-mobility long-term model. And then is the model stability and sensitivity to the initial conditions. We did the 5-year equilibrium rounds. And after that is the sensitivity analysis. We focused on 2 parts. The first part is our model setting. We have the targeted awakening and choice set. We try to see what is that variations if we use the targeted compared with the random awakening and choice set. And then the last is the supply and the demand interaction. So we simulated different supply and demand scenarios to see what is the sensitivity of our model. So about the motivation, we used the C-mobility long-term model to simulate that. Compared with like other model, the model is a bit different because we simulate the daily housing market. It's quite different from like the urban sim or iLoot by Eric Miller, which is many try to do an annual or even monthly adjustment. What we did is the daily housing market tries to push to the limits of micro simulation because it can actually capture the impact of short period market shock, which is especially helpful to understand the housing market response to the changes in mobility and development constraints. What Rolak just presented is kind of a scenario analysis of this model. And on the other hand, we think like modeling daily housing market is feasible these days, not just because the advancement in computing, but to simulate the daily market, we don't need to simulate like millions of buyers every day. With a good awakening model, we only need to simulate like hundreds of households on the market every day. So that makes the simulating daily housing market possible. Since like this is the AUM conference, most of people are doing urban modeling. As we can see, like there is a trend in urban modeling, it becomes more and more dynamic. And most of the model we are doing now are agent-based simulation. And all the models are become more and more disaggregate, both in spatially and temporally. So as the model becomes more and more complex, and those stochasticity in the agent-based simulation sometimes make us to feel whether this model can actually produce consistent and reliable results. So that's why we started to understand the sensitivity of our model itself. About our model, we used we built the C-mobility. It's actually a big platform which includes 3 components: the long-term part, mid-term part, and the short-term part. Rolak has just give a quick introduction to that part, and I'm not going to talk too much about this. So in this study, we focused on the daily housing market dynamics. So to simulate daily housing market, we need to model both from the supply and demand side. And in the supply side, we have the real estate agent to put all the available units on the market. And those available units usually come from two parts. The first part is the resale units, and the second part is the newly development units. And when they put those units on the market, the asking price will be based on the hedonic model. And from the demand side, we have done the population synthesis. So this is the study in Singapore. So we built a database which includes all the household and the housing unit on the market. So each day, the household will be, some household will be awakened to search on the market, and we used the awaken model. You can imagine like a certain type of a household will move more frequently than other types. Like the younger household usually will move more frequently than the elderly. So that is how the awakening model works. And after that, the household is awakened. There is a certain criteria checking, like whether the affordability and the eligibility. And after that, they will construct a choice set, which includes, it's a parameter in our model. Like we usually select 30 housing units in the market, and then eventually the household will pick one unit in the choice set, which they think, which the household think they have the highest consumer surplus. And eventually they will put a bid based on the willingness to pay model. Then from the supply side, the real estate agent will evaluate which bid or which household they would like to sell their units. Usually pick the highest one. And if if the real estate agent receives multiple bids, like some hot units, they can hold on the units for a while and then try to increase the price in the model. So we add a certain interactions between the demand and supply in the model. After the household moved into a new place, they will reassess the vehicle ownership or availability and job school choices. So this is just a quick overview of how housing market, how the housing market works. And in the later presentation, you will see like we did some comparison of the awakening and choice set model. Here is the targeted one. So we try to compare that with the random one to see why we need the targeted awakening and targeted choice set model. The model's stability and sensitivity to the initial conditions. We have simulated like 10 rounds of these 5-year equilibrium rounds. For the equilibrium, it's actually we only simulate the market which there is no newly developed units. So most of these shuffling from like household to a new unit will eventually, if you think about that, will eventually be driven by some error turns in the willingness to pay of those households. So it actually helps to determine like a sort of a package of parameters which the model is well behaved. And if everything works correctly, we should see at the end of the simulation, it should approach to a certain dynamic equilibrium in a 5-year simulation. And we actually find some evidence in our model simulation, like this figure has shown. It's actually we computed the income difference between the household move in and move out of the planning area, which on the right side, on the left side is the HDB, which is the public housing in Singapore, and on the left side is on the right side is the private housing, which is the condo in Singapore. You can see like that after the x-axis, which is the quarter, so 5 years is like 20 quarters. So after like about half or 1 year, the patterns becomes relatively stable. Means that it actually starts to move to certain dynamic equilibrium. And for the private housing, we see like the variations is larger compared with the public housing, because public housing is a larger market in Singapore, which accounts for about 80% of all the housing units in Singapore. And about the sensitivity analysis, we did the comparison between the targeted awakening and choice set versus the random awakening and choice set. We tested in 3 different models. The first model is a base model with, so in the base model, we have both the targeted and random awakening and choice set construction. And the second is a random choice set scenario, which we only have this targeted awakening, but random choice set. And the third one is a random awakening. We simulated 10 rounds for each case, and then computed the coefficient of variance of a couple of matrix from the simulations. The results are shown here. You could see like for the base model, we actually see lowest variations from round to round, which is like the number of bits in a simulation is like 7.07%. And for the random choice set, it's a bit larger, but still this coefficient of variance stays reasonably small in across all these scenarios. For the supply and the demand scenario, we did 6 sets of rounds. Like for the demand case, we fix the supply, which is the default value. We awaken 40,000 units on the market, and varies the number of daily awakenings. Like for each day, we awaken 421,200 and for the supply case, we fix the demand, which is the default value in our model setting, about like 400 people every day, and then try to vary the daily market supply from 40,000 to around 6,000 in our model simulation. Also, we simulate like 10 rounds for each of these combinations. And we try to see the spatial and temporal statistics of a couple of metrics like the number of bits, number of sales, and average unit price in each scenario. Here is just a descriptive of statistics of how the number of like bits received by, on average, received by each unit in the demand case. So you could see like as we increase the demand on the market, the number of bits per unit is actually increasing, which we can anticipate eventually. We should see the higher transaction price will be presented because like the market becomes more and more competitive. Here is a set like 6 figures. The top row is the private unit, is the public housing, which we call HDB, and the bottom row are all these private housing on the market. So we computed the number of bits, number of sales, and average unit price. As we increase the demand on the market, we could anticipate the number of bits will be increased, the number of sales will be increased. And as there are more people on the market, the price will eventually be driven up because the market becomes more and more competitive. And we can see like compared with the public, compared with the HDB, the condo part has larger variations because it's a relatively small housing market segment in Singapore. And here we show like those for the same matrix, we showed like in each planning area, what are those matrix. If you see those sawtooth pattern, which is because of the big differences of housing supply in each planning area. And then you could see like as we have more demand on the market, that will drives up the number of bits, number of sales. But for the average unit price, it stays relatively stable, which works for both the public housing and private housing cases. About the supply scenario, we also did 3 scenarios. The first is we have the 66% of vacant housing on the market, which is about like 40K of those units. And the second is 1/3 of those units, which is 20K. And the last one is 11%, which is around 6K of those units on the market. So as we increase the supply on the market, you will see the number of bids and number of sales become increased. And also, as we increase the number of, as we increase the supply on the market, the average price will be lower because the market is not as competitive as we have less units, has less supply on the market. These are the figures which shows the patterns of those different planning areas. we could see similar effects, like the sawtooth is still because of the difference of those supply in each planning area. But the supply case, we didn't see bigger variations as we have the fixed demand on the market. Except for this matrix, we have also computed the consumer surplus. Here is the two figures showing like what are the consumer surplus evolves over the simulation year. As we move to the end of the simulation, we can see the consumer surplus become decreased. And also as we increase the demand on the market, you could see the consumer surplus become lower because the market becomes more competitive. And then a lot of people couldn't find very good units with a higher consumer surplus. So to conclude, this is actually the study before ROLAC starts to do the scenario analysis of those car light policy analysis. And we can see like we can see from these results in the first half a year to 1 year, there is certain fluctuation in the model. So we have to have a burned-in period. That's why, which can help for the subsequent scenario simulations. And also our model is insensitive to the supply, or is sensitive to the supply-demand ratio, as you can see those comparisons. And for the targeted awakening and choice set compared with the random awakening and choice set, we can see like the random awakening and choice set is more volatile, and also it's less realistic. So we think to simulate the daily housing market, it is necessary to have the targeted awakening and choice set simulation. And also like the sensitivity analysis could help us to have a better understanding of what are the plausible market area parameters which can yield reasonable, stable equilibrium results, and can help for the future scenario comparisons. So I think I will just stop here. Thanks. Here is an acknowledgement of this research.
Thanks, Xiaohu. Interesting presentation for some complex sensitivity analysis, and especially so given it's 4 in the morning at your time for the presentation.
Yeah, it becomes harder and harder to stay awake.
Yes, we have a few minutes for questions if people want to ask Xiaohu more about his presentation.
Could I ask a quick question about this 5-year equilibrium that Xiaohu mentioned earlier? How does that work, and in what context did you implement that?
So the equilibrium runs, what we mean is like we don't have those newly developed units on the market. So the market is relatively stable with, there is no change of the household and the units on the market. And the household and the individuals of the household in the simulation, we are not aged, so they will stay the same like every year. So we just repeat just as the first day of the simulation. So in that sense, we should anticipate eventually the simulation should approach a certain dynamic equilibrium. Means like people will just shuffling those housing units. But for those shuffling, it's mainly driven by the error term in their willingness to pay, because we set a error term of those willingness to pay. And also we try to use this equilibrium rounds to see like how long period we should have for the burn-in period, because like as we can observe in the simulation, in the first couple of months, there's huge fluctuations in different matrix. So which helps us to identify we eventually should have a 6 months or to 1 year burn-in period.
Right.
And then for to do any meaningful scenario comparison. Otherwise, these like the initial conditions will be biased if you do any other type of scenario analysis.
Okay. Thank you. And your model interfaces with RUNAC's model, right? So
Yes.
what does it? Yeah. So it uses the same synthetic population database.
In the Singapore, we did the population synthesis like for the Singapore context. So we estimated all the housing unit in each building in Singapore, and for each unit we have the household living in the Singapore. It's based on the IPF, iterative proportional fitting, which is a relatively traditional method to estimate like household and unit in the market with some constraints from the different like government reports.
Yeah. Well, it's excellent spatial resolution.
It's the resolution is to individual level
right.
and the unit level.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's part of the challenge, to be able to generate the entire population assigned to individual units so that the market behaves in a reasonable fashion. But yes, the equilibrium, for our terminology, is different from a computational general equilibrium. The idea is that we had to estimate the pieces, the households and their composition, and the units from different sources. So initially they might not be well matched. We did some assignment algorithm. So we sort of ran the model in place. And then the scenario runs that Ronak talked about earlier used these simulation runs after a burn-in period. And then he compared the baseline results compared to scenario results. During the burn-in, you could have, and we did have, additional development that we knew was occurring during that period of simulation added in.
I see there is a question like, what is a public housing? Public housing is those like housing which are developed by the government. So usually will be sold to the citizens with a cheap price. That's the public housing we talk about in Singapore.
If I could add, in public housing in Singapore is sort of a sort of famous instance in that they've had this for 50 years. It's been quite successful. They sell the units more or less at cost. They have a whole team that estimates the land value cost, construction cost, and then they assess per unit costs. It's offered to citizens and permanent residents at a fixed price. But then it can be resold on the market to a qualifying individual. And about 80% of the citizens and permanent residents reside in public housing. So public housing in Singapore is very different from public housing in other places where in many metropolitan areas, a much smaller fraction of people live in public housing. And the state and attractiveness of public housing is very different. But in Singapore, as they've expanded, public housing has been at the cornerstone of the new development. So when they put a transit station or highway, et cetera, then they have chosen where to put public housing, and then they say, private sector, fill in the rest. So the evolution of housing in Singapore is really quite different than it is in many other places. And people borrow the Singapore example, but take 2 out of 10 key features and then wonder why it doesn't work quite so well. But that's a whole other story. Okay, thanks for the comment. Oh, there are some other links in the note if you want to find out more about public housing. Thanks again, Xiaohu. We need to move on to our last talk now. And so that will be a discussion of temporally explicit models of firm behavior by He, who is a PhD student at MIT also. I didn't construct this session, but I was asked to be the discussant for it. So I don't want people to think that I picked who was here, but I'm very pleased to see several folks from MIT have chosen to present in the seminar series. And
but these are all pretty strong papers, right? Yeah.
Yes, well, we think so, thanks. He did his undergraduate work in Europe and then came to MIT for a Master's of Science in Transportation, yes.
Yeah.
And is now in a PhD student in civil engineering, studying transportation.
Right, I see.
He also worked on the a part of the Singapore Future Mobility project, and he's going to tell us about some of his recent work now.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks for the introduction. Yeah, in the interest of time, I'll just get straight into it. So the title of my presentation today is Temporally Explicit Models of Firm Behavior. And specifically, we're proposing a new approach to modeling the dynamics of firm hiring and firing decisions. So to motivate this research, I want to start with a simple scenario. So if we imagine a new metro station opening in a neighborhood, we would have a pretty good idea of the development that follows. With transit travel times going down, we would expect to see increased transit mode shares. And with the increase in accessibility, we would expect to see new development, both residential and commercial. And with the new competition for land, we would expect to see increases in surrounding property prices. And with our urban models today, they do a pretty good job of both predicting and quantifying these changes. But what about the dynamics of it? If the model, or if the station opened today, how much of this change would we experience in, say, a month or 6 months or a year or 2 years? And I think today's models are poorly equipped to answer that type of question. Most models rely on equilibrium assumptions or cross-sectional discrete choice models, both of which are intrinsically static. So this gap is part of what we want to address with this project. And we propose a dynamic disequilibrium model of firms' hiring and firing decisions. It's a micro-simulation model where we try to model the decision-making process at the level of each individual firm, and we allow for firm-specific panel effects. The model is intrinsically dynamic in that the parameters that we estimate for the model determine the rate at which firms hire or fire. So a higher rate of hiring, for example, means that the firm expands more quickly. And then finally, the model structure is derived according to microeconomic principles, so that the parameters that we estimate have a meaningful interpretation, are useful for policymaking. And then hopefully with this, we can also contribute as a bonus to a firm literature that is notoriously sparse. Before I get into the actual model itself, I want to provide a brief overview of how existing urban models handle the issue of firm employment sizes. So we can organize existing approaches on a spectrum ranging from spatial input-output models on one side and firmographic models on the other side. So spatial input-output models, those are models such as PCAS or MePlan. They tend to be fairly aggregate, so they treat zones as the unit of analysis. And as we know, zones are neither monoliths nor decision makers. And furthermore, these models tend to be equilibrium based. And as I mentioned previously, equilibrium is intrinsically static. So changes in these models, or in the changes to the state of these models, are either artificially induced or require exogenous changes. At the other end of the spectrum, we have firmographic or microsimulation models. So these are generally characterized by representing each individual firm as a distinct entity, and we will often see evolutionary trajectories for each firm. But despite this quote unquote micro approach, few of these models actually model the decision-making process that the firms go through. And they tend to be lacking in terms of underlying theory. What we often see here is that firms are characterized by their size and the industrial sector. And then some kind of allocation or transition model is applied. So for example, we would see a firm of this size in this sector has a 25% chance of growing by this much. That's like a typical transition model that's used. Alternatively, allocation models typically look like they're given a total employment change that they then allocate to different firms, again, by firm size and sector. So for our approach, we take inspiration from a couple of different places. First, there's the stress-based approach that is proposed in ILUT. So the idea here is to model the underlying stress associated with various decisions, and a higher level of stress means that the agent is more likely to take stress relieving action. So a simple example of that could be if an individual is or has a high level of stress associated with their commute times, for example, then they are more likely to take a stress relieving action, which in this case could be find a job that's closer to where they live, or find a place to live that's closer to their workplace, or maybe even buy a car. But to our knowledge, this stress-based approach, while proposed in ILUT, was never implemented empirically within ILUT. So for our implementation, we take inspiration from survival modeling. And these models essentially model the duration until some event happens. And they're typically applied in medical fields where they model the time until a patient dies, for example, or in engineering fields where they could model the time until a part fails. For our purposes, we use it to model the time until a firm makes its next hire or firing. Now, getting into the actual model itself, we start from the ground up with firm behavior, and we assume that firms maximize profit, which is given by the difference between their revenue and costs. Revenue results from production, which we model with a Cobb-Douglas production function with human capital inputs H and land inputs L. And here, human capital inputs are essentially the employment size, so the number of employees that the firm has. And in this equation, alpha and beta are their respective elasticities. The cost of production depends on the price of these inputs, so that would be wages and rents. And finally, plugging this back into the profit function, we have a relatively straightforward equation here. Now, how do we determine employment sizes? So in a static equilibrium approach, we would simply use the first order condition. Sorry, we simply take the derivative of the profit function with respect to H, set the marginal profit equal to 0, and solve for H. But this, of course, would assume that the firm at all times are fully aware of the complete profit function, and they're able to instantly hire and fire as many employees as they would like. And that's, of course, not realistic. So instead, in a dynamic approach, we simply assume that firms will hire or fire if doing so increases profit. In other words, they will hire if the marginal profit is positive and fire if the marginal profit is negative. And this is essentially equivalent to assuming that firms have bounded rationality as opposed to having complete knowledge, and that they're only aware of their profit function locally. And in this framework, equilibrium still exists, but it's latent in the system in that it determines the direction that firms move in. Of course, we still need a mechanism to determine how quickly firms move from where they are towards equilibrium. And that's where we draw on the stress-based approach from ILUT. So we assume that stress is proportional to the marginal profits. We can essentially think of marginal profits as the profits that the firm would forego were they not to hire an additional employee. So in other words, the more an additional employee would increase their profits, the more stress they would feel about hiring that additional employee, and therefore the faster they would do so. And this written out as an equation is what the next line has. So here lambda, which is the stress, is proportional to the marginal profit and some error term. And the error term is similar to in discrete choice modeling, essentially just so we can estimate the model. Now we can model this as a Poisson process with the stress lambda as the rate parameter of that Poisson process. Now to estimate the model, we need a likelihood function. And if the stress lambda is constant, no matter how many employees you have in your firm, then the number of hires that you make in a given time period follows a Poisson distribution, or sorry, the likelihood follows a Poisson distribution. So here, just a made up example, this given firm has, say, the likelihood that this given firm hires, say, 3 employees in a time period T is around, say, 14%. But of course, we know that our profit function is not linear, it's concave. In other words, as the firm moves towards equilibrium, the marginal profit decreases. And therefore, the stress would also decrease, and it can't be constant with respect to H. This, unfortunately, makes our likelihood function a bit more complicated. And I know this looks intimidating, but fortunately, this is still, this can be evaluated analytically. And so for estimation purposes, it's still computationally tractable. And not surprisingly, this likelihood function in terms of how it behaves is quite similar to the Poisson equation. In fact, if our profit function was linear, then this likelihood function converges to Poisson. And as the more concave our profit function is, the further this deviates from Poisson. So in this figure here, the black line is the Poisson distribution from the previous slide. The green and blue lines are the distribution following this likelihood function with increasingly concave profit functions. So yeah, we use this as the likelihood function for our estimation. So now, if estimation was a bit complicated for this model, simulation is relatively straightforward. So we assumed a Poisson process, and so the time until the next hire or fire essentially follows an exponential distribution with lambda as the rate parameter. And so to simulate using this model, we simply make random draws from this exponential distribution, which is computationally speaking relatively straightforward. So in an effort to, well, first of all, convince ourselves that this is a viable approach, and hopefully also convince some of you that this is feasible, we conducted a parameter recovery exercise as a proof of concept. So the idea is essentially to assume a model with underlying parameters and then simulate to generate synthetic data using that assumed model, and then finally estimate the model on the synthetic data to see if we can recover the original underlying parameters. So yeah, the first step is to assume a model. So what we did is essentially just take the model that I just presented and expand it to include a number of spatial and temporal variables. So those are accessibility and agglomeration, and also annual GDP growth. And we tried to make sure that the levels and the levels of variation in this data was as close as possible to what we could see in the real world, so as to lend some credibility to the parameter recovery exercise. But of course, because we essentially assume or make up the underlying parameters, the exact or precise definitions and measurements of these variables is not super important. So here I've just written out the full model, and in the interest of time, I'm not going to go into detail, but I'm happy to return to it afterwards if there are any questions or interest in seeing what it's about. the next step is to simulate. So we run the simulation for 200 synthetic firms, and we observe them every 6 to 12 months over 10 years for a total of some 2,500 data points. And then finally, we estimate the model on the synthetic data. Now, the likelihood function that I presented is very non-convex. So traditional maximum likelihood estimation methods won't work very well. We'll essentially get stuck in local minima repeatedly. So instead, we use a Bayesian estimation procedure. So yeah, this table summarizes the results. It has the true and estimated means and variances of the parameters. But again, I'll leave this for the discussion after if there's any interest. Instead, I'm going to try and summarize the results graphically. So on the left here is the convergence of the means of the parameters. So the green solid line is the estimated parameter means, and ideally we would like to see that converge towards the black dotted line, meaning that our estimation converges towards the true underlying means. On the right hand side, we similarly have the estimated and true parameters, and these are the distributions of the parameters that we ultimately end up with. And ideally, we would like to see a perfect overlap of the two. So in this particular example up here, the true parameter had a mean of, it's normal distributed with a mean of around 1. And what we estimated was, of course, a normal distribution, mean around 0.9 and a slightly larger variance. Again, the exact definition of these parameters is not super important because they're made up, so to speak. So these are the first 4 parameters, and these are the final 3. The key takeaway from this exercise is that we do a reasonably good job of recovering the original parameters, even though we assume a fairly small sample size of just 200 firms. Of course, given that this is a synthetic exercise, we don't have to deal with all the noise of the real world, so to speak. So there's a good chance that using real data, it would be somewhat more difficult to get the recover the parameters, and we might require larger sample sizes. And yeah, I know that I've gone over both the model and the parameter recovery exercise fairly quickly, but with the presentation here, I really wanted to emphasize the need for better dynamics in our models, and also just present an overview of the model. And hopefully I can elaborate on any parts that I've glossed over in the discussion afterwards. But before we get to that, I just wanted to touch on some future research directions. So of course, the idea of the model is that we eventually apply it to real data and not just play around with synthetic data sets. So we have firm behavior or firm hiring and firing data for Boston, and we're in the process of calculating or gathering the contextual variables, so accessibility variables and agglomeration variables and so on. So we'll be estimating a model for Boston in the near future. The intent for the model was always to include it in or make it part of an integrated urban model, such as say mobility. So we'll also be looking at how we can do that moving forwards. And then finally, I think there's a big piece is the generalization of the model. So in this presentation, I presented specifically a model derived for firm hiring and firing decisions. But I think this kind of approach can be applied to a multitude of urban processes. Essentially, any process that occurs over a non-negligible amount of time and where there's a good reason to think that it's not an equilibrium process. So if there's any kind of inertia or lack of complete information about the markets, this approach is a good approach to try, I think. So these could include anything from, say, relocation models. So what Xiaohu just presented, the awakening component essentially is a model such as this. But it could also be used to model, say, when a household decides to purchase a car, or when a developer decides to develop land around a new metro station. Yeah, so with that, I would like to, well, thank you for the opportunity to present here, and I hope I can elaborate on some of the parts that I might have gone over quickly.
Thanks, E. There was a question here from Kava about why the Poisson distribution. So maybe you can handle that one first.
I can actually talk about it a little bit further, because Poisson has some sort of inherent assumption within it, including that the mean and variance are the same. So it has just only one parameter to play with. And then I know that this is synthetic data, but in a real data, that can be pretty limiting. I mean, there are other distributions such as, I think, negative binomial, which allows this over dispersion to be tackled, or the combination of the gamma distribution Poisson, which is in effect doing the same thing, or like logistic and Poisson. And the question that I have is like, have you thought about that, or is it something to explore further? And if so, maybe the calibration or like the extracting the parameters would be a bit more difficult, because perhaps you need a Gibbs sampling or something to get the mean first, and then conditional on that the variance, etc. So you have like a multi-level ways of thinking about that, but the Poisson might be limiting. So just wondering, have you thought about like other distributions?
Right. So yeah, a couple of points there. First, for the, as you mentioned, Gibbs sampling and a multi-layer approach, that's already required, and that's already what we do to estimate the model. In terms of Poisson versus other distributions, yeah, like you said, the Poisson is somewhat limiting, but it's limiting because it's simple, I guess, and that's the main reason why we went with this. I have considered other distributions, but not in any depth. Essentially, any more complicated distribution would make this function more complicated, and the derivation of this I found was complicated enough, so I was honestly quite intimidated to try different distributions. But yes, it's certainly an area for future research, because the Poisson distribution, like you said, it is limiting, and it is quite a simplification. Essentially, what it means is that it follows from the direct proportionality between the stress and the rate at which firms hire and fire. But yeah, that said, it's definitely an area for future research. I will say though, some of the assumptions or some of the implications of the Poisson distribution, they don't necessarily all apply to our case. So typically a Poisson process assumes that events are fully independent, but because our rate changes between each event, our events don't necessarily have to be independent, if that makes sense. I hope I could answer some of your questions at least.
People
I was just writing in the chat. Perhaps I mean, negative binomial is a bit something you can look at it, because I think the formation of it is the same as Poisson for lambda.
I see.
So it doesn't add to the complication here, but it just add to the error term a parameter to allow the variance to vary from the mean, which is called the over dispersion parameter. And maybe that parameter can actually help you in the real data. Maybe Poisson is good enough, you need to look at the real data, but maybe that parameter can help you to fit better if it becomes a problem. But that's all.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll definitely look into that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, E. This is an interesting area that could benefit from research because, as you said, it's been invested in these micro simulation models, how to handle the firms, in part because getting appropriate data for the firms has been so hard, and explorations of this first with sort of synthetic cases and then perhaps putting it in a model would be much appreciated. I think we've run out of time for our session, and there's yet one more to go in this marathon. So I'd like to thank all 4 presenters for stimulating the presentation. That was easy for us in the afternoon here in North America, but I know some of you are spread over the globe, and thanks for staying through to the end of this particular session. I enjoyed all of our talks, and again, thank you, Jianying, for the opportunity to participate in this AUM marathon.
Well, thank you, Joe. It's really kind. So I really enjoyed the session, so because I just sat back and heard all these presentations. Really, so there's a lot of good ideas there to explore. And Joe, you're right. And I think we've ended up with I think exactly 36, which is a kind of a geometric number, right? Here, diehards who really want to drill into kind of advanced modeling questions. And believe it or not, there are still people from the Far East. I dare not think what kind of hours they are, but I think they probably just returned the favor of we perhaps got up last night early enough to to start the session. But some of these guys actually were there at that time. So, and in that context, I suggest that we directly move into the session. And I would like to invite perhaps Li Wan, who is the host, to start the proceedings. Perhaps Li Wan will then work with Jamil for this session with the authors. Li Wan himself is a university lecturer in land economy in the University of Cambridge, and he himself a very accomplished modeler, and working on both theoretical and applied questions. Li, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ian. This is what a compliment. Yes, so this is the 10th and the last session of this AUM marathon, if I quote from Joe earlier. For those of you who may sort of join us just now, just a bit of context about this event. So this is a one-day AUM workshop started from 5 a.m. in the morning in UK time. So this is the event planned for 18 consecutive hours, non-stop. And this is the very last session of it. And I'm actually quite honored to be able to witness this record-breaking event. Thank you all for making it. In this session, the theme is the economics of cities. Well, on the program, there were 4 talks planned for this session, but unfortunately, we only have 3.
Oh, fortunately.
Well, well,
we have the time, right?
You are the you are the convener. Probably you can say that, but for the audience, this will be a loss anyway. Yeah. So without further ado, so I'm Li Wan. I will be the host, and the discussant for this session is my colleague Jamil. So Jamil, do you mind to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Lee. And just for the precision, and to make honor to Ing's commitment, I think it started at 3 a.m. So even earlier.
Yes, it was 20 hours in the end. Well, we started with 18 hours, but that's fine.
So yeah, thank you, Lee. My name is Jamil Noor. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the Martin Center, where I work with Ing. My background is in economics. I'm a labor and urban economist, and this is my 3rd year at AUM. So I'm pleased to participate to this very successful session, ongoing session. And yeah, just that's it for me and the presenters.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you, Jamil. Now, so if I may now invite the first presentation. This is the talk from Saeed. he and his team will be discussing a quite novel application of the Tranas model for planning the decarbonization in the Great Toronto metropolitan area. Saeed.
Oh, hi, Lee. Oh, thanks for the introduction.
No problem. Can you try to share the screen with us?
Yeah, sure. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yeah, I can see this. I can see the screen. Please start whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'll start now.
And Saeed, perhaps you could also introduce yourself a little more, and also the team. This is quite an extensive team, right?
Yeah, sure, will do. Yeah. Okay, so hi everyone. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to all of you all around the world. My name is Saeed Shakib from University of Toronto Transportation Department. I will be presenting Toronto's Tranas-LUTI model, which we intend to do some evaluation with it for Ontario's Climate Change Action Plan. I will be presenting this on behalf of a research group, which it's me, Jason Hawkins from same university, and Professor Habib, our supervisor, and also Mark Perdon from University of Quebec at Montreal. Also, special thanks to Thomas De La Barra, which I don't think he's here now, for all his help for our project. I should mention before I start that this is a work in progress, and it's a project that we are working on it for 1.5 years now. And for that reason, this presentation would be mostly focused on objectives of the model and talking about a little bit about the policies, and also talking about the description of the model that we are using and some future scenarios that we plan to do. Okay, so this presentation is divided into 4 sections. First, I will give you a better idea about Toronto's area, and then I will talk about the regional plan, our current regional climate plan, and then I will talk about the model and then future scenarios and conclusions at the end. So just to give you a little bit more idea, we are modeling Toronto metropolitan area, which is in southern Ontario, also called as Great and Golden Horseshoe. Some characteristics of this area is that, just to give you a better understanding of the region, here about 65% of the units are residential, single-family residential units, and the rest are high-rise and mid-rise framed. 37.2% of the population is centric in Toronto, which is a little bit more than average in North America. And 13.2% of the greenhouse gas emissions are produced by residential land use. We have a relatively high transit ridership in North America, but a lot less compared to cities in Europe. And that goes for the land use part of the introduction of our study area. For transportation, road transportation is accountable for 29.3% of GHG emissions in in Ontario. We have 13% transit ridership. 86% of the household at least own one private vehicle. Each household has 2.6% and persons, and each household makes 5 3-point trips per day, and each worker makes 0.7 for daily trips, work trips. So just to talk a little bit about the application of LUTI model to assess the Ontario's climate action plan. I should mention that we are not the first group in the world that's doing this. There are a lot of works mostly centered in Europe that they are using the LUTI model to evaluate their climate change plans. There's a very well-known work in New Zealand, the Wellington integrated model, that I will refer to you if you are interested to know more about these. And then let's discuss a little bit about our own policy in Ontario. Our own policy is very general. We have one very specific target that it says the GHG emissions should be 80% below 1990 levels by 2050. And for that, we have a very large scale plan that you can divide it into three terms. One is transportation, that in terms of transportation, it's encouraging the active modes, the use of active modes in transit. It encourages to reduce emissions for freight transportation, and encourages the use of integrated land use and transit planning for the region. As far as the urban form goes, the plan encourages municipalities to develop the communities that are mostly around the transit area and make those areas denser, which will lead to more sustainable development. And also investing in new pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, mostly for downtown areas. And in terms of technology, the plan is encouraging the shift for the vehicles to zero or low, ultra low emission vehicles. So one of the things that it's concerning for our plan is that Ontario's plans are mostly talking about objectives and values. And one of the arguments that we're making in this study is that we would need a more specific, and in other words, regulations for having a better plan in terms of its utilization and how good the plan would work for the region. So and
We might have lost Saeed.
Looks like you're muted, Lee.
Lee, you're on mute.
Lee, if you,
Yeah. Thank you very much, Kaveh. Yes, it seems that we just lost Saeed halfway.
Jamil said that first, by the way.
Yeah. This is unexpected. So we'll try to get him back online if we could.
Well, wait for a minute or two. So I think.
I will just fill this gap by. Oh, Saeed is back. Hi, Saeed.
Yeah. So now we're all quite resilient. Absolutely, I think.
Yeah.
Saeed, you're on mute.
Sorry, Saeed, you're muted. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
Hi,
so
Saeed, yeah.
I think I got this. I got disconnected. Sorry about that. I switched to.
That's absolutely fine.
Okay, so I think I was caught in a place that I was talking about California's regulations. So California has 18 municipalities. Most of them are using LUDI models. Sacramento is using UrbanSim. Sacramento, Los Angeles, and San Diego are using PICAS. And I think San Francisco was using UrbanSim. So one of the differences that our current plan has with California is that in our region, the only regulations are only for Toronto area, and the areas around it, the municipalities around it, doesn't have any regulations. So, and the difference that it has with California has an extra layer that comes over all of the municipalities. It's called Senate Bill 375, and it kind of regulates some mandatory indicators for those municipalities to reach for their overall target. So that Senate bill is very long. I just put some bullet points for just to indicate the key points of it, my point is it's a plan that it's comprehensive. It's encouraging integrated land use and transportation modeling, and it's a multi-objective plan that it's not only concentrating on the GHG emissions, and it only considers things like equity and affordable housing and everything like that. So since we are running out of time, I will fast forward through these ones. Right now in Ontario, we are not on track for controlling GHG emissions. So we thought maybe one of the projects that we can develop an operational larger scale strategy model that we can input some reliable data to it and analyze if regulations for states like California can be useful for our region as well. So the change that would make is that we can have a multi-objective model that can simultaneously take account for several changes, and then we can see how that will help for our future plan. And also, there's another thing that that you might consider if you're familiar with Toronto region. Toronto right now has a has a model. It's called ILOT, developed by Professor Miller in our university. ILOT is a very strong model, microsimulation model. But our argument is that because we are doing policy analysis and we need to see what's happening in the future, we need accurate forecasts. We need to have a model that is less data hungry, so we can put more reliable data to it and use its results for analysis such as this one. So for this purpose, we thought maybe TRANIS can be a good framework. TRANIS is a model that its land use has three main components. It starts off with Larry model, and then it has a special input-output, kind of special input-output model for the land use, which uses supply and demand, or with the way they say it, production and consumption equilibrium to calibrate the land use model. And for the transportation model, it starts with a path search, multi-dimensional path search, and then it connects to a four-step trip-based model to forecast the future transportation indicators. So for this, I will go through the land use part and transport part of our model. I will talk a little bit about them, and then I will talk about the data sources and calibration, which is our current stage. So we defined, so the job sectors in Toronto can be defined into 9 categories. Based on our objective, we defined 4 of them as exogenous economic sectors and 5 of them as endogenous. And then these, the way the TRANIS works is it starts off with the base sectors in the Larry-based model, and exogenous sectors will induce population, and those population will need endogenous economic sectors to work in. And those, and once they've worked in a job, those job will induce more population, and there will be some iteration in a Larry-based style model, and it will find a convergence for the population and this economic data that is provided by us. And then after the population in our model is divided into 5 categories based on the income of the people. And then for the land use, we have 2 layers. First, we assume that people and jobs consume floor spaces in the area. And then those floor spaces, which are, for example, silos, high-rise buildings, or low-rise frame, will consume industrial, commercial, or residential or agricultural land. And the way those sectors work is completely different than the Larry model in TRANIS model. TRANIS, since TRANIS is for that section, TRANIS uses an input-output structure, but not in a conventional way in an inverse matrix that we see in the textbooks. TRANS has a multi-regional problem to solve. So it uses an iterative numerical algorithm that it has to find an equilibrium for production and consumption for each sector, and simultaneously do it for our case, 105 regions with same consumption and production functions. And as far as the transportation model goes, in TRANS, transportation model starts with a path search. And there's a distinction between modes and operators in TRANS. So operators in a conventional way are comparable with travel modes in a four-step model. And the reason is that because the substitution patterns between operators and modes are different. This will make TRANS applicable for simultaneously taking account for human travel and also freight travel. If you remember, one of the policies in Ontario's plan was also the reduction of the freight transportation greenhouse gas emissions. So we needed a model that can simultaneously model freight and people transportation. And then once those paths are searched for each person, for each mode and operator, the cost of each travel is calculated, and based on that, the trip generation is done, and then we are in a conventional four-step model for transportation. So for our case, Toronto's TRANS model uses 5 main data sources. Our calibration happens in 2011. We have the parcel data, the real estate price data for housing. We have the transportation data from Transport Tomorrow survey. The employment comes from Info Canada dataset, and all of them are always balanced by 2011 census data by Stats Canada. Once we calibrated this model for 2011 census data, we are planning to validate it for 2016 census data to see the model is working, to make sure that the model would be useful for policy analysis in the future. And as I mentioned before, the challenge for calibration that we're facing is that TRANS is using a user equilibrium model that balances consumption and productions for different regions and simultaneously between consumption and production, and finding a function for 105 different regions that it's in the range supports all 105 regions equilibrium. It's a little bit tricky, and then you are needed to play with the utility functions for each sectors and finding the appropriate elasticity factor for those zones.
Hi, Saeed. Jamil, can you hear me? Right, okay. Yeah, it seems that there's been some disruptions again. Yeah.
In extreme case, I believe that his co-author, Mark, is here as well.
Yeah, sorry, this is Jason Hawkins. I'm also a co-author.
Well,
I could maybe
Jason, if you're happy and you have the slides, perhaps you can finish the rest of the slides.
Recent version of his slides.
I think I have them. I can just. Oh no, Saeed is back.
Okay, so this is
good to have you back, Saeed.
I'm sorry about the disconnections. I mean, this time I don't know what happened. The internet is still connected, but it just put me out.
Yeah. Feel free to resume the presentation. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about the interruption. So for the future scenarios, we want to first check California style regional climate plan targets and see if that type of regulations work for us or not. And simultaneously, since the LUDI model is a multi-objective model, we want to see autonomous vehicle revolution in the future and see how that will work with us. We also have several transit expansion projects going on. 3 of them are mentioned here. And then there are some discussions that in the future, Toronto downtown should be more active mode of transportation oriented, meaning that people should mostly choose to walk or cycle in the downtown area. We also want to check that one too. And as our current policies goes, as you know, the policies suggest development should be around the main transit dense areas. So we're gonna test those scenarios. And also we have another thing called a green belt around the region that it's not allowed to develop. So we're gonna restrict those regions and see how that will affect the GHG emission. And finally, for the conclusion, so this is a study that its objective is to fill a gap that we feel that we have in the region, that we need a strategic model to assess regional climate plan targets for transportation and land use. And there's another challenge that we are facing is that once we started the model development was in TRANS 2. Now that TRANS has released its new version, QTRANS, or also called as TRANS 3, should transfer our model into that environment for getting a better user experience for a policy analysis and exploration of our outputs. And currently we are still in the calibration stage for 2011 census data. And that's it for today's presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions that I might overlook in my presentation.
Thank you very much, Saeed. Yes, it's a very interesting talk. May I invite the questions from the floor? If you have any questions, you can either type in the chat, or you can actually e-raise your hand using the Zoom function, and so I can call you, and now you can speak for yourself. Right, just to get this, sorry, is that Mark?
Yeah, maybe I just have one quick clarification, because I think one part of Said's talk got cut off when he was talking about the policy issues. So one of the real interests we have is that these types of integrated land use and transportation models are being used in California to demonstrate conformity, policy conformity with regional regional climate plan targets, which are greenhouse gas reduction targets per vehicle mile traveled. And they're used in the policy process, and they're linked to funding for transportation infrastructure development. And this has been developed in California under this SB 375, also known as the Sustainable Communities Act. We don't have something like this in Canada. We've been doing some other policy research, and we can confirm that nothing like this exists in neither Montreal nor Toronto. And so what we're doing with this project is assessing the technical requirements for developing this type of integrated land use and transportation model. And then in separate projects of a research partnership that this is part of, to see if that could be institutionalized in the greater Toronto metropolitan area. So just some context there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark, for this clarification. I don't see any questions coming out from the chat. So if I may get this started, can I ask one question about the modeling? Well, I think the audience are reasonably familiar with the TRANS model, given this is a very established modeling suite. My question is about how the transport sector is modeled in this specific application. I'm asking this because you mentioned that the transport sector is a very significant contributor to the greenhouse gas emissions. But how the transport sector may react to these decarbonization measures, does that entail sort of a change of the model to capture these mechanisms? So how this transport sector is modeled in your case?
Okay. So the way that it works in Tranis is, so the model starts with once the activities and jobs and population is distributed around the city, the model would calculate the activities in the city, like the origin and destination of the people. And then based on that, it will generate trips for each zone, from each zone to any other zone.
Yeah.
And that will would be the basics for the four-step model. And besides that, there is a multi-dimensional path search that search paths for different modes simultaneously. And for example, it says from zone I to zone J, there are these 5 possible paths. And this percentage of the people are going to use this path, this percentage, this path. And then once you have them overall for all the regions, it will give you the overall vehicle mile traveled within the city, which that can be used for the calculations of the greenhouse gas emissions.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry. Maybe I can add to that. So this is Jason. So
Hi, Jason.
in California, the way that it's set up, they haven't had to make any changes to their transport models to satisfy the requirements of SB 375 or the Sustainable Community Act. So they basically are taking the output from their transport models and, you know, with various just standard transport scenarios and reporting to the state level regulator on what they expect their reductions to be in VMT, or as we would call it in the UK and Canada, VKT. One of the challenges they've had there, though, is one of the requirements is to have some representation of land use. And so one of the ways that you can do that in the California regulations is to implement a land use model. And so in San Francisco, they are using the urban sim land use model. In several of the other metropolitan regions, they're using some form of a PICAS model, which I'm quite familiar with because I'm one of the former developers of the model. But the challenge they have there, and the reason why we're using the Tranis model, is that the MPOs sort of had challenges in terms of data requirements and implementation in using their PICAS model to satisfy those policy requirements. And so we think that with our Tranis model, we should be able, it already sort of has the necessary components to meet the requirements in California. And so then the idea is that we're applying it in Toronto to see if the sort of existing policies we have, if we were sort of, you know, a region in California, if we would, and we reported those outputs to the regulation board, if we would sort of be satisfying those requirements.
Right. Yeah. Thank you very much, Jason, and also Saeed. I want to ask our discussant, Jamil, do you have any question or comments for this presentation?
Yes, thanks. I do. In reality, in the audience, there are people who are much more qualified than me to make comments in this, both on the Tranis modeling suite, which are not comment because, as you said, it is well established in this community. But on the environmental side, which is not really my domain, in particular, we have our colleague Kaveh Jahanshahi, who used to work at DEFRA, that in the UK is the Department for Environment and Food and Rural Affairs. So I'm just gonna think probably more generally about the trend that the LUTI community is undergoing, which is integrating more and more these environmental questions in the analysis. As Said was saying, there are a few attempts now. He mentioned a few in Europe, and he's presenting a case for Canada and California. And carbon emission in reality is very interesting particular, it's a global phenomenon, we all know this, but in the UK, for instance, I can provide information for this because the Marketing Center has been involved in discussions with the DEFRA department in particular for treating another parallel problem, which is the one of nitrogen dioxide, which actually in the UK as of 2016 was 99% of emissions came from burning of fuels. In particular, it was 34% from road transport, 23% for other forms of transport, and then you had 22% from power stations and 12% from industrial sites. That is from the urban sector of it. And so transport really means nitrogen dioxide and particulate matter beyond CO2 emission. And of course, from the rural sector, there could be considerations of additional pollutants, in particular ammonia and nitrous oxide. In the UK, 88% of ammonia's emissions are due to the agricultural sector. In general, I think that the legislators are more and more sensitive to this question. And I would like maybe to ask the speakers to precise a little bit how exactly the pollutants are computed and integrated into the model. In the UK, I know that there's been an effort to adopt some sort of an interdisciplinary approach that draws on a variety of data. For instance, you could rely on DMV, the Department of Motor Vehicles, that provides you detailed information on car type, vehicle type distribution, and emission and road traffic. You could integrate climate sensors. You could try to compute, for instance, CO2 production directly from different industry sectors. And also there's a variety of considerations to do with respect to road traffic, from hot and cold exhaustion, tire attrition. And in particular, because we are facing a period of more extreme climatic events, one interesting consideration is the one of considering the difference between generation of pollution and distribution of pollution, which means integrating something that is quite complex to do, which is weather modeling, because the pollution generated, we know very well the pollution generated in one area could very well be spreading in the neighboring areas who are innocent of this. And so the efforts are pretty much vanified. And so it could be interesting to move in the future towards multi-region modeling, which of course is subject to computing power and time and resources. And also, I know there are other efforts in parallel literatures in building energy consumption. For instance, in the UK, I'm aware of one model. It's called 3D model of the building stock that looks at energy efficiency and trying to integrate this energy consumption part from actually the modules that are static. So it's not the transport part, but it's the areas in which, residential areas and commercial areas in which the pollution is generated. And of course, as you were saying, Saeed, at the end, is like there is an important part to consider in the transition towards electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles. But these are pretty much the reflections that I have on the topic.
Okay, very great questions. I will divide it into two parts and first answer the first part of the question that you mentioned, that how would these models take account for different types of the green GHG emissions, and also how would they, as a second part, how do they are going to work for the distribution patterns and the way that the emission actually works in the real world. So for the first part, it's very interesting that we were talking about this issue with Jason as well, that essentially and basically these models, when developed, they were not supposed to take into account the emissions of the greenhouse gas emissions. And then we are using these models to get some outcomes that we can later relate and convert those outcomes to what we can call the indicators of the GHG emissions. And for a model like TRANIS, which has a top-down approach, meaning that it starts from a very general regions and then tries to simulate the overall and the largest scale interactions between the regions. I would never imagine that a top-down model would be able to come up with patterns of the emission distribution and the different types of the emissions and the different consequences that each one of them can have. And on the other hand, if that would be our final goal, we should use bottom-up models, the models that are using microsimulation that are very data hungry. They need a very, very much more computational effort and time to give us results. But on the other hand, we should mention that as the more that we get ambitious with our goals and with the thing that we are seeking, we should be aware that we are also adding extra dimensions to our problem. For that objective, we would need more reliable data. Do we have actually that data available or not? That's the main question. And that's the main reason that we, despite having ILUT for Toronto, we felt that we need a more general, more top-down model just to give us a general idea of how the overall emission would work, not the patterns, not the details of it. Because when you are getting the outcome out of the microsimulation and a very detailed model, you're always skeptical about the outcome of the model because you know what sometimes you have to make, even for TRANIS, sometimes just to make your data sets synchronize, you have to do some adjustment to your data. And that will happen more in a more detailed model. And that would probably cause more biased outcomes in our point of view.
I would just quickly mention we do have a very very strong group at the University of Toronto in air quality emissions and dispersion modeling between civil engineering and the physics department who do a lot of that work, sending out vehicles around the city measuring air emissions and their dispersion. So we have a very strong group that we can work with to provide that sort of integration.
That's great.
Right. I think if you're going to the next presentation, that's different. But if not, I can also add some comments in here.
I suggest that, I'm being the host here, so I think timekeeping is quite important. So if I may suggest that perhaps leave that comment to the very end if we have more time.
Okay,
yeah?
sure. No
Thanks for that. Yes, I'm aware of the time, so we should move on to the next presentation. So our speaker is Aya from University of Manchester. So Aya is doing a PhD study at Manchester, and her presentation today is about using the agent-based modeling to simulate the Section 106 negotiations in the UK. Aya, can you try to share your screen with us?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks good from my screen. So perhaps, if you wish, you can introduce a bit more about yourself and also your co-authors.
Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Aya, I'm Egyptian, and I'm studying, this is my third year of PhD in University of Manchester. And my research is funded by the Schlumberger Foundation, which is intended for giving scholarships to women in STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. My co-authors are Nuno Pinto and Richard Kingston, and they are my supervisor. Nuno Pinto, my main supervisor, Richard Kingston, my co-supervisor. And today I'll be presenting a simulation model, an agent-based model on how to simulate the negotiations between urban stakeholders in the urban planning. So before going into the models or the simulation, let's first understand when does the urban negotiation happen. So when we have like urban systems that rely on strategic planning in their planning process, that is when the urban negotiations happen. Why? Because as you can see in this map, this is the strategic plan of Manchester for 2027. So strategic planning is that you can have like a huge blob, very flexible around a certain area saying, okay, this is a strategic housing location and 30% of our housing are intended to be in this area. But there is no at all any exact details about how will we implement those 30%. So it is left flexible because each site, when we go to each specific site in this whole blob of area, each one will have different conditions, different stakeholders with different agendas and goals, and hence negotiations will have to be done in order to reach an agreement and achieve our strategy of 30% housing. Let's take a more real example. So in UK, every local authority will have a target of a percent of affordable housing. Let's say, for example, Manchester, it wants to develop like 25,000 housing, 20% of them will be affordable. How will it implement this strategy? So there is a mechanism called developer's obligation. The local authority says, okay, I want to implement 20% of housing. Whenever any private developer who wants to develop a private housing project comes to the local authority to gain permission on his or her project, he or she will be obliged to allocate a percent of this project as affordable housing. But this percent is not a fixed tariff. It has a strategy or a target of 20%, but it is upon negotiation with the developer so that we will not affect the viability of his project. So as we can see, this is, for example, an extract from the strategic plan of a certain area in London. It says that this area has the capacity to deliver at least 25,000 housing units. And then it says, okay, how will we deliver it? All residential developments which meet the criteria will be required to provide affordable housing, and the target will be 50% subject to viability. This means that there will be negotiations with the developer whether they will provide the 50% or less, depending on the conditions of this site and the costs that he had to pay and so on. So that's a good example of urban negotiations. Let's focus on it and ask this question. So who are the stakeholders involved in these Section 106 negotiations? It's called Section 106 because this mechanism is mentioned in a section number 106 in the planning law. So that's why it is commonly known as S106 negotiations. And by the way, developer obligations is a mechanism that happens in many countries around the world, not just in UK. Let's go back. So who are the stakeholders involved in this S106 negotiations? So as we can see, I don't know, okay. So as you can see here, that's what we mentioned. We have the local planning authority and the developer. Those are the main heroes which are negotiating together, and they negotiate on the percent of affordable housing, the tenor mix, and any other obligations related to public infrastructure. But actually, the developer does not only negotiate with the local planning authority. Before going to the local planning authority, he negotiates with the landowner on the price of the land on which the development will take place. And after he applies for permission to the planning authority, and if they settle on a certain percent of affordable housing, he will take those units of affordable housing and then he will he will sell them to the housing association. So he will have then to negotiate with the housing association on the price of the affordable units. So the developer actually negotiates with the landowner, the local planning authority, and the housing associations. So this mechanism has a lot of negotiations taking place. For the simplicity of my research, I assumed that the developer has already bought the land, and he now just has to negotiate with the local planning authority and the housing association. So now we are focusing on Section 106 negotiations, and we have 3 stakeholders: developer, LPA, and housing association. So what am I going to do? So Section 106 negotiations have been studied in several studies and research. One major institute of studying is the Cambridge Center for Housing Research, and it does a lot of research on Section 106. But this research is qualitative. They did like interviews and surveys with developer and local planning authorities who start to criticize the problems of the negotiations and the delays that they cause to the development, and how this just having like poor skills can affect the outcome greatly. But we still don't have any other idea about how really the negotiation takes place. So what am I going to do? I'm going to develop a simulation-based model, an agent-based model for this kind of negotiation, Section 106, aiming that this would be a prototype, these models would be a prototype for urban negotiations. My simulation is agent-based, and it is developed on a platform called Gamma. Gamma platform is like NetLogo, but it has a Java-based language, but its capabilities are more advanced, and you can do a lot of features on Gamma. That's why it was selected from all the other platforms. But why is it useful to simulate urban negotiations? Well, actually, as we said, urban stakeholders have a lot of criticisms and problems when they go to negotiations. They don't know what is the best strategy or what is the best skill to negotiate on, how their skills affect the outcome. So we could help them or support them by, if they just have like a platform on which they can run several experiments with different parameters and observe how just changing the parameters can change the outcome. This can only be done if we have a simulation or a computer-based thing, so that you can run several experiments and tests the outcome every time. You cannot do this in role-playing or in real life negotiations. Every time it's just a one case experience that you live through. So having a simulation will help you learn more about how the skills affect the outcome. Before going and describing the simulation, we have to agree on some points. First, my simulation does not claim that it predicts the outcome of negotiations. I'm not predicting the outcome of negotiation. I'm just giving you the outcome just to understand how, when you change the parameters, or how this outcome is sensitive to the parameters. But I'm not saying that this outcome is the real accurate outcome that the negotiation will end. So the simulation is explanatory and not predictive. Number 2 and 3, my simulation does not tell you what is the best outcome that you have to settle on. It doesn't tell you, or what is the best strategy that you have to follow. This could be done by game theory, which tells you, game theory models tells you what is the best outcome or the optimal outcome that can be with agreement with all stakeholders. But that's not what my model is doing. My model aims at explaining how this outcome changes with the change of the parameters. So it is descriptive and not normative. So to be more focused, what does the simulation do? The simulation agents have negotiate according to certain rules, which we call it the negotiation protocol. So it's a heuristics-based model. These rules are heuristics, and these rules are sensitive to certain parameters. These parameters can be deterministic, or they can be uncertain. And these rules are mainly, now I just modeled them or coded them as assumptions taken from the theories about negotiations that I read in the literature. And you can use these models to understand, again, how changing parameters lead to different outcomes. Now, the most important question and the focus of the research, okay, how are the simulations developed? So at first, if you having a look in the literature, so there are several models that attempted at simulating negotiations, but not in urban planning. The ones in urban planning are very, very few, and they are all game theory models, which means that they focus on the best outcome, but they do not explain the negotiation itself. The ones that explain the negotiations are in different fields, and they are very, very simple. So the rules are like this. This is called an alternating offers protocol, which means that we have like two agents negotiating together. Each agent will send an offer and the other agent will either leave the negotiation or send a counter offer. Let's see how the rules of these models, this is the ones in the literature, how the rules work. The rules, very simple, are like this. An agent will leave the negotiation with failure if the time equals the deadline. He will accept the offer of the opponent if this offer, I will not make another offer which is better than it. So I will end the negotiation and accept what has been offered by the opponent. Otherwise, I will make a counter offer. How will I make a counter offer? There is an equation that is related to time. And here are like the graphs of how I will make concession. Either you make high concessions at the beginning of the time and then try to be constant near the end, or the other way, or be linear. This is what is already in the literature. What are the limitations of these? Okay, there are like 7 limitations. First, number 1, actually, considering this rule, this will make the model very deterministic, which means that agents will not leave the negotiation with acceptance unless they will not make any better offer. In real negotiations, actually, there is this concept of good enough. I might be satisfied in the middle of the negotiation and just leave the negotiation. I don't have to wait until the end aiming to get a better offer. So there is this good enough concept that hasn't been captured here. The other thing, agents do not leave the negotiation unless the time ends. This is also doesn't happen in real life negotiations where agents can just get fed up in the middle of the negotiation and leave. Concession follows a very constant pattern where either it is polynomial or linear, it is still constant and can be drawn on a curve. In real negotiations, you are faced with arguments that can convince you to make once a very bigger concession or once a very small concession. So they couldn't be with this beautiful, nice pattern. Number 4, concessions are usually in the issue space, which means that they make the offers and they concede in the issue itself. While if you think about urban negotiations, the developer, for example, he doesn't care about the percent of affordable housing, he cares about his profit. So when he makes a concession, he makes it in his profit, and then he has to translate it into, okay, how does this calculate? How does this profit will give me of affordable housing, and then make the offer with affordable housing. So there is this translation between the utility space and the issue space, which wasn't captured in those models. Number 5, how we don't know from these previous models, how can agents shift the negotiation to a new issue? For example, if they want to suggest something new, how can an agent move to a new opponent? This is a rule taking place between two opponents. What if I want to move to another opponent, like the developer wants to go to the housing association? How does this work? It wasn't clear. And the last thing, agents cannot solve a deadlock. If they have a deadlock in the negotiation, there isn't any way to solve it. So to summarize, this negotiation with these rules in the previous literature is deterministic, which is not actually the real case in the real negotiations. Of course, models do not simulate reality exactly, but just try to add some complexity to the model so that it can capture an aspect of reality. So now I took the 7 limitations here, put them in this column so that we have them on mind. How did I try to solve them? So first, let's take those 2 limitations, that the good enough and that I cannot leave the negotiation before the deadline. According to the theory, when you have the negotiation time, it can be divided into 3 main parts: the beginning of the negotiation, the middle of the negotiation, and the end of the negotiation. So I assume that the stage, which is the beginning of the negotiation, will be quarter of the time until the deadline. Half of the time in the middle will be the middle of the negotiation, and the last quarter will consider it the end of the negotiation. Then I calculate, I have the deadline, which is inserted or as an input in the model, and then you calculate, okay, how many rounds What are the number of the rounds that are considered the middle of the negotiation, and what are the number of rounds that are considered the end of the negotiation? Out of these rounds, whenever an agent knows now that he's going to a negotiation, he selects one round randomly from the middle of the negotiation, and he will call it, this is the unlock round. This means that if I'm negotiating and I got an offer that is less than my utility and I'm in this unlock round, I will change the issue to try to solve the deadlock. And also in the end of the negotiation, okay, now we have the list. Those rounds are called the rounds in the end stage of the negotiation. I will select out of them 3 random rounds, and I will call them the lucky rounds. If you give me an offer that is within my range, and it happens that it is in this lucky round, I will consider it good enough and I will leave the negotiation. Or if you give me an offer that is beyond my utility and I have another alternative and it happens that it is in this lucky round, I will just walk away. So adding this rule can have like some randomness to the negotiation, and it can account for what happens in reality. Okay, now we move to the criticism of the concession pattern, which was very well defined. How did I account for the arguments that happen in real negotiations and we do not know and we cannot add in this model? Also still the concept of randomness. Okay, we have each agent has the target of his utility. Let's say we are from the developer, he wants his maximum is 30% profit and his bottom line is 10% profit. He conceded in the last round until he reached to 25% profit. And the opponent gave him an offer which made 15% profit. So now his range is 25 minus 15, so his range is 10. What is his steps of concessions? Let's say 1%, which means that, okay, I can concede by 1% from 30, 29, 28, and so on and so forth. If the range is 10 divided by the value of the step, so I have 10 steps. Randomly select one step. Either you will select 2 steps or I will select 4 steps. So it depends, and either I will make a huge jump or I will make a very tight jump. And this accounts for the arguments which I didn't know that the agent received in reality and I cannot integrate in this model. And how can they move from one opponent to another? The model was developed using states and transitions, which you may be familiar with if knowing the cellular automata, but it can also be done in agent-based modeling. So I use the states and transitions that allows the agent to move from one opponent to another. And how do they send the message? They use a communication language called FIPA, ACL, and it is already a built-in a skill in the Gamma. This is how, in a very simple, brief diagram, how the model works. So at first, all the agents will be in this initial state, which is prepare for negotiation. In this stage, I will select the opponent and prepare the variables that I will prepare to negotiate. Then, if I receive a message or if I'm the one sending the message, I will automatically transfer to the second state, which is negotiate. In this negotiate, they apply this action, which is called negotiation protocol, in which the rules which I described in the previous slides are applied. Each agent receives a message, evaluates the offer using the rules that I said before, and then either he leaves the negotiation if it is good enough, or if he decides he's fed up, or if it is just the end of the negotiation, so he transfers to the initial state, or he generates a counter offer. If he goes back to the initial state and there are no more opponents to negotiate with, the simulation will end. So I developed this model on Gamma. So now this is like the output, a screenshot from the output of the model. Here you insert the parameters that you want, and I will explain each one separately.
Sorry, Aya, sorry to interrupt you. I'm just aware of the time. So you probably have 5 minutes left. Is that okay? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. So here are the input parameters, the conversation log, and here are the output. Okay, so here is the input. You insert the input relative to each project that you want. Here is how the conversation happened between the agents, and here is the outcome. And the outcome is like, it tells you what is the probability to achieve like 75% of your target, or less than the threshold. It gives you the probabilities of the different outcomes. What is the limitation of this model? First, that although it addressed those previous limitations, actually this randomization is uncontrolled. The second thing is that agents cannot move to another solutions. Like in real negotiations, they can suggest offsite provision or payment, for example. This wasn't integrated in this model. However, this uncontrolled randomization is useful because it gives us the huge space of possibilities. What I did, so I developed another more advanced model. It's called, based on an architecture called BDI, Belief, Desire, Intention. And what I did is that I integrated the first model into the second model as a submodel, in which each agent will run this model using several assumptions, and he will calculate from this graph his expected utility. So he will have a prior expectation about the development. Based upon this expectation, he will negotiate in the second model. I will not explain the belief, desire, intention architecture now because of the time, but just to go quickly. So this is how the architecture goes. First, the agent has a goal, which he converts it into a utility function. For example, if it is the developer, it will be the profit. He converts the profit into an equation. Then the goal will be converted into objectives, like developing how will he achieve the profit. He will develop a housing project, then fulfill the obligations, then sell the affordable housing. These will be converted in the BDI architecture into desires. Each desire will have either one or multiple plans in which you can choose from to achieve this objective. This is like a snapshot of the time on how it goes. So at first he has, let's see, he is now in the desire of fulfilling the obligations. He sends a message, he selects one plan, and he sends, let's say, like the on-site provision. He sends a message from this plan, and he perceives the reply. He evaluates the utility of the offer, and he makes a model of the opponent. He understands the persistence of the opponent, the position of the opponent relative to my expectation, his progress, and what plan is he using. And according to all these beliefs that I gained, I generate a reply, which is either in the same plan or in another plan. I will move to another plan like offsite or payment, or if I decide to end the negotiation. The second model was, the coding of the second model was done, but it is what is left is just the final touches of the model, which is to convert the output into graphical presentations, and this would be done. Last, this is like a quick comparison between the two models. So in terms of interpretability, the BDI model is highly interpretable because due to the modular architecture of the BDI, the simplicity, however, is a bit low because you have to code several things. So in terms of the coding, the simplicity is not that high. However, in thinking about how to generalize it into different cases, not just the section 106, BDI model can work well. And this is like how I converted from the utility space. So this is the different methods in it. And finally, this is my last slide. So this is like the general diagram on how we can apply this BDI concept of the model into general applications, not just the section 106, into general urban negotiations, in urban planning in general. And that's it. The future research about it is that we're going to test those models with real stakeholders and urban planners and tell them ask them about how do they think about these models. And that's it. Thank you for listening, and sorry for the time.
Thank you, Aya. Thank you very much for this for the very clear rundown of this new model. I just find one question from the chat. This is from Yue, one of my colleagues. So if I may relate that question to you, how you imagine integrating outside possibilities into the negotiation? And she gave one example. Some planning authorities would allow more community infrastructure levy to substitute planning obligations.
Yeah.
Well, it would be great if you can provide a brief answer to that, and we can continue the discussion afterwards.
Yeah, so the community infrastructure levy is not negotiated, it's just a fixed tariff. So you can add it in the input parameters so that it can be integrated in the utility of the developer when he calculates his costs. But he will not negotiate in the community infrastructure levy, it will just be an added cost.
Yeah, thank you very much, Aya. I just want to quickly check with Jamil. Jamil, do you want to quickly comment on this, or you think that we can actually move on and leave that one to the very end?
I will say it immediately, and so it's out of the way. It's only a couple of very quick observations, and I'll leave the floor to Andre. So I think that it would be, this is an interesting framework for a very poignant problem in the UK, which is the scarcity of affordable housing. And there's been a lot of public discourse on the role of developers and their interactions with the local authority. And I think it would be interesting if you could consider more in your simulation the role of bargaining power, in particular defining any type of sharing rule which could be actually heterogeneous by areas. And the reason why it should be heterogeneous by areas is that several local authorities rely on Section 106 to compensate for lower council tax revenues, for instance. And so consider as something that you were hinted to the role of alternative compensation mechanisms and their interaction with local municipal finances. And also the position in which the developer could be could have a higher bargaining power, where there's lower local competition among developers. And it would be interesting if you could consider to look at possible sources of data, maybe from planning applications or side data from the Ministry of Housing, and to test the validity of your simulations.
Yeah.
Observations.
Yeah. Actually, many of the data are from the Cambridge Housing Center of Research. They have like a lot of interviews and surveys, but yeah, for now it's like we're just trying to get this models to be working, and whether they really to interview people, do you think that they are really useful or not? But as I said, I'm not how to say it, I'm not really keen about the accuracy of the outputs more than how the model really works, the rules that the agents used in negotiations. So I maybe would like to validate it in this way, whether these rules you feel that they are logical or not, and then you can use this model for learning purposes later about how changing your starting expectation, for example, affected the outcome, or how does the different sites or projects will lead to different outcomes at the end. So maybe it would be more important to test whether these rules that I assumed or put in the model are logical or not.
Thank you, Aya.
Yeah, thank you very much, Aya, and also thank you, Jamil, for the observations. Yeah, I think that we should move on to the third and the last presentation of the session. So this is the presentation from Andre. Andre is the assistant professor of finance and business economics from University of Southern California. Andre, can you hear me well?
Of course. Thank you for the introduction, Lee.
Can you try to share your screen with us?
Of course, I will do so now. Can you see the slides right now?
Yeah, it just showed up. Yes, if you like, please do introduce yourself and your co-author, and then please start whenever you're ready.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Lee. First of all, thank you for including the paper in the program. we are economists, and I've seen that most of the participants in the workshop are urban planners, architects, and so on. So it's good to be able to present our research in a community with possibly different modeling tools, modeling styles, and so on. So I would be very excited to hear what kind of comments and questions you might have. And this is joint work with Matt Delventhal, who is an assistant professor of economics at Claremont McKenna College, also in LA area. And the project, as you may imagine, was motivated by the COVID pandemic. About a year ago, the COVID hit, and a lot of us were sent to homes to continue working, to continue doing the jobs that we typically used to do in the office. Now, for those lucky enough, for those unlucky enough, there aren't so many opportunities to work at home. But we started thinking about the following. So there has been a lot of discussion in the media about the end of the office, about how work from home will shift the distribution of economic activity from one place, from some places to others. In the US, there have been interesting trends about Silicon Valley employees moving to remote places because they found out that they didn't have to be in the offices anymore. And so the question we have is, with the increase of work from home, how the spatial allocation of activity will change. Okay, just to give you a snapshot of the data, even though the technological capacity for working at home was available before COVID, we've seen that only 5 to 10% of work was done from home before COVID. So it's a very, very small fraction of labor force and of work days in general. At the same time, a few studies have documented that the amount of work that can feasibly be done from home with the technology that we have at our hands is about 1/3 of the labor force. Okay, and indeed, this survey by Brynjolfsson and co-authors found that 1/3 is precisely the fraction of labor force who was working at home in the first months of COVID. And what we see from the surveys now is that it seems like work from home is here to stay. Nobody argues that 1/3 of the population who were sent home will continue working from home after COVID. However, some studies argue that work from home was associated with negative stigma, and so employers were reluctant to have their employees working from home. Employees themselves were reluctant to work from home. On top of that, a lot of executives were fearing that work from home is negatively affecting productivity. However, numerous surveys that we read argue that if anything, work from home might have even increased productivity of work. And so in general, it seems like the acceptance of work from home has increased substantially during COVID. And this particular survey by Barrero, Bloom, and Davis argues that about 1/5 of work will be done from home after COVID. Okay, and so we will build a quantitative model and run a quantitative exercise in which we increase the amount of work from home from 5 to 10 to 17 to 23 and see how it affects the economy of the United States. Now, precisely, we want to focus on understanding the effect of greater work from home on population and employment at different locations within the United States. We want to see what happens to real estate prices as people and jobs reallocate. We want to study what happens to wages, commuting patterns, that is how long people commute, where they live and where they work. And we want to have a general understanding of how aggregate welfare will be affected. That is, how much happier or less happy, perhaps, people will be in the new economy with more common work from home. Okay, so what do we do? We build a quantitative spatial equilibrium model of the United States, and the model itself is rather standard. So the only novelty in our model is that we allow for heterogeneity in how often people have to commute to work. In economics, the standard spatial equilibrium model assumes that you have to come to work every day, okay? And that's not what we've seen during COVID. That's quite likely not what we'll see after COVID. So we try to model that component by allowing people to work from home sometimes. And the way they work from home will be a little bit different from the way they work in the office, and I'll explain this in more detail. And so then we will take the smaller and increase the amount of work from home and see how firms, developers, and workers change their decisions. This is not really a paper about COVID, so we don't consider any other implications of COVID, like social distancing or dislike of density. We focus on the increase of remote work. Loosely speaking, our exercise is imagine that everything is the same as before COVID, but now people suddenly can work more often from home. Let's see what happens. Okay. So a snapshot of our findings. We find that some are more surprising, some are less, but we find that with more common work from home, residents move to less dense places, and that this is happening because there is less need to be living closer to your work. At the same time, we find that some jobs move to less dense places, but actually a lot of jobs move to more productive places like Manhattan, New York, or the Silicon Valley, and I'll explain why. Well, there is a shift in real estate demand from commercial to residential because as people work from home more often, there is less demand for offices, but more demand for space at homes. We see that on average floor space prices don't change much, but they do fall in dense urban areas and increase a little bit in suburban areas. We also study the implication for wages, and we find that as a result of working from home, there will be more wage inequality, but also more income mixing at the place of residence. Okay, and our aggregate results, that is results, not local results, but the results for the entire economy, depend crucially on how productivity and amenities will adjust in response to reallocations, and we apply different assumptions and find different results, as well as on whether remote workers can or cannot contribute to productivity of their employers. Okay, so let me move on, and I'll explain all of this in greater detail. So here is the model, and I cannot present all the details of the model due to the time constraint. However, the full model is available in the working paper. So in the model, there are many different locations. In our quantitative model, there will be 4,500 locations. Think about them as neighborhoods within a city, if it's a dense urban area, or potentially whole counties, if it's a rural area. And in each location, there are workers who live there, workers who work there. And there are firms who produce consumption goods, and there are floor space developers who produce floor space. Now, workers can live in one location and work in another location, and the choice of their location pair depends on how costly it is to commute from one to another. And when making location choices, workers compare wages, housing costs, and amenities. So all else equal, you want to live you want to work in the place with the highest wage, live in the place with lowest housing costs and the best amenities. However, in equilibrium, it will never be possible because of demand for these because the demand for these places will reduce wages due to higher labor supply and increase housing costs, and also affect amenities endogenously. On top of that, people have idiosyncratic preferences for locations, and this will result in a logit formulation for location choices. And so this is standard so far. What is new in our model is that work can be done on site, that is at the location of the employer, or at home. Actually, a lot of people will combine the two. So a lot of people in the model will work at home sometimes and work in the office sometimes. And the distribution of the frequency of commuting, that is how often you commute to work versus work from home, will be taken from the survey data. Now, as you can imagine, the theta, that is how often you have to commute to work, determines the importance of living close to your work. If you have to commute daily, you want to live close to your work. If you commute once a week, potentially, you may live in San Diego, commute to LA once a week, and there is nothing particularly dramatic about it. Okay, now, firms produce a single consumption good that is traded across the country and consumed by workers. And they produce these goods by hiring both on-site and remote labor. And remote labor potentially has a different productivity level. Now, the distinction between on-site and remote work is also important for the floor space demand, because on-site work uses commercial floor space, there is offices or production facilities, whereas remote work uses home offices. And finally, the third kind of agent in this model is real estate developer. So they build floor space using land and consumption goods, basically material inputs. And floor space can be used for three purposes: residences, commercial offices, and home offices. Now, home offices are really located in the residences, but for the analytical purposes, it's convenient to distinguish between residential and home office space. And we allow for construction costs to differ across locations, which will also have some implications for changes in floor space prices, both locally and on the aggregate. Finally, to close the model, we allow for residential amenities to be endogenous. The idea is that if you have a lot of people living in a particular neighborhood, amenities will on average be nicer. You'll have more restaurants, higher quality of various kinds of public amenities and so on. We also allow productivity to be endogenous. The more people work in a given location, the more productive this location is due to the well-documented agglomeration externalities. And what we do not know is how remote work contributes or not to these productive externalities, which have been documented pretty well in the urban economics literature. And we allow for different levels of contribution of remote workers to productivity, and find that the degree of their contribution will be important for aggregate effects of greater telecommuting. Okay, so and again, so this is a snapshot of the model. The full model is available in the paper. Let me move on to the data. We calibrate the model to the US economy in 2012-2016 because this is the most recent period for which we have all the data we need. We have 4,500 locations. These are some examples of what a location is in our model. We use the data on employment by workplace and residence. So we know in each of these 4,500 locations, we know how many people live there, how many people work there. We know their wages. We know housing costs, and we also have estimates of construction costs. So we know that, say, building new floor space in Upper West Side New York is more costly than in a rural county in the middle of nowhere. We also observe bilateral commuting flows. So we know, not only do we know how many people live here and work there, we also know all bilateral flows between each pair of locations. And we know, and we have estimates of commuting times, which is what people take into account when they make location choices. Now, we borrow some parameters from the literature. There are some aggregate elasticities that are important. We estimate the labor supply elasticity, which is the variance of the idiosyncratic preference shock. And we solve the model in changes, which is an analytical method borrowed from the international trade literature, which allows us to be ignorant about a whole array of parameters because these drop out in the equations with changes. Okay, so let me now present our results. We one of the inputs into our model is the distribution of commuting frequencies. That is the number of days that each person has to commute to work versus work at home. And we take these distributions both pre-COVID, which is our baseline calibration, and post-COVID, which is our counterfactual scenario, from the survey by Barrero, Bloom, and Davis. So conveniently for the kind of study that we do, they ask employers about how often their employees have to work in the office. So they ask questions. How often did you work at home in 2019? And 90% say rarely or never. And then a smaller percentage reply 1 day a week, 2 to 4 days a week, or 5 days a week. Okay, so this is the distribution of commuting frequencies pre-COVID, and we have the same distribution post-COVID. Well, obviously we don't know what will happen post-COVID. However, we rely on the expectations of employers that remote work will be more common. So we see much larger percentages of employees who work from home 1 day, 2 to 4 days, and 5 days a week, and a smaller percentage of those who have to come to the office every day. This is what the benchmark and the counterfactual distributions of commuting frequencies look like. So theta is the fraction of time you have to come to the office. Before COVID, we see that 90%, this is basically an illustration of the same distribution that I've shown before. And basically we see a shift towards lower values of thetas. Now, this is not the end of the office, as some commentators have argued. We still have 73% of people commuting every day, and we still have 82% of work, that is 82% of work days performed on site. Okay, so it's not a dramatic shift of production from the offices to homes. Nonetheless, it will have sizable spatial applications, as I will show. Okay, so we do our exercise in steps, and for the sake of time, I will run quickly through this. So let me just explain what we do. We have production agglomeration externalities. As I said, the idea is that the more people work in a given location, the more productive each firm in this location is. We have amenity externalities, which is the same, but on the consumption side. The more people live in a given area, the more attractive this area is. We first turn both of these externalities off and see what happens without them. Then we endogenize amenities and productivities one by one. And finally, Lee, I see you have a question.
Sorry, Andrew, just to, sorry to interrupt you. Just to remind you, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, sure. I am not very far from ending. And then we also, in the baseline version, we do not allow remote workers to contribute to these productive externalities, but then we see what happens if technology is advanced enough and working from home is as good for the productivity of the firm as if you are in the office. Okay, so so each dot here represents one of the 4,500 locations. We see that residents in general reallocate from the densest to the least dense places. And this is a result of not having to live close to work. And this happens due to the desire of people to consume larger houses, which are cheaper in less dense places. And this is what the reallocations look like on a map. So we see that people generally leave dense urban centers like New York, Boston, DC, and move to smaller places. Now, it's not like the whole countryside will become much more populated. Most of the reallocations happen from urban centers towards suburban areas. In Los Angeles, for example, this is the area with this is the most densely populated area from downtown LA to Santa Monica. This is also where a lot of jobs are. We see that in the counterfactual, people leave these areas because they don't have to come to work every day anymore, and they move towards more distant suburbs. They don't necessarily move to the countryside because a lot of people still have to commute at least once a week. So there is an increase in suburban population and a decline in the central population. For employment, we see that there is also a lot of the increase in jobs in the most dense places. And the reason is the following. So let me show you what it looks like. There is actually a lot of increase in employment in places like New York, Boston, DC, and so on. This is an example of New York. So there are lots of new jobs in Manhattan because firms who are located in Manhattan can now hire a lot of workers who do not necessarily have to live nearby. So the new telecommuters who had to come to the office previously every day. And so this is also the place where a lot of productive firms are. You know, the financial institutions headquarters are here. Now they can hire remote workers from elsewhere, and they can increase their employment without necessarily increasing the number of people who work in the office. Okay. However, because these people don't consume extra office space, we still see a reduction in floor space prices in places like Manhattan, for instance. Okay, so there is overall decline in floor space prices in urban centers and an increase in prices in remote areas. On average, prices don't change very much, though. Okay, so we see a greater inequality in wages. And this happens because with greater telework, the importance of locating close to your employer is becoming smaller. And so the most productive firms in the most productive areas can attract more workers, paying them higher wages because they are more productive. And so there is a greater discrepancy, the greater dispersion of wages in general. However, again, because people can live far away, they don't have to live in Manhattan or Beverly Hills. They don't bid up housing prices so much. And so there is a greater mixing of income at the place of residence. So neighborhoods become more equal by income, even though people are becoming more unequal by income. Now, I have to wrap up now, but let me just show you that the predictions. What I've shown you is the predictions of our model, and we look at the long run, what will happen post-COVID. However, there is some evidence that changes that we are predicting are already happening. This evidence is based on the cell phone data. We indeed see that people are reallocating during COVID from the most dense to the least dense places. Now, some of these reallocations may be temporary, of course, we don't know that yet. However, things are moving as predicted by our model. We also see that rents are actually increasing in the least dense places, but decreasing in the more dense places as our model predicts. Okay, so I also have a table with aggregate results, which show that on average, there are welfare gains of greater working from home. However, these welfare gains are only present when telecommuters can contribute to productivity, at least a little bit. If telecommuters do not contribute to the productivity of firms, a lot of people actually lose out because with more telecommuting, there is lower productivity and wages decline, and the level of consumption declines, and the overall level of utility declines as well. Okay, so let me leave it at that since I'm running out of time. And again, thank you so much for including the paper in the program, and I'm looking forward to any questions or comments that you might have.
Thank you very much, Andrei. Yeah, and also thank you for keeping the time. And it's a fascinating presentation. And when you said that you are an economist and we are the urban modelers, I would say that we follow this interdisciplinary approach, of course, and you are most welcome. So it's great to have you as well. For now, I will just hand over to our discussant, Jamil. Jamil himself is an economist and also an urban modeler. So perhaps he's sort of best positioned to comment and also raise some questions. Jamil, can I hand over to you?
Yeah, thank you, Lee. Thank you, Andre, for your heroic effort to stay in the time. I know that the presentation itself would take an hour and a half. But because we did have prior in the year Steve Redding presenting the STEAM rail paper, actually I will allow myself to ask more detailed questions that will resonate with the other members of the audience. So in particular, I think that I was entirely sure I understood the concept of the theta parameter, because at some point in the presentation you said that it is the fraction of time that is worked that can be worked at home, but some other time you said it is a fraction of time that people can have to travel. I think there is the distinction there, because if you consider that an obligation of being in your workplace, say every day, but only for half time, it's different from having to go for 3 full days and staying at home for 2 days. And the reason is that the commuting cost that you're going to face is going to be substantially different. So for you working from home, only part of the time is not going to be beneficial anyway. So that's one important point, I think. In more general terms, and I know actually I'm going to cover a little bit of the elements that you put in the last slide that you didn't have time to present, which is the limitations of the work. This is something that also Steve Redding pointed out in his latest paper about the existence of different professions that might differ greatly in terms of constraints with respect to the presence of the workers at home. And in particular, the labor share varies greatly across industries. And so this will have to impact on the alpha parameters in the calibration. One crucial point that you mentioned also in your limitation is that you only consider a traded good, particularly because non-traded goods have a way lower probability of relocation of the workers. You know, a hair cutter is not going to work from home in his situation. And that is the case for many more other services. One question is with respect to the utility function of the consumers who seem to consume only a homogeneous good. Do they not consume the tradable good K, which is produced by the firms, and why? Another point is that I seem to understand that there is a continuous of identical firms who have the same production function. This goes back to the point from above, but this production function has only labor and floor space. And I was wondering what could be the role of productive capital in this case. I know that in urban areas, productive capital could be less intensive. However, the example that you mentioned about finance workers in Manhattan, if you think about all the servers and sensitivity of data and etc., there could be a relevant point. Another question is, does the output produced at home really employ floor space? How to capture technology? There's a whole new set of questions which pertains to land. I know that it's very standard to assume that land is owned by absentee developers and the proceeds do not go to anyone in the economy, but at some point it would be useful to think about because you consider floor space prices, it would be interesting to think about who owns the houses, who owns the land. And also, of course, from the data point of view, one limitation is that the floor space prices are only self-reported rents. And so it would be also interesting to consider what happens once we consider prices, house prices themselves. And there are a variety of deep parameters, for instance, the one of the housing expenditure share from Orta-Lomagné in 2011, which maybe has been revised over time, and it could be interesting to explore that avenue. And in particular, there's one final point I would have on actually a couple of points. One is on the counterfactual. So when you increase the share of telecommuters, the cost of commuting could change in travel time because of congestion, or the mode of transport could change due to unobservable preferences deriving from congestions. And finally, in the gravity equation, it is my understanding that, I mean, you probably use the same instrumental variable that is used in the Reading paper, but it is my understanding that in the Reading paper, the instrumental variable was used because of the endogeneity of the network, of the network connecting the points of commuting. But I think that you operate with a given network, and it is my understanding they use a network distance from car-based, probably. That's why, and which you instrument with the straight line distance from the 2 points. And I wonder if it's really necessary to instrument, if there really is a reverse causality that you mentioned in the presentation. Indeed, when you compare the OLS and IV estimates, they look pretty close to me. Finally, yes, just an observation that we do observe in your welfare comparisons that the telecommuters, after all, are the biggest winners. So when theta is equal to 0, they have 2.2, only in the case in which they contribute to the productivity agglomeration, and then that would be interesting to elaborate on that. And finally, I know that this requires a lot of work already, but it would be extremely interesting in considering, instead of a static model, some sort of dynamic adjustment in which the economy evolves over a certain path. And these are my observations. I know these are many, so please do your best.
Yes, thank you, Jamil. Hi, Andre. There's one question emerging from the floor. This is from Shan. Her question actually relates to one of Jamil's comments about how you treat different industries. So her question is, do you have different rates for telecommuting for different industries for the COVID period? So if I may just point that to you, you can add that to your list of, long list of questions. You will have the time to reply to the comments and also the questions.
Okay, Jamil, thank you so much for the list of questions. This is, I think that's the longest list of questions I've ever received for one person in a seminar, but I'll be more than happy to reply to all of them. And I'm glad that you mentioned Steve Redding, because he is actually the one who introduced me to the AUM seminars. I didn't know about them before. First of all, we to reply to one of your questions and to the question from one of the participants, we are now working on expanding the model to different industries, and also in the survey that I mentioned, we do observe, we obtain the microdata from the survey, so we do observe different telecommuting frequencies for each industry, both before and after COVID, based on the survey. And so we will incorporate these differences in these distributions into our model. Right now, at the very moment, we are writing down a model of trade between locations. So we'll have costly trade. The trade costs will be specific to industries. So we'll have different industries and trade across space. We'll also have different industries consume inputs produced by other industries. So there will be a whole input-output structure. And not only the frequencies of telecommuting will be different by industry, but also the incomes that workers earn will be different by industry. And some industries will be non-tradable, like local retail, for instance. And one of the interesting effects that we expect to see is that, say, a lot of high-income Silicon Valley workers move to other places from the Bay Area. And this really harms local low-income retail workers, because there is a much smaller demand for retail now. So we want to be able to track effects like this. Now, you also asked a question about how we model theta, and it's a good point that it's very different to have somebody commute every day for half a day or half of the days. This is how we model commuting costs. we use the exponential function, which has been used in the literature before. Now, there is no good empirical evidence why this function should be used, and I'm not sure we can arrive at any empirical evidence that will justify this or any other function. So what we plan to do in the future is to run robustness checks by trying different functions and see how our results are changing. This is a very important assumption, and it will affect the results. However, right now I don't have any intuition what the effect will be. So this is how we do it. Now. You asked about the consumption good that is used in the production of floor space, K. So this is the same consumption good that people consume. Think about the whole economy, all the production firms producing a homogeneous good. Some of it goes to final consumers, and some of it goes to the production of floor space. But it is basically the same good. Now, we do not have capital in our model right now. However, when we update our model to a model of multiple industries, it will be implicitly there because each industry will use inputs from other industries, and some of these inputs will be capital inputs. Then I liked your question about whether output produced at home requires floor space. Again, we are now updating our model, and we are actually leaning towards a specification in which there shouldn't be any floor space in the at-home production function. And one piece of evidence that we find to justify this approach is that we look at the microdata, because in the census we observe who works from home and who works on site, and we don't find any evidence that households where people work from home have larger houses. If indeed production at home required a substantially larger space at home, we would observe that home workers, conditional on all other characteristics, live in bigger houses, but that's not what we see. So we will probably eliminate this assumption and have a production function which uses labor only when people work at home. A good point about land ownership. That's something that we've already introduced later on. However, it is not in the recent version of the quantitative results. So this is based on the results we obtained in November, and since then we already allowed for redistribution of land rents in the model. So it's there. It doesn't seem to affect aggregate results in any important way. Though it does affect welfare because now landowners come into the welfare equation. We use self-reported rents for housing costs primarily because there is readily available data on self-reported rents. The data on house prices is available too at the aggregate level at least. However, we haven't used it yet. So I mean, given that we are looking at the long run, it's not clear which one we should use because rents are less volatile over time, and they are a more reliable way to measure housing costs than house prices, which tend to be very volatile over housing cycles. However, we can look at house prices as a robustness check as well. Okay, so the housing expenditure share, the 24% that we take from Davis and Ortala Maria. There seems to be pretty convincing evidence that housing share differs both by location and also by income within the same location. But I mean, this is a good point. This is something that we can experiment with and see how different our results are. I would expect that the reallocations that we predict, that is people moving from the most dense to the least dense areas, will be even stronger because if you allow for the housing share to differ, people will also move from the places where they have to spend more on housing to places where they have to spend a smaller fraction of their income on housing, and they have a bigger financial incentive to move to the least dense places. Of course, as you pointed out, as fewer people commute, congestion will change. So the roads will be less congested. Maybe the mode choice will change. Also, after COVID, we may expect that fewer people want to take transit and more people want to take cars as the more mode choice. We don't have anything to say about that right now. As for instrumenting the gravity equation estimation, I mean, I don't see a strong argument for doing that because, as you pointed out, the estimates are almost the same whether you instrument or not. In fact, we have now re-estimated our model using PPML. That's the pseudo maximum likelihood estimator, which seems to do a better job in estimating gravity models because you don't have to drop location pairs which have zero commuting. And we do not use instruments when we apply PPML. Dynamic adjustment is something that is much more difficult to do from the technical standpoint, and I would love to do that. I'm not sure if we can succeed in doing that, but that's definitely a good comment. And finally, I think So finally, you mentioned that telecommuters are the biggest winners. Actually, one of the reasons why telecommuters win in the contrafactual economy is that, so we are looking at those people who were telecommuters